Chapter 2132. Faux beasts were creatures unique to the faux god world, born from the primal chaos and nothingness. They took many forms and possessed horrifying strength. Even faux god experts would have to avoid a few strong faux beasts. In the entire faux god world, aside for the holy domain's divine capital, there were many shattered continents with all sorts of faux beasts. Faux beasts were not truly life forms. They could not survive outside of the faux god world. After they died, they would return to the depths of the faux god world and revive after a long time. Xiaoqin did not know much about faux beasts. However, Xiaoying, Yinfei, and Nangongfeng had gone out several times to hunt them. Xiaoqin took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and communicated with them. The three remained in the Holy Domain's divine capital and did not go out. So, they agreed to meet at Xiaoqin's courtyard 1 hour later. Xiaoqin, you finally can't sit still anymore and want to go out? The three arrived on time. When they heard Xiaoqin ask about faux beasts, they laughed softly. The four were all Heavenly Alliance people. Furthermore, they came to the faux god world together, so they had a good relationship with each other. Over the past year or so, the three had come to visit Xiaoqin several times. They found it strange. Why did Xiaoqin fall silent after breaking the record for the first 2 floors? Why did everyone forget his name in the past year or so? On the other hand, Wu Meng, Mou, and Gongzi Lan's strength sword continuously climbing in the trial tower. Among them, Wu Meng had broken the record for the 18th floor. Back when Xiaoqin broke the record, many people said that he did not clear the 3rd floor due to some trickery. Now, Xiaoqin's silence verified the others' words. However, Nangongfeng and the other 2 knew Xiaoqin very well. Over the past year or so, Xiaoqin's strength was no longer something the 3 could handle. Even when the 3 worked together, Xiaoqin would find it somewhat difficult to deal with. However, Xiaoqin did not come out. He was either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating, ignoring the fights between the super factions. His cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. If he does not experience some battles, he will find it hard to break through, Xiaoqin said softly. Yinfei said, in the past year or so, the 3 of us went out to hunt faux beasts. Even if faux beasts are of the same cultivation realm, they cannot be underestimated. Many disciples of the various super factions have died at the hands of faux beasts. I'll die. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly shocked. The disciples of the various super factions, those who could enter the Heavenly Alliance, were all talented. They all had life-saving secret treasures. It was just like how the Heavenly Alliance prepared a set of alloy battle armor for everyone at all costs. The other super factions, such as the Disciples of the Universe Origin sect, all had a Heavenly Flame medallion that could summon the Universe Origin Divine Flame at any time. They had similar trump cards. However, he still died at the hands of faux beast. This was truly shocking. Nangongfeng said, as long as they do not go too far out of the city, their lifespans are usually fine. The faux god experts in the divine capital have already detected the strong faux beasts. Why don't I accompany you out of the city? It's good to look after each other. Xiaoying suggested. After faux beasts die, they leave behind primeval divine liquid. There are many benefits to absorbing it, which is very helpful to cultivation. Primeval divine liquid was also one of Xiaoqin's objectives in killing faux beasts. Faux beasts were born from nothingness. After they died, they would leave behind a clump of mysterious energy known as primeval divine liquid. The density of primeval divine liquid varied according to the strength and rank of a faux god. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, there's no need. If there is no danger, it would go against my original intentions. Thank you for your kind intentions. Tell me what I need to pay attention to when I encounter faux beasts and where I need to go to hunt them. All right. 4 hours later, after Xiaoqin made his preparations, he left the city. In the faux god world, aside from the Holy Domain, which was a complete continent, the other places were all shattered continents. The larger ones might be as far as the Holy Domain, and the smaller ones might be less than a city. The distance between them varied as they drifted in the cloud sea. Aside from the absolute safety of the Holy Domain's divine capital, The other places in the faux god world had many different environments, making it hard to guarantee safety. At the mountain-like city gates, Xiao Chun turned his head back to look. The two words "divine capital" on the city walls still inspired awe in people, not daring to look at them for too long. As Xiao Chun stood at the periphery of the holy domain and looked forward, the entire world was gray, without much color. This place looked very primitive. Even the air felt ancient. This was the first time Xiao Chun left the city after coming to the holy domain's divine capital for more than a year. Once again, he felt the shock brought about by this shattered world. Wind, fire, lightning, and many other Daos mixed with the air. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop, pure and complicated, filled with contradictions. As Xiao Chun breathed, he could feel all sorts of Daos at any time. It was very mystical. A primal chaos fog sea lay in front, hazy and mysterious, filled with the unknown. As this place was not too dangerous from the holy domain, Xiao Chun occasionally saw figures moving about. Xiao Chun opened a map of the faux god world and took a look. Then, he put away the map and activated the alloy battle armor. Immediately, Xiao Chun looked very heroic. He wore the silver alloy battle armor, showing off his tyrannical aura. As his long hair fluttered, he gave off a sharp light. Then, he placed the tyrant saber on his back and soared into the air. Now that he was fully equipped, he could bring out his strongest strength at any time. Xiao Chun did this because many super faction disciples died because they could not bring out their trump cards before they died. Maintaining the alloy battle armor drained a lot of origin liquid. However, origin liquid could be replenished at any time. Compared to his life, this bit of expenditure was nothing. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun left the holy domain, he immediately felt astral winds blowing at him. These winds contained chaotic Daos. There were flames, ice, and all sorts of strange forces, making it somewhat difficult to block. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had the alloy battle armor to protect him. The alloy battle armor, combat boots, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, and other parts seemed to be one. They gave off a silver light and formed a formless barrier that blocked the astral winds. Indeed, the holy domain was protected by divine energy. After leaving the holy domain, the wild side of the faux god world was revealed. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he carefully flew towards his destination. The place he wanted to go was called the Ice-Fire Wasteland. It was about 1/10 the size of the holy domain. It was considered a rather large continent. However, the environment was harsh and faux beasts roamed about. It was a good place for experiential training. Most of the members of the various super factions came here for experiential training, hunting faux beasts. The Ice-Fire Wasteland was not too far from the holy domain, but it was not too close either. Only sovereign emperor-level faux beasts gathered there. If one ventured deep, one would end up in the depths of the faux god world. The danger there would be indescribable. Boom! Without any warning, a ferocious beast's claw suddenly appeared in the fog sea below, clawing at Xiao Chun. Just this beast's claw was as large as a small mountain. When it clawed, it completely obscured Xiao Chun's vision. Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. Whoosh! Only a faint purple lightning mark remained where Xiao Chun had been. Then, he vanished like he teleported and reappeared at the side. Xiao Chun grasped the tyrant saber on his back with his right hand and instantly drew it. Then, he sent out a purple saber light. Crack! The saber light tore through the beast's claw, and a blue liquid that looked like blood spurted out. Clad in the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chun held up the tyrant saber as he calmly watched the beast claw vanish. The fog sea churned, undercurrents surging. Who knew what kind of danger lurked there? I'm pretty lucky. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun took out a jade bottle and collected the blue liquid. This bottle contained primeval deep night liquid. He needed to refine it before he could extract it. After the heavenly realm shattered, the entire primal chaos space lost its stability long ago. The order of space and time fell into chaos. The area below the fog sea was an absolute forbidden zone. Even faux gods did not dare to casually enter. The foe beasts born under the fog sea possessed exceptionally horrifying strength. They were known as deep-sea foe beasts and normally would not show themselves. This was because once they showed themselves, the foe god world's experts would sense them. As long as they were not under the fog sea, foe god experts will be able to kill them easily. The primeval divine liquid that these deep-sea foe beasts left behind after they died was also a great temptation to foe gods. However, if someone like Shao Chun went out, these deep-sea foe beasts would occasionally target them and attack them. If one got caught, one would die for sure. The sky was filled with primal chaos, and the ground was a land of boundlessly shattered pieces. A wild, primitive, and ancient aura lingered in the air. After leaving the holy domain, the foe god world appeared before Shao Chun in a completely different style. 4 hours later, a huge ice continent appeared before Shao Chun. This place was clearly very cold. However, the snowflakes drifting on the ice continent were made of flames. When they landed on an ordinary person, they would instantly burn them to ashes. Shao Chun arrived at his destination, the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Chapter 21:33. Ice-Fire Wasteland. Snowflakes made of flames drifted down on a desolate plain made of ice. While this looked strange, it was not strange in the foe god world. Even the sky of the primal chaos space was hazy, as if the world had yet to open. There were all sorts of chaotic chaos, primeval auras, an everlasting fog sea, and tears in the sky. Aside from the holy domain's divine capital, the foe god world was an undeveloped, savage land. There were fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures. Of course, there were dangers and forbidden lands. When Shao Chun set off, he chose to activate the alloy battle armor. Clearly, his judgment was correct. The moment Shao Chun landed on the desolate plain, a group of foe beasts leaped out and charged at him. These foe beasts looked ferocious, like ferocious dogs. These foe beasts had flaming fur all over their bodies. Even their faces were covered in fur. These foe beasts were about half the height of a person. Their fur trailed on the ground, revealing only a pair of primal chaos and empty eyes. These foe beasts' physical bodies seemed illusory, not made of flesh and blood, looking extremely strange. Mastiffs. Shao Chun had made ample preparations before coming, allowing him to recognize the foe beasts before him. These were mastiffs, exceptionally ferocious. These mastiffs appeared in packs. Just one of them was as strong as a peak sovereign personage. They were tyrants of the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Even a heaven-defying sovereign personage would have to flee if they were alone. Otherwise, they would not survive at all. 10-odd mastiffs appeared and howled endlessly. When the flames rained on them, they did not cause them any harm. Instead, the flames increased their strength, making their flaming fur even brighter. When the mastiffs pounced over at the same time, they showed great ferocity. If they knocked Shao Chun down and swarmed over, they could instantly tear the super faction disciples to shreds. Shao Chun had the alloy battle armor. Even if the mastiffs knocked him down, it would be hard for them to tear him to pieces. However, it was best not to get surrounded. Go then. Shao Chun raised his left hand, and a red light flashed on his fingertip. The demon blood vulture appeared. It roared ferociously and fearlessly clashed with the 10-odd mastiffs. The demon blood vulture spread its wings. Its feathers were as bright as blood, flowing with light, looking as beautiful as scarlet flames. After traveling the foe god world with the little golden crow for half a year and obtaining some resources that Shao Chun exchanged for, the demon blood vulture's strength soared. Now, it was a great help to Shao Chun. On top of that, it was the king of ferocious beasts. It was born with a strong demonic nature, and its bloodline had mutated. It did not fear these mastiffs at all. It spread its wings and fought with the dozen or so mastiffs, not letting a single one escape. Shao Chun knew that although the mastiffs were strong and their demonic might was ferocious, they would not be able to hold out for long if they were surrounded by 10-odd mastiffs. Thunder Monarch Spear. Shao Chun beckoned with his right hand, and the 5-element divine lightning activated with his Thunder Dao domain. It condensed into a short spear that was half a meter long. In an instant, lightning flashed on the surface of a short spear. It was incomparably dazzling and emitted a boundless might of thunder. The Thunder Monarch Spear was Xiao Qian's trump card in the first place. The five-element divine lightning was a wondrous treasure in the world. Now that his Thunder Dao strength had improved greatly, he could drive it with his Thunder Dao domain and condense it into a spear that contained the five-element Thunder Dao. Naturally, its might went without saying. So. The half-meter-long Thunder Monarch Spear looked solid as it shot out. Then it split into 9, instantly striking the 9 mastiffs. Their flesh tore, but no blood flowed out. Only some primal chaos chi leaked out. Xiao Qian did not stop attacking, sending out several more Thunder Monarch Spears. The mastiffs, which already held the upper hand, immediately cried out in pain. The Demon Blood Vulture let out a few strange laughs and immediately beat up the fallen mastiffs. Then it spat out a mouthful of scarlet flames, and demonic chi surged into the air. The 10-odd mastiffs were forced back. Then they charged over ferociously, appearing very resilient. When the mastiffs charged over again, they went berserk. Their bodies expanded, and they were already the size of small mountains. Xiao Qian did not care. To a heaven-defying sovereign personage, these were a pack of mastiffs that were extremely difficult to deal with. However, to Xiao Qian, they were not worth mentioning. He had his own means to deal with them. Purple flower petals spun in Xiao Qian's right eye, layering over each other and forming a purple lightning flower. Divine Lightning Eye, whoosh! Xiao Qian's Divine Lightning Eye had already reached the 6th layer. When he executed it, 36 thunderclouds filled the sky. Boom! Tribulation lightning descended at the same time. The many mastiffs were instantly blasted into tumbling on the ground, twitching endlessly. Miserable cries rang out. These mastiffs were huge, and when they crashed into the ground, they caused many cracks and shook the desolate plain. Whoosh! 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 The Demon Blood Vulture turned into a beam of flowing light, darting about. As its claws tore, it nearly tore the mastiffs in half. What a powerful foe beast! Xiao Qian thought to himself. With the Demon Blood Vulture's claws, even a peak sovereign personage with a refined physical body would be torn to pieces. To think that these mastiffs are still intact, just severely injured. Indeed, one cannot use common sense to understand the bodies of foe beasts. If I get entangled, I might exhaust myself to death. After a few clashes, these mastiffs realized how powerful Xiao Qian was. They started to circle around the Demon Blood Vulture, charging at Xiao Qian without a care for the price. However, Xiao Qian smiled coldly. If they messed around like this, they would die even faster. Xiao Qian used his movement technique and gently moved, leaving behind a purple mark. Then, he appeared elsewhere. If Xiao Qian could not dodge, he would use the sharp spirit finger. The mountain-sized mastiff was sent flying by a single finger. It was a very strange sight. Xiao Qian did not fight with these mastiffs. Instead, he used the Demon Blood Vulture as bait and brought out his Thunder Dao domain to its limits. He executed all sorts of lightning-related means. If the mastiffs got close, he would execute the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Qian's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi filled his entire body. Then, he merged all his energy into one finger and flicked away the mastiffs. Demon Blood Vulture, move aside. Xiao Qian called out, and the Demon Blood Vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and quickly fled. Then, a great desolate Ian candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qian. 2 candle flames flickered in Xiao Qian's eyes. In the next moment, boundless ice flames landed on this pack of mastiffs. After being tortured for a long time, the extremely resilient mastiffs could no longer move. The candle dragon flame burned the mastiffs' long fur, slowly burning them. Whoosh! Wearing the alloy battle armor, Xiao Qian grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then, he drew his saber and swung it around before walking forward. Xiao Qian looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, killing a mastiff with one swing of his saber. These mastiffs, which could cause heaven-defying people to flee when they saw them, and which even half-step sovereign emperors had to spend a lot of effort on, were easily killed by Xiao Chun. The mastiffs' corpses scattered, turning into beams of light that entered the cracks in the sky. Only clumps of white, primeval divine liquid remained on the ground. Xiao Chun took out a clump of primeval divine liquid and refined it before absorbing it into his body. Ripples appeared on his 9-star primal core as he absorbed all the primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck of Xiao Chun's cultivation immediately loosened, making Xiao Chun reveal joy on his face. After more than half a year, this was the first time his cultivation bottleneck had loosened. It looked like this primeval divine liquid was indeed effective. Ga. After the demon blood vulture circled in the sky, it turned into a palm-sized bird and landed on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Let's hunt the mastiffs, then. Most of the other faux beasts are crafty. If we run into them alone, they might be easy to defeat or kill, but they will be problematic. These mastiffs are naturally ferocious and do not know when to advance or retreat. Furthermore, they move in packs, which suits me. If Yun Fei and the others knew that Xiao Chun started hunting mastiffs the first time he came to the Icefire Wasteland, their jaws would drop in shock. When they saw these mastiffs, they had to retreat. They were tyrants of the Icefire Wasteland. When they moved in packs, no one dared to clash with them. However, Xiao Chun stubbornly persisted. How could they not be shocked? In the following month, Xiao Chun spent his time hunting mastiffs. As he became more familiar with the mastiff's nature, killing them became easier. As the difficulty increased, Xiao Chun went from killing 10-odd mastiffs at once to several dozen at a time. Eventually, he killed 100 horrifying mastiffs. When Xiao Chun had free time, he would study the painting that fiendish demon Shimu gave him. Liu Benwei had already given him the second painting. Xiao Chun managed to make out some things. He discovered that this painting seemed to contain some kind of saber technique that he could not figure out. Xiao Chun was in no rush. He just took his time to study it. At this moment, raising his cultivation was still his priority. As time passed, all the cultivators on experiential training in the Icefire Wasteland periphery came to know that such a ruthless person gave Xiao Chun the nickname Dog-Killing Demon. Normally, when ordinary people saw mastiffs charging in packs, the rational ones would flee for now, not fighting with these mad dogs that did not fear death. However, Xiao Chun did the opposite, hunting more than 100 mastiffs in one go. Furthermore, Xiao Chun did not allow others to interfere. This made everyone tremble in fear. They were even more afraid of Xiao Chun than of a mastiff. Chapter 2134. The Icefire Wasteland was about 1/10 the size of the Holy Domain. Even as sovereign personages, it was vast. The Icefire Wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. After passing the core, there was a boundless lightning sea. Even faux gods would not be able to traverse the entire lightning sea. Xiao Chun did not have much ambition. For the past few days, he had been killing faux beast mastiffs in the Icefire Wasteland's periphery. After 1 month, he had already killed more than 1,000 mastiffs. This was a horrifying number. On average, Xiao Chun killed 30-odd mastiffs every day. Even Mu Yunzhu would have to put in a lot of effort to kill 30-odd mastiffs when they attacked together. Of course, it was more likely that Xiao Chun did not know how to kill mastiffs at all. The mastiff strength was still acceptable. The main thing was that they moved in packs. Most importantly, they had a berserk nature in their bones. Compared to the crafty and intelligent faux beasts, the mastiffs would not rest until one of them died. Killing mastiffs was a waste of effort. Since that was the case, Mu Yunzhu might as well enter the inner area or the periphery and take the risk to kill those high-ranked faux beasts. Xiao Chun was different. Right now, he could kill 100 mastiffs in one go. If he used all sorts of means, the mastiffs would not be able to run even if they wanted to. In the past month, I refined 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck has loosened significantly. Compared to closed-door cultivation, I have improved a lot. However, I still have not broken through this bottleneck. Outside the Icefire Wasteland, Xiao Chun, who is currently hunting a pack of mastiffs, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his progress. Xiao Chen obtained 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid in 1 month. Furthermore, he was only a great perfection sovereign personage. If others found out about this harvest, they would feel envious. Xiao Chen's friends had to work together in this ice-fire wasteland to obtain such a harvest. However, Xiao Chen was very strict with himself. Time in the faux god world is too precious. After casually knocking away a mastiff that pounced over, Xiao Chen split his attention and thought about something else. During the battle between the demon blood vulture and the mastiffs, Xiao Chen happened to discover that the demon blood vulture could consume faux beasts. The mastiff's ferocious might was extremely compatible with its nature, allowing it to grow quickly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he noticed that the 100-odd mastiffs that he had been hunting suddenly began to run away when they saw that they were about to fall into a desperate situation. He ran away. The mastiffs ran amok in the periphery of the ice-fire wasteland due to their frenzied and ferocious nature. A large part of the reason people ran when they saw them was that they would not rest until they were dead. But now, this group of mastiffs that were the size of small mountains actually ran away when they were on the verge of death. Don't tell me you're scared of me. Xiao Chen had hunted more than 1,000 mastiffs, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Chase! Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back, frantically giving chase. Seeing that the harvest was about to begin, the 100-odd mastiffs actually began to flee. There was no reason to let go of a cooked duck. Thunder Monarch Spear. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and 9 short spears containing the Daos of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, shot out. Each half-meter-long Thunder Monarch spear was like a treasure weapon, flickering with light and bursting with electric light. When they connected, they looked like a 5-element world, exuding an extremely strong pressure. Bang! When the 9 Thunder Monarch spears landed, they immediately killed 9 mastiffs. Then they exploded, killing another 10-odd mastiffs. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and hovered in the air, getting the demon blood vulture to continue giving chase. He landed and waited for the mastiffs' corpses to scatter and the primeval divine liquid to appear. When the primeval divine liquid appeared, Xiao Chen waved his hand and collected it into a jade bottle. Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Everlasting Thunder Shadow. The instant Xiao Chen landed, he executed the Divine Firmament 9 Variations, leaving a purple mark. In the next moment, he reappeared on the demon blood vulture's back. When 100-odd mastiffs fled at the same time, the commotion they caused was incredibly huge. When the other trial takers saw this scene along the way, they were all frightened silly. Some of them could not dodge in time and even got injured by the mastiffs. Am I seeing things? Why is there someone chasing after mastiffs? The mastiffs that are like mad dogs actually fled. I'm not hallucinating, right? This is my first time seeing someone chasing after mastiffs. In the past, we always ran when we saw mastiffs. It's him, the dog-killing, frenzied demon. No wonder. It turns out to be the dog-killing, frenzied demon. At first, when the cultivators along the way saw the hill-sized mastiffs fleeing wildly, they were all startled. However, when they saw Xiao Chen wearing the alloy battle armor on the demon blood vulture's back, they all revealed expressions of understanding, no longer feeling surprised. Everyone in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery already knew about the dog-killing frenzied demon. Some people even took the initiative to lead the mastiffs to where Xiao Chen was when they had nowhere to run. However, Xiao Chen did not say anything. Who is this person? When a group of cultivators in black clothes with flaming clouds hurried along the ice-fire wasteland's periphery saw this scene, they marveled at it and stopped. The one who spoke was a youth with an extraordinary aura. He actually surpassed a heaven-defying sovereign personage, a half-step sovereign emperor. Senior Brother Fong, this is the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen, the Heavenly Alliance's youngest member. Back then, he was the one who broke the records of the first and second floors. How incredible! To think that he chased after a group of mastiffs. How strong. I heard that he said that he would not fear Mu Yunju after half a year on the comprehension platform. However, Mu Yunju avoided him after half a year. I heard that he did not break the record back then. Furthermore, what is so great about killing these mastiffs? They are just some rabid dogs that no one is willing to offend. The true experts are like Senior Brother Fong, charging into the Ice-Fire Wasteland's core. The Universe Origins sect disciples felt disdain for Xiao Chun. After the man with the family name Fong listened for a long time, he lost interest. He only looked at Xiao Chen's alloy battle armor in a somewhat distracted manner. How unfortunate to think that he went to kill dogs while wearing the alloy battle armor. If it were me, I would be fully confident in this trip. The alloy battle armor. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Alliance's members. If they did not have sufficient accumulations, they needed resources. Any member of a super faction would covet the alloy battle armor. However, that was just that. Even if non-Heavenly Alliance members snatched the alloy battle armor, they would not be able to activate it. They could only look at it. Let's go. We still have something to do. The man with the family name Fong withdrew his gaze and led the Universe Origins sect disciples to the depths of the Ice-Fire Wasteland. The appearance of this group of people attracted some attention in the Ice-Fire Wasteland's periphery. This immediately incited discussions, guessing what they were going to do. It's Fong Xiaobai, one of the Universe Origins sect's top 10 disciples. He is a half-step sovereign emperor. I wonder why he is here. The Ice-Fire Wasteland has been very lively recently. It seems like some of the top 10 disciples of the various super factions are here. Could it be the Ice-Fire Divine Origin in the core? That might really be possible. Looking at the time, the Ice-Fire Divine Origin should be about to appear. Should we go and take a look? Never mind. Every time the Ice-Fire Divine Origin appears, there will be people dying. As long as we can safely survive 10 years in the faux god world, it will be a great opportunity. There's no need to risk our lives. That's right. Many outstanding talents did not know how to restrain themselves and ended up dying. We do not have the lives of outstanding talents, so there's no need to worry about the hearts of outstanding talents. We just do what we need to do. These words were very true. Compared to outsiders, being able to enter the faux god world was a great opportunity. There was indeed no need for ordinary people to get greedy. It was important to understand one's own strength. Even so, there were still some people in the Ice-Fire Wasteland's periphery who felt tempted when they heard that the Ice-Fire Divine Origin was about to appear, so they quietly flew to the inner area. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not know about this. He continued his great task of killing the mastiffs. After a chase, only a few of the 100-odd mastiffs remained. Only 10-odd were still running wildly. If not for waiting for the corpses to scatter and collecting the primeval divine liquid, which took some time, these mastiffs would not have wasted so much time. As Xiao Chun gave chase, he thought to himself, faux beasts are intelligent as well. Although the mastiffs have a crazed, reckless spirit in their bones, it is not strange for them to wake up after being killed for more than a month. However, hunting mastiffs in the future would be somewhat problematic. If Xiao Chun had to chase after them for half a day every time, it would be a waste of time. The gains would not make up for the losses. It looks like I will have to enter the Ice-Fire Wasteland's inner area in advance. The mastiffs have become smarter. I cannot continue this business. How tiring. Xiao Chun finally dealt with the final 10-odd mastiffs. He had chased them for more than 6 hours. It was not very tiring, but it did take some time. GA. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture suddenly turned wary. It seemed to sense some danger, and all its feathers swelled up. Master, I feel that something is wrong. Xiao Chun did not sense anything wrong. However, the demon blood vulture was a ferocious beast. Compared to humans, it had an instinctive sense of unknown danger. Let's go. After carefully looking around, Xiao Chun leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back and returned the way they came. After flying 50,000 kilometers calmly, rows of mastiffs appeared at the limits of Xiao Chun's vision. Their chaotic and lifeless eyes flickered with a scarlet light as they looked coldly and emotionlessly at him. Boom! Large patches of black clouds appeared in the sky above these mastiffs. When Xiao Chun looked around, the churning black clouds charged at him from all directions. Soon, the demonic clouds gathered in all directions, and the sky instantly turned dark. Clatter, clatter. Heavy footsteps resounded. The seemingly densely packed mastiffs blocked off all directions, encircling Xiao Chun step by step. It turned out that during the chase, Xiao Chun had arrived at an extremely desolate place in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery. The demon blood vulture under Xiao Chun's feet trembled slightly. Clearly, it felt afraid of so many mastiffs. "Master, what should we do?" The demon blood vulture had never seen such a large formation before. Despite its demonic nature and fearless nature, it actually felt somewhat timid. The demon blood vulture looked around and saw the densely packed mastiffs. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 of them. All the mastiffs in the entire Icefire Wasteland were probably here for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's expression did not change as he muttered to himself. Even the dogs are scheming like humans. How much hatred do they have? Chapter 21:35. When Xiao Chun looked around, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 mastiffs in all directions. Although Xiao Chun had easily hunted down 100 mastiffs, that was already his limit. If the number increased by half, he would not be able to handle it. Doubling the number was probably his limit. If the number increased by 3 times, he would not even turn and run after taking another look. Now that the number reached such a level, there was no need to rush to run. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. Since when did dogs become more like wolves, knowing how to use strategies and listen to commands? Strange, Xiao Chun looked around and finally saw a mastiff that stood out from the rest in the east. This mastiff was completely snow white. It stood out among the other mastiffs with flaming fur, looking very out of place. A light flickered in the mastiff's eyes, filled with spirituality. The instant the mastiffs met, Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This white mastiff should be the king of this pack of mastiffs. If Xiao Chun guessed right, it was the one who planned this plan. Despite being in danger, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly thought of a countermeasure. Roar, roar, roar. Low roars resounded in the surroundings. Every mastiff looked coldly at Xiao Chun. They were only waiting for the order to tear Xiao Chun to shreds and tear him to shreds. The roars were somewhat vexing. Xiao Chun looked up at the sky. Demonic clouds already covered the shattered sky, preventing him from seeing it clearly. One could not fly too high in the faux god world. This was because the sky was shattered, with spatial tears everywhere. Space-time reverse currents were everywhere. If one was not careful, one would get sucked into some darn place. One would not be able to come out for the rest of one's life. Hence, aside from the Holy Domain's divine capital, all the other places were forbidden zones. This pack of mastiffs stirred up demonic clouds, covering this space. Space-time reverse currents and spatial tears could not be seen clearly. If Xiao Chun dared to flee through the sky, he would definitely die a tragic death. Boom! Suddenly, that snow-white mastiff let out a long howl, causing cracks to appear in the desolate plains below. The surrounding mastiffs launched themselves at Xiao Chun. Their mountain-sized bodies shot over like sharp arrows. Under such pressure, the demon blood vulture's ferocious might was brought out as it cried out. The demon blood vulture flapped its wings, and a scarlet tornado appeared, churning violently. Plop! Plop! When the mastiffs crashed into the scarlet tornado, they were immediately mangled and blasted back. However, there were simply too many of them. As they continued to attack, the power of the storm gradually weakened. Several mastiffs passed through the storm, barking at Xiao Chun with ferocious expressions. Even before it got close, the sound waves from its roar were enough to make one's head spin. It penetrated deep into one's soul pool and reverberated endlessly. Faux beasts were born in the primal chaos space. They innately grasped all kinds of great Daos, just that they did not know how to use them. Their techniques were crude, but in reality, their power was not ordinary. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm as the dragon roar in his body spread out and clashed with the sound waves from the mastiffs. The two clashed endlessly, producing intense sounds. Even before the battle had begun, it was already incomparably intense. Xiao Chen calmly watched the mastiffs lunging at him. Then, he pressed down on his saber without moving, not flustered or flustered at all. His gaze was calm as he looked at the mastiffs that were charging at him. He held onto his weapon and did not move. He did not panic and did not panic at all. In Xiao Chen's vision, the figures of these mastiffs grew larger and larger until they occupied his entire vision. Kill! Just at this crucial moment, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant's saber. Whoosh! A resplendent saber light shot out from the saber. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Xiao Chen stored up power and chopped with his saber. Whoosh! The mastiffs cried out miserably at the same time. Blood spurted out. However, this blood lost its color when illuminated by the saber light. Clearly, it was not practical to use the sharp spirit finger now. The sharp spirit finger could knock back the enemy, but not kill them. When hunting, it was best to use it to knock back the enemy and prevent the mastiffs from getting close. However, now, he wanted this group of beasts to not return. If they dared to come, they would die. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber Dao. All the mastiffs that came over were merciless. With his full power, he killed them with one saber strike. 10-odd mastiffs immediately died amid mournful cries. However, there was still an unending stream of them. Unending. Master, I can't hold on any longer. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture said in Xiao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture was different from Xiao Chen. Without the alloy battle armor, the mastiffs could take its life in a few bites. The demon blood vulture had been able to help Xiao Chen last until now, blocking most of the mastiffs and holding on for 1 hour, which was already very rare. Come back, then. There's no rush. I still have one last strike. The demon blood vulture ignored Xiao Chen's words. It suddenly left Xiao Chen's feet, and its entire body blazed with a fierce flame. However, as the intense flame burned, the demon blood vulture's gargantuan body slowly condensed and shrank. However, the light on its body became increasingly intense. Even the saber light that Xiao Chen sent out with the martial and soul merger regained its color. When the demon blood vulture was palm-sized, the surrounding scarlet storm suddenly vanished. In an instant, the hundreds of mastiffs that had been blocked outside charged at Xiao Chen. The scene was extremely dangerous. The martial arts that Xiao Chen practiced could not kill all these mastiffs except in the human world. The consequences were extremely terrifying. Over 100 mastiffs pounced on him, and even with the protection of the alloy armor, he would still be seriously injured. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to execute in the mortal realm, the palm-sized demon blood vulture covered in a jade-like scarlet light remained. Like an arrow, it shot out. Xiao! The demon blood vulture's body stabbed into a mastiff's eye. Then, it spun its wings and pierced through the mastiff's brain. Ka! A jade-like scarlet light shone as the demon blood vulture's body shot out like an arrow, turning into a beam of light and piercing through the heads of the many mastiffs. In an instant, these hundreds of mastiffs were like paper before the demon blood vulture's strongest killing move, killing them all. The originally densely packed mastiffs, which nearly suffocated Xiao Chen, all fell to the ground. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong! Even if Xiao Chen executed entering hell, he would not be able to kill all these mastiffs. However, the demon blood vulture did it. Before Xiao Chen could sigh, he saw the demon blood vulture's body turn dim and wobbly after executing this killing move. A mastiff pounced over and opened its jaws, preparing to swallow the demon blood vulture. Scram! Divine Firmament 9 Variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. Leaving behind a faint purple mark, he appeared in front of the mastiff and sent it flying with a vicious kick. The demon blood vulture quickly turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Xiao Chen's fingertip, turning into a ring. Master, this is a killing move that I learned from Big Brother Little Yellow Feather. It's pretty good, right? The demon blood vulture's voice rang out, sounding very weak. However, It seemed to be waiting for Xiao Chen's praise. Xiao Chun felt some heartache as he said, "Quickly rest. You are very strong. You did what I, your master, could not do." Damn it. However, I'm too tired. I can't help master anymore." The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh at first. Then, its voice grew softer until it stopped. Xiao Chun looked around. After the demon blood vulture's massacre, there were at least 1,000 mastiff corpses on the ground. Martial and soul, as one, required merging the will of the martial Tao and the will of soul. Every time one attacked, one could bring out 120% of a cultivator's combat prowess, even 50%. Hence, Xiao Chun could kill a mastiff with one saber strike. However, in a state of martial and soul as one, the drain on veritable essence energy and soul energy was immense. With the protection of the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chen's physical body would not be affected in such an intense battle. However, it was hard to say how long he could last. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that the snow-white mastiffs were still in formation. Despite the huge losses, this pack of mastiffs did not panic, preparing for the next wave of attacks. It was already very unusual for them to disregard all costs to fight like this. Xiao Chen took a rough look and estimated that there were at least 4,000 mastiffs. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. When he ran out of veritable essence energy, he would definitely die. Charge out. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the snow-white mastiff. Then, he immediately charged at the snow-white mastiff. The key to breaking out of this situation was this snow-white mastiff. With this beast in formation, it was practically impossible to charge out in any other direction. Only by fighting with this beast and making it unable to give orders would he be able to fight for a chance of survival. Even though he knew that this beast was as strong as a half-step sovereign emperor, he had to fight to the death. Chapter 2136. Whoosh! Seeing Xiao Chun fly towards the white mastiff, the many other mastiffs launched themselves at Xiao Chun, trying to block his way. Under the white mastiff's command, the originally clumsy and ferocious mastiffs actually knew when to advance and when to retreat. They knew how to block Xiao Chun, how to delay him, how to disrupt and harass Xiao Chun. This made Xiao Chen's advance very difficult. That white mastiff stood at the top and did not back down. It only looked at Xiao Chun coldly, like it wanted to give him hope. As Xiao Chun arranged his troops, the mastiffs in the other directions also took the opportunity to surround him. Before Xiao Chun advanced halfway, the alloy battle armor that he wore turned black from the mastiff's blood. Mastiffs were not made of flesh and blood. Although it was called blood, it was actually just a strange liquid in their bodies. Halfway through, Xiao Chun was horrified to discover that the distance between him and the white mastiff did not shrink. Instead, it increased significantly. What's going on? After a moment of shock, Xiao Chun suddenly understood. It turned out that when this white mastiff was commanding the black flame beasts, the black flame beasts did not move at all. It turned out that when the white mastiff commanded the other mastiffs to change their angle, it looked like they were continuously killing mastiffs and pressing in. In reality, Xiao Chun was being led by the nose by the mastiff. As he advanced and retreated, he had already changed his original direction. If Xiao Chun had not startled awake, he would not have reached the white mastiff even if he killed for the rest of his life. Such a scheme sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. Even some intelligent humans would not be able to come up with such a scheme. To think that the white mastiff was so smart. Damn it. When Xiao Chen thought about how he got tricked by a dog, he could not help feeling angry. Coupled with the fact that the continuous battles were all in vain, it caused a trace of fluctuation to appear in his tranquil state of mind. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw that the white mastiff was still looking at him coldly. However, to Xiao Chun now, there was an additional trace of mockery in its gaze. Calm down. If I'm not careful, I might die here. Every month, outstanding talents from the outside world would fall in the faux god world, losing their originally great futures. In the past, Xiao Chun felt astonished. Human cultivators had many trump cards and various means. How could they still die to faux beasts? Now, he himself had fallen into such a dangerous situation. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would lose his life. It had to be said that it was somewhat ironic. Xiao Chun withdrew from the state of martial and soul as one. Given the current situation, before his veritable essence energy and soul energy ran out, he would not be able to escape. With the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiao Chun would not be able to kill all the mastiffs. He might as well save some energy for the white mastiff. There was no way out. The mastiffs were already chasing after them. Their only chance of survival was to charge forward. I don't believe that Xiao Chun, will die under the siege of a bunch of mad dogs. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a scroll slowly unfurled. It slowly rose into the sky. When it fully unfurled, a Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram appeared in the sky. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame chased each other in the sky. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Xiao Chun held his saber with his right hand and raised his left palm to the sky, circulating the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram with all his might. Immediately, an overwhelming might spread out from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chun quickly withdrew his saber, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram descended from the sky. The Taiji force field appeared under Xiao Chun's feet, trapping the mastiffs. Xiao Chun moved between Yin and Yang, moving erratically. He raised his saber and swung it, continuously killing the mastiffs. The snow-white mastiff felt somewhat flustered. In this Taiji force field, it could no longer command the mastiffs. Trapped in the Taiji force field, the mastiffs moved very slowly. They still had to block Xiao Chun's saber light and could not even take care of themselves, unable to carry out the white mastiff's commands. Without the white mastiff's command, the berserk mastiffs reverted to their original nature. Their threat to Xiao Chun was greatly reduced. Xiao Chun had no choice but to use the trump card that he had prepared for this white mastiff in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chun's figure moved like lightning as he controlled the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, weaving through the many mastiffs, advancing quickly. Soon, the white mastiff arrived before him. Resolving the mundane, without any hesitation, Xiao Chun entered the state of martial and soul as one and soared into the air. Then, with his 7-fold killing chi, he executed resolving the mundane. However, something strange happened. Xiao Chun was already very fast. However, that white mastiff seemed to have figured out when Xiao Chun was going to make his move. It was like an experienced cultivator. Before the eternal and inextinguishable saber light completely formed, the white mastiff pounced over like a bolt of white lightning. It pounced over like a bolt of white lightning, roaring in midair and slapping its claw over. This claw contained many chaotic great Daos. It was very crude and extremely primitive. However, the great Daos were vast and mighty, directly shattering Xiao Chun's incomplete resolving the mundane. Pussy-eye. Xiao Chun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he moved back. Incredulity flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Xiao Chun materialized Firmament's rage with his left hand and threw a palm strike. The white mastiff wanted to charge forward and kill Xiao Chun. However, a huge palm containing the Tao of the 5-element divine lightning struck it. The snow-white mastiff's huge body was smashed to the ground by the palm. The white mastiff also showed shock in its eyes, clearly surprised. It was like a seasoned hunter, roaring continuously. The many mastiffs that were not trapped in the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram leaped into the air, moving as nimbly as birds. Leaping through the air, they were as agile as birds as they slowly surrounded him. Buddha in the mortal realm, quelling the seas in desolation. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. Then, ancient Buddhist chants reverberated. A hole appeared in the black demonic clouds in the sky. Then, the supreme, killing Buddha descended and pushed its palms in all directions. Bang! In an instant, the 1,000-odd mastiffs flying over were all knocked back. Cracks appeared on their physical bodies. Entering hell, Xiao Chun chose to fight the white mastiff so that it could not care about anything else, unable to command the other mastiffs. Seeing the white mastiff use the same trick, how could Xiao Chun let it do as it wished? He executed Buddha in the mortal realm and knocked back the 1,000-odd mastiffs. Then, he held up an evil dragon materialized from the Azura Hell and chopped down. With this saber strike, a world-destroying evil dragon appeared. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like it wanted to swallow the world. Although the white mastiff was strong, it was still a foe beast in the end. It could not practice martial techniques like human cultivators. This was Xiao Chen's strongest saber strike. It instantly gained a suppressive advantage as it pressed down. Boom! The evil dragon knocked back the huge mastiff for 5,000 kilometers like it was a snowy mountain. After it landed, another loud sound rang out. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a pillar of flame shot up into the sky. After the Azura Hell disappeared, Xiao Chun wore the alloy battle armor, looking very heroic. He held his saber and appeared very tyrannical. Whoosh! 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 Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. He left behind only a few faint purple marks. Then, 5,000 kilometers away, Xiao Chun charged over at lightning speed. Roar! A terrifying sound wave suddenly rang out, and visible ripples spread out. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally in front of him and got knocked back. Whoosh! 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 After stabilizing himself, Xiao Chun tightly grasped his tyrant saber and swung in the air a few times, scattering the remaining sound wave energy on him. After a few swings, saber winds howled, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered about, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Doubt flashed in his eyes. This white mastiff was overly strong. Mastiffs were strong because they moved in packs. They were strong because of the madness in their bones. Individually, any heaven-defying sovereign personage could easily crush them. While Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he did not fear fighting a half-step sovereign emperor alone. The white mastiff placed its 2 palms on the edge of the huge pit. Then, it leaped up and charged at Xiao Chen again. Let's see how strong you are. A golden light burned in Xiao Chen's eyes as he instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. At the same time, he entered the state of martial and soul as one again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chun swung the tyrant's saber in his hand a few more times. Saber lights flickered in this black and white world, appearing dazzling. Under the effects of his great desolate Ian bloodline, Xiao Chun activated martial and soul as one. With a few random swings, he kicked up a strong wind that made the ferocious white mastiff stagger. 10,000 Dragons picture. The 10,000 Dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiao Chun. Boundless dragon roars resounded as Xiao Chun fought an intense battle with this white mastiff in his peak state. There was no time. He needed to deal with this white mastiff quickly. The mastiff pack that he knocked back earlier was closing in again. However, even though Xiao Chun was in his peak state, he did not have the strength to execute any of his martial techniques. He had already executed his strongest Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique earlier and could not execute it again within a short time. I still have the flawless saber Dao. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun saw the mastiff lolling its fangs and charging over. So he decided to use his flawless saber Dao as the final strike. The flawless saber Dao was not about perfection. It was about a heart that pursued perfection. Heart as a saber, body as a saber, hair as a saber, will as a saber. Ding, dang, dang, dang. Xiao Chun brandished his saber. His steps were like that of an immortal, moving nimbly and refined. Strands of saber light flickered on Xiao Chen's body. 3,000 strands of hair were 3,000 saber lights. Every part of the alloy battle armor was a resplendent saber light. A zither-like saber hum rang out in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun suddenly remembered the first painting that senior fiendish saber Shimu gave him. Lush mountains, clear waters, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are the green mountains? If there is no one in the painting, for whom are the green waters flowing? I understand now. A bright light suddenly flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he listened to the zither-like saber hum echoing in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. It reverberated in the mountains, wanton in the wind, rejoicing with all things in this vast world. However, if one opened one's eyes and looked, the mountains were mountains, the water was water. The most ordinary scenery in the world was just that. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are they? The green mountains are the green mountains, the green waters are the green waters, the white clouds are the white clouds. All things have spirits. All things are fiends. What is a fiend? Xiao Chun reared his head back and laughed. Then, he suddenly gave up on the white mastiffs and pointed his saber at the sky. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. The world fell silent. In the next moment, the vast, desolate plains rejoiced with Xiao Chun. Boundless saber lights burst out of the mountains and the ground. At this moment, all things rejoiced together. Resplendent saber lights filled the vast, desolate plains. Aside from Xiao Chun, the others were pierced by thousands of saber lights. When the saber lights scattered, all the mastiffs were destroyed, leaving only countless drops of primeval divine liquid floating in the surroundings. Chapter 21:37. The green mountains were the green mountains, and the white clouds were the white clouds. Bloodline activation, alloy battle armor, martial and soul as one. In his peak state, he had to use his strongest killing move. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. With just one move, Xiao Chun killed all the mastiffs within 500,000 kilometers in his strongest state. As his bloodline slowly faded, Xiao Chun exited the state of martial and soul as one. He should have exhausted his veritable essence energy and soul energy, but he felt refreshed and carefree. However, he felt refreshed and carefree, and his entire body was surging with power. I broke through. Xiao Chun broke through the final bottleneck of a great perfection sovereign personage with this moment of comprehension. He became a peak sovereign personage, sweeping away all his fatigue and weakness. When one's strength improved, no amount of resources could compare to an instant of comprehension. The old saying was indeed true. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, moving as fast as lightning as he arrived beside the white mastiff's corpse. The white mastiff was merely a half-step sovereign emperor. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he would not feel any pressure fighting it alone. Foe beasts were different from humans. They did not know martial techniques or chaotic Dao domains, much less mental states. Within the same cultivation realm, a mediocre person would not be a match for a foe beast. However, if a foe beast was not special, it would not be sufficient to face an outstanding talent. However, this white mastiff before Xiao Chun forced Xiao Chun into danger several times. Even fighting it alone was somewhat difficult. If Xiao Chun had not comprehended the painting that the foe god expert fiendish saber Shimu left behind at the last moment, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. How to deal with the remaining mastiffs would have been a problem. Its intelligence was monstrous, inspiring fear. Xiao Chun felt very curious about what was so special about this white mastiff for it to be so difficult to deal with. Compared to the other mastiffs, the white mastiff's corpse dissipated very slowly. Most of its body still remained. What is this? Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. A black jade pendant appeared in the white mastiff's disappearing head. This jade pendant was clearly refined by a cultivator. A foe beast would not have something like this. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. This white mastiff was being controlled by someone. From a mastiff's strange escape, someone had set up a trap for him, waiting for him to jump into it. No, perhaps, from the moment he left the Holy Region's divine capital, he had already been targeted. After killing mastiffs for a month, someone finally found an opportunity to set up this trap. If Xiao Chun died, it would be a perfect plan. Who knew how many outstanding talents had died at the hands of foe beasts? Over the past month, many people had personally witnessed him madly killing mastiffs. Dying to the mastiff's vengeance was completely justifiable and would not arouse any suspicions. It was simply flawless. The black jade pendant no longer had any spiritual chi. It looked like a black stone, a broken stone. Xiao Qin picked it up and looked around. The person who came had planned this meticulously. Clearly, Xiao Chun had many misgivings. He feared exposing his identity or that his true body was not in the ice-fire wasteland at all. Who will kill me? As Xiao Chun looked at the black jade pendant, he entered deep thought. His thoughts raced as he thought of many things. Many people's faces appeared in his mind. However, in the end, Xiao Chun suddenly laughed. See. Xiao Chun clenched his right fist, and the black jade pendant in his hand shattered into dust. It did not matter who it was. The important thing was that he was still alive. As long as he could survive, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Overthinking was not good. Now that Xiao Chun had gained enlightenment and made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he gained many more comprehensions of the martial Tao. There was no need to waste time on this. Demon Blood Vulture, come out. Xiao Chun woke up the Demon Blood Vulture. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, he no longer needed this vast amount of primeval divine liquid. Master, what's wrong? After waking up, the Demon Blood Vulture appeared somewhat weakly. However, when it saw the densely packed primeval divine liquid, it was stunned. My goodness! Master, how did you do it? To think that you killed all these mastiffs. Xiao Qin glanced at the corpse of the white mastiff, which had yet to completely disappear, and said, Stop speaking nonsense. Quickly swallow them all. They are all yours. These are the white mastiff's corpses. They are also yours. I won't fight with you over them. The Demon Blood Vulture immediately felt like it was dreaming. Really? When have I ever joked? Gagaga. Thank you, Master. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. A bunch of trash. In the end, Grandpa will still consume them. Perhaps I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. The originally weak Demon Blood Vulture immediately perked up and let out strange cries. Its cries sounded incredibly arrogant, as if it had forgotten itself. Xiao Qin thought for a while and looked for a quiet place to land. Then he took out the first painting that Lu Benwei had given him. Lush mountains, clear water, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. In the past, Xiao Chun could not understand it. He could only vaguely sense that the painting contained an indescribable Tao. This should be the inheritance of some special saber technique. However, Lu Benwei did not say anything, and Xiao Chun had not even seen Fiendish Saber Shimu. When Xiao Chun focused and brought out his flawless saber, Tao, to its limits, he finally understood. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to complete my Saber Tao in one go and comprehend the Tao of the Saber Tao. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he stared at the painting. The lush mountains, clear water, and white clouds in the painting all came to life, demonstrating his Tao to him. Xiao Chun gently loosened his grip, and the painting floated in front of him without any external force. All things rejoiced together. This is my comprehension. My flawless saber, Tao, clearly benefited a lot from this. If I can make another breakthrough from this and gain some more comprehension, I will definitely be able to break through to the Tao of the Saber Tao. The expression in Xiao Chen's eyes became increasingly resolute. As he stared at the painting, he slowly became immersed in it, forgetting some things. He forgot about his flawless Saber Tao, where he was, and his original purpose. It was like he had entered the painting, becoming entranced. Whoosh! After some time, the painting before Xiao Chun burst into flames. He startled awake, feeling like he was dreaming. Just earlier, he felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he turned into stone, flowing water, and a tall mountain in one moment. It was not that his soul had been imprisoned. Instead, he had really turned into a tall mountain and flowing water. In the dream, he could feel the majesty of the mountain, the joy of the water, the tranquility of the trees, and all sorts of emotions. In the dream, Xiao Chun had forgotten everything. Now that he suddenly startled awake, the painting before him burned. Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward, wanting to put out the flame. This was something that the faux god had given him. It was hard to say how much it was worth. The crucial thing was that the faux god had not stated clearly whether he had given it to Xiao Chun or not. If the other party wanted it back, Xiao Chun would feel like crying. However, the flame burned too quickly. By the time Xiao Chun reacted, the painting had already burned up, turning into ashes. The demon blood vulture slowly descended from the sky. Xiao Chun sighed helplessly and asked, "How long did I comprehend the Tao for?" "Master, you maintained that strange posture for a total of 10 days. Just 10 days? Why do I feel like several hundred years have passed?" Xiao Chun said softly, feeling disappointed and frustrated. Then, he looked at his surroundings again, feeling very mysterious. The entire ice-fire wasteland seemed different to his eyes. As he looked around curiously, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that this world was truly different. Without any effort, he could feel the flow of everything. He could even see the wind. The wind was formless. Without any reference, it would be impossible to discover it. However, in Xiao Chun's eyes, the wind was like a child jumping around. This feeling was very mysterious. Although his combat prowess did not increase, the wondrous feeling was indescribable. Unfortunately, my Saber Dao domain is still lacking. I feel that I should be able to grasp the Saber Dao domain. If the faux god gives me pointers, I will be able to immediately comprehend it. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture. He was shocked to discover that the demon blood vulture's eyes had turned completely golden. A faint golden line appeared on all of its tail feathers. Its appearance seemed to have changed slightly. "What is this?" "Many thanks for Master's help. My mutated bloodline seems to have improved. I feel like I'm reverting to my ancestors. Right now, my strength is 50% higher than 10 days ago." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Your improvement is even greater than mine. I don't dare to compare myself to Master." The demon blood vulture now submitted to Xiao Chun. No matter how cocky it was, it did not dare to appear before Xiao Chun. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He looked at the wasteland under his feet and muttered, "Strange. Why do I feel like the ground is moving up and down like waves?" "No, Master." Chapter 21:38. After comprehending all things rejoicing together, Xiao Chun felt like he gained a new ability that allowed him to see through the essence of all things. However, Xiao Chun grasped martial and soul as one, allowing him to bring out more than 100% of his strength without any worries. The demon blood vulture reminded Xiao Chun. Then, the wind blew on the ashes of the painting, revealing a scarlet light. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, the blood flowed into Xiao Chun's palm. His palm immediately gave off a scarlet light, and images of mountains, rivers, white clouds, and wild cranes flashed in his mind. Xiao Chun saw through the underground in a nearly transparent manner. Aside from the flame veins, he even saw several hidden ores and divine materials. In that instant, Xiao Chun saw through the entire ice-fire wasteland. The ground turned transparent in his eyes. Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he bent over and touched the ground with one hand. Does Senior Shimu know about this? When the ashes completely dissipated, a drop of blood was revealed. Strange? Xiao Chun thought for a while. He could take this opportunity to absorb it and nurture his heavenly snow divine flame and universe origin true flame. How cold! If I did not have the alloy battle armor to protect me, I would have committed a great taboo by coming down like this. As Xiao Chun muttered to himself, he raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. The ground rippled like waves in his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Chun let go. He had already recorded a map in his mind. His veritable essence, energy, surged and scattered the ice. Xiao Chun felt some lingering fear. He had only descended 10 kilometers, and he had not gone far before he ran into a problem. Just this point alone allowed him to surpass many half-step sovereign emperors. Whoosh! Right now, Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy. It turned out that the ice continent of the ice-fire wasteland contained 18 crisscrossing flame veins. Blood represented hatred, anger, and pain, which often brought about negative emotions. However, the feeling that this drop of blood brought about was very strange but not evil. When the blood merged with his palm and all the images disappeared from his mind, a saber technique appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. All things rejoicing together. The deeper one went, the harder the ice became. After reaching a depth of 10,000 meters, the hardness of the underground ice was comparable to divine materials. Even an Imperial King expert would find it difficult to force their way through. The same scene appeared twice. Even if it was really a hallucination, there was definitely something strange about it. As a crack appeared on the ground, Xiao Chun jumped down without hesitation. For ordinary martial artists, being able to display 80% of their strength was already extremely impressive. Those who could display 100% were few and far between. The alloy battle armor was now a 2-star. Raising the alloy battle armor star rank was an extremely arduous task. Xiao Chun needed a vast amount of divine materials. Then, he had to hand the gloves to the Heavenly Alliance to use a secret method to refine them. After carefully comprehending the fiendish saber inheritance, Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and looked at his left hand. In addition to martial and spirit as one, and my many trump cards, my true strength right now, I should be between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor. However, I have never seen a true false emperor before, so it is not easy to test my true strength. The instant Xiao Chun raised his hand, the various mysterious phenomena vanished. The ice-fire wasteland returned to normal in Xiao Chen's eyes. As Xiao Chen watched, one of the 9 stars around the divine characters lit up when the blood stopped flowing. Why did the painting burn? It was not just Xiao Chun who was comprehending it. The mountains and rivers in the painting also improved rapidly. Xiao Chun suddenly startled awake. All things had spirits. The mountains and rivers in the painting that Senior Shimu gave him all turned into fiends. Shimu was the one who gave Xiao Chun the painting. Clearly, the fiend blood had such a miraculous effect because of Senior Shimu's opportunity. Many cracks immediately appeared in the ground. Xiao Chen's gentle palm strike shook the wasteland for 5,000 kilometers around, as terrifying as an earthquake. The ice-fire wasteland had existed for many epochs. It was very normal for true divine materials to be born there. Clearly, the wasteland did not really move like waves. The ground was still flat. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and touched the ground with one hand. The scarlet divine characters on the back of his right glove suddenly released a red light that seeped into the ground. Right now, the only problem was how to enter the ice-fire wastelands underground. Whoosh! Did I see wrong? I vaguely obtained a fiendish saber inheritance. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the ground again and activated the scarlet divine characters. A wondrous scene appeared again. Senior Shimu truly lives up to his reputation. Under the wasteland made of ice, there were 18 flames that looked like blood vessels, crisscrossing in the underground, forming a complicated network. It's here. However, the painting could no longer support these creatures. So it burned up, leaving only this drop of fiend blood. This place was a weak node in the complex underground. A single move would cause the entire body to move. There would always be weak points in the vast ice-fire wasteland. As long as one found the weak points and connected them together, one could enter the underground. Master, what is that? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After some thought, he said, "Now that I am a peak sovereign personage and comprehended this fiendish saber, all things rejoicing together, a heaven-defying sovereign personage is no longer a match for me. My cultivation is already close to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. I just have not merged my Dao domain and soul energy to form a divine seal." Xiao Chun needed to figure out what was going on with this drop of fiend blood. What a mysterious feeling. Xiao Chun looked carefully and saw that the ground had indeed not moved. He could not help finding it strange. What was going on? Xiao Chun had already asked around about Shi Mu in the Holy Domain's divine capital. He knew that this senior was an extremely strong foe god. Shi Mu's saber techniques were superb. He could be considered the peak of peak among peak foe god bladesmen. On the contrary, there was a trace of gentleness that did not repel him. Xiao Chun felt startled. He had never experienced such a thing before. It looked like he had to meet senior Shi Mu after he returned. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. Right now, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and Universe Origin True Flame had both reached rank 5. After looking around to verify his surroundings, Xiao Chun coldly smacked the ground with his palm. This is the blood of the legendary mountain and river spirits. Xiao Chun could bring out more than 100% of his strength only under special conditions or with the help of medicinal pills. He could not avoid the side effects. No wonder it is called the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Perhaps the true core of this continent is the 18 yin-yang flame veins. After thousands or tens of thousands of years, they form this Ice-Fire Wasteland. The ground is the ice continent, and the sky is empty with snowflakes made of flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun released his hand, and his figure flashed. Then he arrived at a seemingly ordinary spot. This immediately startled Xiao Chun. His alloy battle armor had already reached 2-star. What was the origin of this drop of blood left behind after the painting burned? Crack, crack. However, Xiao Chun had used the divine characters dyed red by the fiend blood to see through the entire Ice-Fire Wasteland. To him, this was not too difficult. Furthermore, this inheritance was even stronger than Lubin Wei's, as Xiao Chun had obtained a drop of fiend blood, perfectly obtaining his unique inheritance. The fluctuations that Xiao Chun saw earlier were actually flame energy surging and expanding underground. That energy was extremely horrifying. It felt like it could topple the entire Ice-Fire Wasteland at any moment, shattering it. However, a drop of fiend blood actually raised the alloy battle armor by 1 grade. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one needed to spend large amounts of faux god coins to exchange for all sorts of flames to raise the grade of a flame. However, Xiao Chun grasped martial and soul as one, merging the will of soul and the will of martial Dao. He could easily bring out 100% of his combat prowess. With some effort, he could bring out 120%, even 150% of his strength. However, since Xiao Chun was already here, there was no reason for him to shrink back. However, Xiao Chun did not pay attention to all this. He only focused on finding the weak spots underground. That drop of blood merged with Xiao Chun's palm. Then, the Heavenly Alliance's insignia, formed by 7 pieces of gold, started flowing like blood on the back of his alloy battle armor. Earlier, Xiao Chun had sensed that these 18 flame veins were yin and yang. 9 flame veins represented extreme cold, and the other 9 were contradictory extreme heat. When Xiao Chun landed, a chill assaulted him from all directions. A layer of frost covered the alloy battle armor. With every few steps, the frost turned into ice, slowing Xiao Chun's movements somewhat. Crack! Unexpectedly, the painting that fiendish saber Shi Mu gave Xiao Chun hit a strange drop of blood. Chapter 2139. The earlier palm strike struck the node of this 50 kilometers of desolate plain, shaking the ground and creating large cracks. After he landed, he found himself in front of a newly formed underground tunnel. Then, according to his memory, Xiao Chun found this tunnel. According to his memory, Xiao Chun advanced through the many branches of the underground ice tunnel. Xiao Chun moved very slowly. As it was too cold, he had to stop occasionally to remove the eyes from his alloy battle armor. 1 hour later, a dead end appeared in front of Xiao Chun, blocked by a thick layer of ice. At this depth, the underground ice was already as hard as divine material. Logically speaking, it should be very hard to break. However, if Xiao Chun did not go the wrong way, the ice wall in front should be a weak spot. Xiao Chun soared into the air and punched. He immediately felt his palm go numb, which was very uncomfortable. The ice blocking the way only left a faint mark, not much of a ripple. Did I remember wrongly? Xiao Chun let out a soft cry of surprise. Then, he prepared to throw another punch. Kassier! Kassier! Cracks appeared in the ice wall in front. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the formation in the alloy battle armor activated automatically, forming a lightning shield in front of him. Pa! However, it was still too late. Pa! The impact of the explosion instantly knocked Xiao Chun into the air. The entire underground once again shook violently. The ice above their heads seemed to be swaying as well, and pieces of ice and rocks kept falling off. Xiao Chun relaxed his hands and took a look. Then, his expression changed slightly as he executed the divine firmament 9 variations. Like a sudden clap of thunder, he dashed towards the open passageway in front of him. Just as he disappeared, a figure appeared in front of him. The instant he disappeared, the ice wall behind him collapsed. When Xiao Chun looked back, the path he had come in was completely blocked. The terrain changed again. It will probably be difficult to turn back now. When Xiao Chun jumped down, he did not think too much about it. Now, he discovered that it was indeed a problem. I should continue. As long as I can benefit the heavenly snow, divine flame, and the universe origin true flame, it will all be worth it. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Chun broke through the weak points one by one and connected them together, going deeper and deeper. The terrain fluctuated for a few times. The fighters who were training above ice and snow wilderness were all scared and didn't know what had happened. Found it. After a few twists and turns, Xiao Chun finally found a flame vein after walking underground for 6 hours. When Xiao Chun lowered his head and looked down, the surging flame vein was pure and dense. It was like a surging river flowing continuously. Even though Xiao Chun was 10,000 li high up in the sky, he could still feel the surging heat waves assaulting his face. Fortunately, he had alloy battle armor. Alloy was different from other divine materials, and it could not withstand heat. If the armor was made of other divine materials, even a postnatal divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not only that, but the alloy war armor also had a very good heat insulation effect, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Such pure flame energy. Pleasant surprise filled Xiao Chun's eyes. He could not truly feel it when he was above ground. However, when he observed it up close, Xiao Chun knew that he had picked up a treasure. As long as Xiao Chun could absorb 1/10 of the flame in this flame vein, his universe origin true flame would probably immediately advance to rank 6. That would save him at least 100,000 faux god coins. As Xiao Chun stood above, his emotions fluctuated. He still felt like he was dreaming. He really had to thank the person controlling the mastiff to kill him. If not for that person, how could he have comprehended all things rejoicing together? How could he have comprehended the painting and obtained that drop of fiend blood? Otherwise, without the help of the fiend blood, Xiao Chun would not dare to say that he was a faux god. No matter how strong a divine vein realm sovereign emperor was, it would take at least 100 years to reach this place. Of course, it was more likely that they could not sense the 18 flame veins under the ice-fire wasteland. Boom! Xiao Chun opened his palm, and a clump of golden flame appeared. This was the universe origin true, flame's origin flame, the heavenly flame that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. Go! Xiao Chun gently pushed, and this clump of origin flame slowly descended, hovering above the flame vein. The flame vein surged endlessly like a gushing river. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged, and his soul energy surged. Immediately, the origin flame spun endlessly. A suction force was emitted, and a loud sound rang out. Waves of fire surged up from the flame vein below, rushing towards the origin flame. The primordial true fire's origin flame was like a cultivator absorbing source liquid. It excitedly absorbed and refined the flames of the flame vein below. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and circulated his energy, unhurriedly controlling the universe origin true flame's origin flame to absorb and refine the flame in the flame vein below. How slow! 1 hour later, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The flame vein was vast and boundless. It was like the sea. Although the origin flame absorbed it quickly, it was still insignificant. At this rate, Xiao Chun would need to spend 2 or 3 years before he could absorb a tenth of this flame vein. No, I can't wait that long. Determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he stood up and looked at the flame vein, entering deep thought. The flame vein surged and surged nonstop. Where was it heading? Are the other flame veins also surging endlessly, gathering in the same direction? If I can find the location where these flame veins gather, I can save a lot of effort. However, just this one flame vein was somewhat unbearable. How horrifying would the location where 18 flame veins gathered be? Go for it. After hesitating for only a second, Xiao Chun made up his mind. He leaped up and withdrew the universe origin true flame's origin flame into his body, then jumped into the flame vein. Whoosh! The flame vein surged at least 10 times faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. Amid the surging flame, Xiao Chun used his veritable essence energy to fully activate the alloy battle armor, allowing himself to avoid being swallowed up by the flame vein. That was close. Fortunately, my alloy battle armor has reached 2-star. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure it. Using the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chun barely managed to endure the flame vein's torrent. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. All that remained was to follow the flow of the flame vein and enter the place where the 18 flame veins gathered. As time passed, Xiao Chun found it increasingly unbearable. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, he could not withstand it. Even with the alloy battle armor, his physical body was already bright red, looking like it was about to be cooked. Xiao Chun knew that he was getting closer to the other flame veins. The greatest challenge would be when the other flame veins gathered. The 18 flame veins were split into yin and yang. 9 were extreme yin and 9 were extreme yang. They crisscrossed, appearing complicated and ever-changing. Master, your alloy battle armor seems to be softening. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. When he looked carefully, he saw that the alloy battle armor was indeed slowly softening. Such a discovery immediately flustered Xiao Chun. This was the alloy battle armor's self-protection method. If the alloy battle armor could not endure it in the end, it would liquefy and flow back into the gloves. At that time, Xiao Chun would be in big trouble. What should I do? Without the protection of the alloy battle armor, I will melt in less than 7 minutes in this flame vein. Even if the acquired divine body awakened once, it was still a body of flesh and blood. Unless one was a true, pure-blooded true dragon, one would not be able to endure such heat waves. The rate at which the alloy battle armor softened suddenly increased. This startled Xiao Chun. Oh no, I'm about to reach the place where the 18 flame veins gather. It's over. I'm going to die in this damn place. The alloy battle armor softened into a silver liquid and slowly flowed back into the gloves. However, Xiao Chun still headed for the flame veins involuntarily. The 18 flame veins that swept through the entire ice-fire wasteland gathered here. Just one flame vein was already somewhat unbearable for Xiao Chun. Now, he was at the place where the 18 flame veins gathered and had lost the protection of the alloy battle armor. How could he survive? With this thought, Xiao Chun felt that his life would end here. His physical body grew hotter. Xiao Chen's consciousness turned blurry from the roasting, and his breathing became weak. In his daze, Xiao Chen's physical body sank continuously. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Xiao Chun understood that the 18 flame veins had completely gathered together. Then he fainted. In his daze, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and discovered that he was at the bottom of a lake. His physical body was swimming slowly. I'm not dead. 9 flame veins were about to roast me to death. To think that 18 flame veins gathered and did not kill me on the spot. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a clear lake. Am I dead or alive? Why am I hallucinating? The place where the 18 flame veins gathered is actually a lake? Chapter 2140. Illusion or reality? The ice-fire wasteland, where the 18 flame veins gathered, was actually a clear lake. The light and shadow were mottled, and the lake water was distorted. It was both a dream and an illusion. Xiao Chun was bewildered. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Feeling confused, Xiao Chun suddenly discovered that the little demonic qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in his body were circulating on their own, forming a weak taiji force field around him. A taiji diagram even appeared under his feet. He didn't die. Xiao Chun was sure that he wasn't dead. Everything he saw was real and not an illusion. Slowly calming down, Zhang Xian looked around and fell into deep thought. This lake is not water in the ordinary sense, Xiao Chun suddenly understood. 9 flame veins were extreme yin, and 9 flame veins were extreme yang. The place where yin and yang met was actually a stretch of primal chaos. In reality, it contained chaotic force, making it extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person tried to sneak in recklessly, they would definitely die. His yin and yang would definitely be reversed, and he would not be able to control everything about his body. In the best-case scenario, he would suffer from cultivation deviation. In the worst-case scenario, he would die within the chaotic flame vein. The only reason he could survive was because of the taiji force field. Xiao Chun separated the flame veins, which were in a state of primal chaos, into yin and yang. Then, he found a place where the 18 flame veins gathered. I see. Xiao Chun had a look of realization. The scene before him was an eye-opener. When the 18 flame veins gathered, the primal chaos it produced was actually clear lake water. No one else would be able to imagine this, let alone enjoy the scenery as calmly as he did. Danger lurked everywhere in the primal chaos. One option was to forcefully break through and reach the faux god realm. Otherwise, only Xiao Chun could do it, breaking through force with skill and separating yin and yang, balancing the 9 extreme yin flame veins and 9 extreme yang flame veins. Good chance. Here, I can cultivate the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. Moreover, I can comprehend the Tao here and increase my cultivation. It's equivalent to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Chun calmly analyzed in his heart. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Swoosh! He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees, palms facing the sky. In the next moment, the heavenly snow divine flame's origin flame in his left hand burned, and the universe origin true flame's origin flame appeared in his right hand. The 2 primal chaos grade flames began to absorb the yin attributed and yang attributed flames in the lake at the same time. The Tai Chi diagram beneath them gradually became clearer. As the flame in Xiao Chun's palm grew stronger, the Taiji diagram beneath him gave off a faint light that looked solid. Xiao Chun closed his eyes. At some point in time, 2 balls of origin source appeared in his palm. As if it had come to life, it swam down agilely like a fish. The flame veins chased each other in the water, forming an even more realistic taiji force field that frenziedly absorbed the flame vein's essence. After an unknown period of time, sparks appeared at the bottom of the clear lake. These sparks were like stars shining at the bottom of the water. When it saw Xiao Chun, it swam toward him like a moth flying into a flame. They were densely packed and layered upon one another. Xiao Chun was completely unaware that he was comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the lake and had sunk into a rather profound state. All the injuries on his body had recovered, and his condition was like that of a baby in his mother's womb. It was indescribably mysterious. The ice-fire wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. The periphery occupied half of the area. Previously, Xiao Chun had been hunting mastiffs in the periphery. People called him the dog-killing mad demon, one of the tyrants of the periphery. The inner area of the ice-fire wasteland was a mysterious frost forest. Many ice crystals wrapped in silver grew there. These ice crystals looked like crystals, transparent and crystalline. Their entire bodies were covered in white snow, giving them an ancient and heavy feel. Every tree was at least 10,000 years old. Many crafty and strong foe beasts lived in them. Half-step sovereign emperor experts or other sovereign personages who dare to take risks would come here for experiential training. Experiential training here was much more dangerous than in the periphery. One could die at any moment. Although the inner area was dangerous, most people understood it or had occasionally gone in for experiential training. However, the core of the Icefire Wasteland was extremely mysterious. Many people did not even know what the core looked like. Only the true experts among sovereign personages dared to venture deep into the core and take the risk. On this day, a group of people arrived at the periphery of the Icefire Wasteland's core. These were the Universe Origin sect disciples who mocked Shao Chun for killing dogs back then. All of them had extraordinary appearances, standing out from the crowd. The leader, Feng Xiaobai, looked the most elegant. "Senior Brother Feng, we have arrived." This group of people exuded strong, killing chi. Clearly, they had experienced many dangerous battles here. Feng Xiaobai remained silent as he looked to the front. A vast and boundless sea of fire lay before him. Outsiders would not be able to imagine that the center of this continent made of ice was actually an extremely horrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire surged, alternating between hot and cold, looking extremely strange. The surging heat materialized many mysterious phenomena. Just a wave surging over was equivalent to a peak strike from a half-step sovereign emperor. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The scariest thing was that the sea of fire had yet to separate yin and yang. It was filled with primal chaos, unfathomable and impossible to deal with. Feng Xiaobai showed an extremely cautious expression as he faced this sea of fire. Needless to say, the other disciples were even more cautious. Most of the Universe Origin sect disciples were skilled with the Fire Dao. Many of them even comprehended the Fire Dao domain. But it was useless. In this sea of flames, yin and yang had yet to be separated, and everything was chaotic. The slightest carelessness would cause one to burn while playing with fire. Thus, they had to be even more careful than those who were not proficient in the Tao of Fire. It looks like the people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace are one step ahead of us. After looking around, Feng Xiaobai muttered to himself as he looked at the sea of fire. "Senior Martial Brother, don't worry. The Ice-Fire Divine Origin won't be born anytime soon. It's useless even if they go." Feng Xiaobai said softly, "I'm not worried about that. I'm just afraid that these people will work together in advance. Never mind. Let's take out the Yin-Yang Flame, Parrying Pearl, and enter as well." At this moment, Feng Xiaobai thought of having the alloy battle armor again. The group of people took out their fire-repelling pearls and placed them in their mouths. Immediately, a bright and dark-colored enchantment appeared around them. So. With the yin-yang fire parrying pearl, the few of them were able to step into the sea of fire without worry. Otherwise, staying in there for too long would be suicide. It was the same for the other super forces. They all had similar secret treasures. Otherwise, in this sea of fire, not to mention preserving one's strength, even surviving would be a problem. As the sea of fire surged, the group advanced cautiously. Although there was no rush to obtain the Ice-Fire Divine Origin, the other three super factions had already taken the lead. They could not delay any longer. Feng Xiaobai's strength was outstanding, so he led the way. Occasionally, huge waves surged over. The surging flames looked horrifying, looking like they would swallow up the world. They were like the ferocious maw of a huge void beast. Bang! Every time a fierce wave surged over, Feng Xiaobai did not dodge. He simply threw a palm strike with a cold expression. The originally gentle, elegant, and handsome Feng Xiaobai seemed like a completely different person when he attacked. He was like a wild beast, his aura bursting out as he threw a palm strike. The palm wind containing the Tao roared ferociously, erupting with thousands of light images. The light images were like swords, as resplendent as the sun. They forcefully split the fierce waves, not dodging at all. "Senior brother, junior brother Liu can't hold on any longer. When Feng Xiaobai looked back, he saw that a disciple had accidentally cracked his fire-parrying pearl. When the primal chaos flames invaded the disciple, he immediately found it extremely unbearable, unable to advance or retreat. Feng Xiaobai only glanced at the disciple before saying indifferently, "End your own life." That disciple immediately showed an anxious expression. "Senior brother, save me. You got careless, and you wanted to save you? If I save you now, how are you going to fight the others when we reach Flame Island?" Feng Xiaobai did not have any intention of saving that disciple. He said indifferently, "If you are not following, then just accompany him." The others immediately felt very anxious. They ignored their companion, whose fire-parrying pearl had been broken, and quickly followed Feng Xiaobai. Senior brother. That person's voice sounded very shrill, flustering the others. However, Feng Xiaobai's expression did not change at all. These people risked following him because they wanted to obtain the Ice-Fire Divine Origin and obtain the corresponding benefits. Since that was the case, they should know to bear the risks themselves. After half a day, Feng Xiaobai used another palm strike to split the fierce waves. The indistinct figures of some people appeared at the limits of his vision amid the heat waves. "We are almost there." Feng Xiaobai put in more effort and increased his speed. Afterimages appeared behind him. The afterimages were like fire, burning fiercely like intense flames. Soon, the scene at the limits of his vision appeared before Feng Xiaobai. Many average-sized islands appeared in front. When he counted them, there were 18 of them. Technically, it would be more appropriate to call them submerged reefs. This was because these islands only had a radius of 100 meters. The smaller ones were only 10 meters wide. However, these submerged reefs were very important to these people. Yin and Yang were everywhere in the primal chaos flame sea. There was no pattern to it. It would be extreme Yin at one moment and extreme Yang at another, making it exceptionally uncomfortable. Only the submerged reefs had fixed Yin and Yang, either extreme Yin or extreme Yang. Only by stepping on the submerged reefs could one truly gain a foothold. At this moment, many people occupied the various islands. When these people saw Feng Xiaobai appear, their expressions changed at the same time. In the faux god world, reaching Sovereign Emperor meant that one's cultivation had reached perfection and one needed to leave. After the many old people left, Feng Xiaobai could be said to be the leader of the Universe Origin Sex group. Everyone had experienced Feng Xiaobai's strength long ago. His ruthlessness inspired fear. After Feng Xiaobai stood still, he casually glanced around, and his face immediately sank. Whoosh! The other Universe Origin Sect disciples behind Feng Xiaobai slowly caught up. When they saw this, they immediately cursed. 18 submerged reefs of various sizes were occupied. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple occupied all 18 submerged reefs, not leaving a single one for the Universe Origin Sect. Indeed, these people had reached an agreement in advance. The thing that Xiao Chan worried about the most happened. Feng Xiaobai showed a cold expression as he gently flung his sleeves. He said, "Everyone, are you going to give up some islands on your own initiative? Or do you want this Feng to make a move and start a massacre?" Chapter 2141. Will everyone take the initiative to give up some islands? Or will this Feng make a move and start a massacre? Feng Xiaobai's words sounded very threatening. At this moment, the three clans each occupied 6 of the 18 submerged reefs. They had rested for many days, building up their strength. Compared to the travel-worn Feng Xiaobai and the others, who rushed over, they were in much better condition. In reality, even if Feng Xiaobai and the others were in perfect condition, the leaders of the other 3 clans would not fear them. However, this Feng Xiaobai was a ruthless person. When he attacked, he did not hold back. Once Feng Xiaobai set his sights on someone, he would fight to the death. He was as difficult to deal with as a madman, giving others a headache. Aside from Feng Xiaobai, the others also saw that the Universe Origin Sect had sent several experts. The two people beside Feng Xiaobai were the top 10 universe origin sect disciples in the faux god world. They were half-step sovereign emperors. Their Tao domains merged with their souls and formed divine seals. The rest were heaven-defying sovereign personages. Without exception, they were all elites. With the three clans working together, they could suppress the other side. However, if a fight broke out, it would be problematic. Someone might even die. The leaders of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple discussed with each other and gave up 3 islands. When Feng Xiaobai saw the situation, he snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Obtaining 3 islands was already pretty good. After all, his side had arrived late, so he could not blame others. If a fight really broke out, aside from Feng Xiaobai and his 2 half-step Sovereign Emperor Junior brothers, the others would not have a good ending. With the 3 clans working together, they could crush them. Everyone, get on the island and recover your strength first. Whoosh! After Feng Xiaobai and the others landed on the island, they immediately took out the Yin-Yang fire parting pearls. Then they sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered the veritable essence energy they exhausted along the way. At the same time, they warily watched the other 3 clans. 2 people stood side by side on the largest island occupied by the Bushin Palace. One person wore fluttering white robes and had a scarlet mark on his forehead, giving off a cold and sinister aura. The other person wore azure and showed off his sharpness, appearing unruly and unruly. One of these 2 was by Yunfei, the White Marsh Beast Empire's by Clan Young Master. The other was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The 2 of them had some grudges with Xiao Chun, and they both appeared in the Void God realm. Xiahou looked at Feng Xiaobai, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This Feng Xiaobai is really arrogant and despotic. He is not a royal court disciple of the Tianwu dynasty, yet he dares to be so unbridled before us." Bai Yunfei said indifferently, "Although he is not a member of the royal family, the Feng clan of the Tianwu dynasty is the head of the 4 great clans. Currently, the clan head is conferred the title of Prince Jin. More importantly, the Feng family's position in the primordial sect is firm. Their patriarch is one of the 8 flame protectors of the primordial sect. His status is not much lower than that of the royal family's disciples. Compared to the 2 of us?" Xiahou said disdainfully. Bai Yunfei said after some thought, "It's hard to say. The crucial thing is that the other 2 clans might not be on the same side as us. That Mu Yunzhu is not someone to offend. If we fight rashly and he sneak attacks us, all our efforts will be for naught. That Baldy Yuanjun is not someone to be trifled with." The leaders of the 4 superforces were all scheming people. They did not trust each other too much. Everyone came for the Ice-Fire Divine Origin. However, there was only one Ice-Fire Divine Origin. At that time, they would definitely fight over it. Of the 18 submerged reefs, 9 were extreme Yin and 9 extreme Yang, forming a circle in the vast flame sea. This place was the core of the entire Ice-Fire Wasteland. The Ice-Fire Divine Origin was born here. Senior Brother Mu, what exactly is this Ice-Fire Divine Origin? A disciple on the profound Heaven Holy Land submerged reef asked Mu Yunzhu. Mu Yunzhu looked around and replied softly, "The Ice-Fire Divine Origin is similar to the origin liquid we exchange for in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, it is of a much higher grade. It can be said to be the embodiment of the entire Ice-Fire Wasteland's essence. It is born only once every 3 years. Compared to ordinary origin liquid, its quality is 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times higher. More importantly, origin liquid does not have an attribute. However, this Ice-Fire Divine Origin contains an attribute. If you cultivate one of the great Tao in it, the wondrous effects you will obtain are simply indescribable. There was once a person who instantly broke through the bottleneck of his Tao domain after refining one of the divine origin. That was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Do you think it is precious or not? Furthermore, It comes from the same source as ice and fire. When two completely contradictory attributes are combined, it is something worth studying in the first place. Even if you do not use it, you can sell it to a faux god expert and obtain boundless benefits. The person who asked the question immediately felt an irrepressible desire. Unexpectedly, the ice-fire divine origin was such a wondrous item with a startling value. If it were not startling, it would not have attracted the experts of the four superfactions. Mu Yinzhu remained rather calm. He said seriously, "Don't overthink. The people from the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple are not easy to deal with. It is hard to say whether they can obtain the ice-fire divine origin or not." As Mu Yinzhu spoke, he glanced at Bai Yunfei, deep fear flashing in his eyes. If Fang Xiaobai was a mad dog that no one dared to offend, then this Bai Yunfei was a venomous snake. Even sovereign emperors feared his thousand-taste red. The poison could penetrate deep into the soul. If one was not careful, one would be consigned to eternal damnation. Then, Mu Yinzhu looked at the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks. All of them looked benevolent. However, he knew that they were not kind people. In this vast flame sea, the monks who cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body had the greatest advantage in terms of their physical bodies. The leaders of the four factions all harbored strange thoughts. They all feared each other, thinking of how to snatch the ice-fire divine origin that was about to appear. Rumble! Suddenly, the 18 submerged reefs started shaking. 18 pillars of fire soared into the sky from the surrounding sea of fire. The fiery light was as dazzling as mercury. After they soared into the sky, they spread out like fireworks. The sky immediately looked very beautiful, like thousands of flowers blooming. Fang Xiaobai, Xiahou Zun, Mu Yunzhu, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jun all showed joy on their faces. Then, they turned extremely grave. After waiting for 10 days, this sunny day has finally arrived. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jun said softly as he looked at the beautiful sky. A sunny day was a sign of the ice-fire divine origin's birth. With a sunny day, the ice-fire divine origin would not be far from appearing. Everyone, be careful. If the flames that fall later are not small, you might lose your life. In the great Thousand Realms, anyone who is overly beautiful would avoid it. This sunny day was no exception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the fireworks fell, the disciples of the four superfactions started executing their various means, either dodging or forcibly scattering the falling fireworks. A loud sound immediately erupted. An inconspicuous wisp of flame suddenly appeared. The seemingly unremarkable clump of flames actually rivaled the peak strike of a half-step sovereign emperor. Some of them even surpassed it. Of the four super factions, the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks were the most relaxed. These monks all cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body cultivation technique. The advantage of their physical bodies was evident. They could even endure this flame head-on without much problem. Whoosh! The fireworks slowly scattered, and gurgling sounds came from the center of the 18 submerged reefs. Closely following that, a beam of light soared into the sky and scattered the sunny day. "It's coming," Fang Xiaobai said after some thought, raising his guard to the highest. The ice-fire divine origin was about to be born. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The surrounding disciples all showed grave expressions. Their auras had already started clashing in secret, causing the flame sea to surge and roar. Waves surged up and down, rising and falling. All sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared in the surroundings. However, the group remained unmoved, showing calm expressions. Even when the flame waves surged over like ferocious beasts, they did not move at all, only staring at the sea region where the pillar of light was. It seemed like something was slowly rising in the flaming sea region, bathed in the golden pillar of light. Soon, this item charged out of the flame sea, revealing a corner. It was a budding lotus flower. The two-colored flames and leaves were wrapped together in layers, flickering with two-colored flowing lights, attracting people's wild and fanciful thoughts. To think that there are 360 lotus leaves. The ice fire divine origin that is born this time is probably the most in the past 1,000 years. The previous time the ice fire divine origin was born, there were less than 100 lotus leaves. That was already very rare. This time, there are 360 lotus leaves. This is probably the limit of what the ice fire wasteland can produce. There is nothing stronger than this. After seeing the number of lotus leaves, Mu Yunju and the others became utterly excited, their hearts thumping wildly. Their eyes flickered with a fiery light, filled with desire. The universe origin sex Feng Xiaobai thought coldly, to think that it is the most in the past 1,000 years. I have to obtain this ice fire divine origin. After obtaining the fire divine origin, my universe origin true flame will definitely advance from rank 6 to rank 7. While Feng Xiaobai thought this, the others were thinking the same. After going through so much trouble to come to this dangerous flame sea, they actually found the best ice fire divine origin in the past 1,000 years. No one was willing to hand it over. Everyone was determined to obtain it. The lotus petals fell off one by one, and the ice fire divine origin was about to reveal itself. Everyone held their breath at this moment. However, when all the lotus petals fell off, a person sat cross-legged on a lotus platform amid the bright light. Feng Xiaobai swallowed back the words attack that he was about to say, completely flabbergasted. What the heck? Where's the ice fire divine origin? It was not just Feng Xiaobai. Anyone who saw a person sitting on a lotus that gave birth to the divine origin would be flabbergasted, their brains short-circuiting. Chapter 2142. What's going on? Based on the pattern of the past, shouldn't the ice fire divine origin appear when the lotus flower bloomed? Why is there a person? Everyone was stunned. They could not understand what was going on. Where's the ice fire divine origin? Who could tell me what's going on? Heavens! Why is there a person living in the lotus flower? This feeling was driving them crazy. Originally, there were 360 lotus petals. The ice fire divine origin that blossomed should have been the greatest in the past 1,000 years. Feng Xiaobai and the others were already incredibly excited, waiting for the moment the lotus flower bloomed to take action. However, that was not the case at all. Their moods immediately changed. Senior Brother Feng. He is the dog-killing mad demon, the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun. Someone beside Feng Xiaobai shouted as he pointed at Xiao Chun after recognizing him. Bai Yunfei and Xiao Zun exchanged glances. The two knew that Xiao Chun had joined the Heavenly Alliance and that he was in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, they did not care about him. After more than a year, Xiao Chun had vanished without a trace. No one cared about breaking the Trial Tower's record. Why is this fellow here? Xiao Zun asked, feeling suspicious. Of course, Bai Yunfei could not explain it. No matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out how Xiao Chun came out of the lotus flower. We just need to capture him and ask him clearly, Bai Yunfei said indifferently. Back then, when Xiao Chun escaped from his hands in Cloudwater Marsh, he had embarrassed himself before the Dragon God Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, they met again in such a manner. Xiao Zun said indifferently, "That's true. We just need to capture him and interrogate him. This way, we can settle old and new grudges together." On the lotus platform, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, feeling warm all over. As he looked around, his heart skipped a beat, filled with doubt and confusion. He had been cultivating and comprehending the Tao in the water, refining the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. He found it boundlessly profound, forgetting about everything else. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. He could not understand it. Xiao Chun felt very warm and comfortable. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly heard the sound of wind. It was Xiao Hozuan making the first move. Xiao Chun ruthlessly threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun. This palm was boundlessly domineering and contained a powerful aura of the Great Path. Its body was supported by the might of the Great Path, and it was as heavy as a mountain and indestructible. The seemingly ordinary palm strike had, in fact, already unleashed its greatest power in a situation where it was caught off guard. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and did not understand what was going on. He reflexively threw a palm strike. Boom! A Taiji diagram appeared under the lotus platform. When the two palms clashed, a Taiji diagram appeared. Catching Xia Hozuan off guard, Xia Hozuan, who was charging over, was immediately blown away. On, xiao xiao on, he xiao chun on ti on. True xiao on, xiao on, fire true on xiao is xiao on, comma, this stunned Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who had just advanced from great perfection sovereign personage to peak sovereign personage, immediately reached peak consummation. Xiao Chen's cultivation reached consummation as a sovereign personage. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Chun estimated that even in the faux god world, he would need to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before he could truly reach consummation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had just broken through to great perfection sovereign personage before he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he reached consummation. Xiao Chun had an acquired divine body, a great desolate Ian bloodline, and cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation. Along the way to sovereign personage, Xiao Chun had accumulated a lot of accumulations. Once he reached consummation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he looked around again, not to mention the others' expressions of wanting to swallow him up. Just by Yun Fei, Xiao Zun, and Mu Yunju, these 3 old acquaintances will be more than enough to deal with. Although Xiao Chun did not understand what happened, since these 3 were here, there was no room for him to maneuver. When Xiao Zun landed, he looked at Xiao Chun with some shock. The ice-fire divine origin. He must have refined the ice-fire divine origin. Where did the ice-fire divine origin go? Be honest. Fang Xiaobai shouted as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. The murderous chi he exuded was somewhat terrifying. Mahaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. However, before Fang Xiaobai finished speaking, a Buddha swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a supreme killing Buddha descended from the sky. Bang! The instant the killing Buddha descended, it kicked up an overwhelming wave before it even attacked. The surging flame waves surged out in all directions. Immediately, the cultivators on the submerged reef had no choice but to dodge. Boom! When the killing Buddha made its move, the sea region turned completely chaotic. The surrounding cultivators were thrown into disarray. Xiao Chun took advantage of the chaos to stand up. As he hovered in the air, he turned his head to look at the lotus platform. After thinking for a while, he waved his right hand and placed the lotus platform in his storage ring. Divine Firmament 9 changes traceless lightning shadow. Leaving behind a faint purple mark, Xiao Chun leaped out of the encirclement and headed to the front. When everything calmed down, Fang Xiaobai and the others were in somewhat sorry states. They all showed rage on their faces. To think that this Xiao Chun dared to take the initiative to attack them. Xiao Chun was truly bold, seeking death for himself. Where is he? When everyone looked carefully, they discovered that Xiao Chen's figure had vanished. He was no longer where he had been. The expression of the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen changed slightly. The lotus platform was gone. In reality, this group of hidden spirit temple disciples did not come for the Ice-Fire Lotus platform, but for the Ice-Fire Lotus platform. However, now that the lotus platform was gone, they immediately felt flustered. He is there. He ran away. Someone shouted. When everyone looked back, they saw Xiao Chun quickly fleeing far away in the vast flame sea. After him, we absolutely cannot let him get away. If they let Xiao Chun escape from under their noses, they would be utterly embarrassed. If word of this got out, they would become a huge joke. Where's this place? Xiao Chun, who was quickly moving forward, frowned slightly. He did not get far in the vast flame sea, but he was startled. The flame sea did not differentiate between yin and yang. The extreme yin and extreme yang flowed without any pattern. There was no way to resist it. Xiao Chun quickly activated the alloy battle armor. Fortunately, the softened alloy battle armor had already recovered. With a thought, the 2-star alloy battle armor instantly covered Xiao Chun, blocking most of the heat wave. When the alloy battle armor covered his entire body, Xiao Chun released his bated breath. However, his expression remained grave. None of the large group of people behind him were easy to deal with. There were at least 10 half-step sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Feng Xiaobai and the others. Even though Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly, he was not confident of victory. What exactly happened for this group of peak outstanding talents to gather here? Xiao Chun felt somewhat confused. He could not figure out what was going on. Furthermore, the people behind him were hot on his heels, so he did not have time to think. Stay behind. A loud shout came from behind Xiao Chun. It was Feng Xiaobai. He took the lead, chasing at the very front. Feng Xiaobai's shout contained the Tao. It sounded like spring thunder, resounding in Xiao Chen's ears. Half-step Sovereign Emperor. This was a half-step Sovereign Emperor. The Tao domain merged with the soul to form a divine seal. With one roar, the sound waves could invade the soul and linger endlessly. When Xiao Chun first met Mu Yunju on the comprehension platform, he suffered greatly at the other party's hands. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. Naturally, he would not suffer from the same method twice. The moment the other party's voice rang out, dragon roars erupted from Xiao Chen's body. A blue dragon circled him, and his hot-bloodedness surged. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the sound waves clashed in the vast flame sea. A loud explosion that was louder than the previous one set off a huge wave that shook the heavens. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon instantly appeared, allowing the light of the sun and the moon to enter Xiao Chen's body. This series of moves was completed in an instant, allowing Xiao Chun to block the other party's sound waves from entering his soul. However, this delay delayed Xiao Chun for the blink of an eye. It was this blink of an eye that gave Feng Xiaobai an opportunity. Great gale force. Feng Xiaobai threw a palm strike. His Wind Dao domain had already reached the second layer. This palm strike brought out its full might. This palm strike sent the surrounding 500,000 kilometers of the flame sea flying like a castle, looking very horrifying. Then it shattered. The strong wind was like countless sharp blades slicing through it, extinguishing all the flames for 500,000 kilometers. Before Xiao Chun, who was in the middle of the flames, could react, he got knocked into the air along with the flames. The strong wind was like a knife, extinguishing the flames and blowing them away, exposing Xiao Chun in the air. Dang, dang, dang. Countless strong winds struck the alloy battle armor, producing tinkling sounds. When the strong winds scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. As Xiao Chen watched Feng Xiaobai arrive with the wind, the others chased closely behind him. With this delay, they would probably catch up. The Faux God Realm is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Xiao Chun said calmly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If not for the alloy battle armor blocking most of the power of that palm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Seeing that his killing move injured Xiao Chun, Feng Xiaobai shouted coldly and descended from the sky, sending another palm strike at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Did this fellow think that he had stopped because he no longer had a chance to retaliate? Such arrogance. It seems like this is all there is to it. In that case, I will take back my words. So-called geniuses were nothing more than this. Taiji was divided into yin and yang. Xiao Chun gently pushed his palms to the left and right, and the Taiji force field spread out. Yin and yang merged under his feet. A chaotic sea of fire instantly stabilized. Suddenly, the violent and chaotic sea of fire magically calmed down. As Feng Xiaobai charged over, his expression changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like someone was suppressing the energy of this sea of fire? Did you notice it? It's too late, explode. Xiao Chun roared, and the Taiji force field instantly exploded. The violent sea of fire that had been forcibly separated burst out with an even more violent momentum as Xiao Qin's palms strike. Chapter 2143. Xiao Qin used the Taiji Dao to forcefully suppress the primal chaos energy in the primal chaos flame sea. When Feng Xiaobai charged over, he released the force of his palm strike. The primal chaos flame sea, which had been suppressed for a long time, clashed with Feng Xiaobai's palm strike in an even more berserk manner. Pucci! Feng Xiaobai immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Cracks appeared in the Yin flame, parrying Pearl on his body. Without the fire-repelling Pearl, it would be hard for him to keep his life in the chaos flame sea. So. Figures flickered, and Buddhist light broke through the waves. It was a group of disciples from the hidden spirit temple. While they were fighting, they caught up. This group of monks all cultivated the indestructible Vajra body. Xiao Qin's physical body held a great advantage in this primal chaos flame sea. He unhurriedly followed after Feng Xiaobai. The group of monks had their palms clasped together. Buddhist light shone behind their heads, making them look holy and solemn. However, he didn't feel any pity for Xiao Chun. He chased after him and landed next to Xiao Chun. Without saying a word, he attacked. Every move was fierce and domineering, containing a great amount of strength. The fleshly body was as hard as a divine material. When Xiao Qin's fist light landed on his opponent's body, a crisp metallic sound rang out. In the boundless sea of fire, Xiao Chun fought and retreated without much fear. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiao Chun. He used the Supreme Dragon Fist to clash head-on with the hidden spirit temple disciples. Dragon roars rang out, and countless dragon images leaped about in the sea of flames. From time to time, they would soar in the sky, and from time to time, they would dive to the bottom of the sea. The many hidden spirit temple disciples linked their fist lights together, spreading out a Buddhist light. The 8 tribes heaven dragon, the Buddha preaching, the Bodhi discussing the Tao, all sorts of Buddhist phenomena appeared one after another. Although these people's cultivation techniques were varied, they all came from Buddhism. When they attacked together, the phenomenon of Buddhism linked together, as if a pure land of gods and Buddhas had appeared. However, Xiao Chun did not fall into a disadvantageous position under such pressure. He retreated as he fought, and he didn't panic in the slightest. Ouch! How can this person's physical body be stronger than ours? How could this be? Even at close range, you're still unable to instantly capture him? Although the expressions of the hidden spirit temple disciples did not change, they were already complaining in their hearts. In close combat, the group of people fought one after another. Relying on the advantage of the indestructible Vajra body, they wanted to directly suppress Xiao Chun, but the result was the complete opposite. After exchanging a few punches, it was their bodies that couldn't take it anymore. Acquired divine body, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen, who had not made a move all this while. Suddenly, he said, "Benefactor Xiao is really astonishing. To think that you managed to cultivate and acquire divine body. This is truly admirable. However, you're only one person in the end and won't be able to hold on for long. If you hand over the ice and fire lotus platform, we'll stop here." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled softly. "If not for me having some relationship with your hidden spirit temple, I would not have been so polite long ago. As long as I am in this primal chaos flame sea, I will be undefeatable. No matter how many people there are, so what? I did not seek trouble for you, but you wanted my lotus platform." Yuan Zhen felt slightly stunned. Naturally, he did not know about the matter between Xiao Chun and the little monk. However, Yuan Zhen recognized the Buddha in the mortal realm that Xiao Chun executed earlier. This was the Buddhist sect forbidden technique, the Mahaya abstinence violation saber technique. Yuan Zhen could not help feeling suspicious. Could it be that he really has some relationship with my temple? "Stop!" Yuan Zhen shouted. The many hidden spirit temple disciples immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Yuanjin's command, they all stopped and retreated. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he also heaved a sigh of relief. This group of monks was a tough nut to crack. If this continued, Xiao Chun would not have it easy. In the end, he would have to take out the Buddhist sect golden letter to stop this group of people. You are really decisive. Xiao Chun glanced at Yuanjun and praised him. Then, he immediately moved far away. Senior brother, why did you make a move? Are you just going to let him go? The group of hidden spirit temple disciples looked at Yuanjun in confusion, finding this strange. Yuanjun said, after some thought, the Mumya abstinence violation saber technique that this person executed is called in the mortal realm. It happens to be something that our temple has. If there is no connection, it is impossible to learn this saber technique. He does have Buddha nature, so it is really difficult to judge his identity. I will go back and ask my master. Whoosh! A figure quickly flew by. Yuanjun took a look and saw that it was the profound Heaven Holy Land's Mu Yunju. He could not help but think that even if he let Rain go, it would not be easy for him to walk out of this vast sea of fire. Not long after Xiao Chun left, Mu Yunju caught up to him and gave chase. Although Fang Xiaobai's group was slower than Fang Xiaobai and Yuanjun's group, they did not suffer any interference. He immediately pushed his movement technique to the limit and finally caught up. Half a year ago, you refused my challenge. I thought you were a coward. Now it seems that you are really good at enduring. Mu Yunju said seriously as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Based on the strength that Xiao Chun displayed, it was clear that he could hold his own against Mu Yunju. This person's mental state was very calm. No matter what the Ice Fire divine origin was, Mu Yunju could not let Xiao Chun leave this vast sea of fire to avoid a future problem. Xiao Chun, it has been a long time. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to fight, two figures appeared behind him. Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun actually surrounded him from behind. When Xiao Chun saw these two familiar people, he could not help frowning slightly. Today's calamity came out of nowhere. Things really bode ill for him in this vast sea of fire. Xiao Chun glanced at Bai Yunfei, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said indifferently, "It has indeed been a long time. Back then, you nearly forced me into a corner in Cloudwater Marsh." At the mention of Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei could not help feeling angry. Back then, Xiao Chun turned around and scared him off. Bai Yunfei thought that he ran into a demonic Dao sovereign emperor. Now that he thought about it, it was simply a great humiliation. Humph! This time, let's see how you're going to play tricks on the vast sea of fire. Bai Yunfei held the bamboo flute in his hand. The scarlet orchid formed by the 3 scarlet marks on his forehead looked very alluring, but his expression was extremely cold. Xiao Hozun said indifferently, "Xiao Chun, it is time to settle the score between us at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival." Xiao Chun mocked. "The person who embarrassed you at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. What does that have to do with me? If you want to seek trouble for me, just say it. There is no need to make it sound so wronged." Mu Yunju, who was at the side, found this strange. He had not expected Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun to have such a grudge with Xiao Chun. These two were not people to be offended. One was the crown prince of the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the other was the crown prince of the Hound Lion Empire. They held noble statuses and illustrious statuses. Furthermore, their bloodlines were excellent. Their futures in the Bushin Palace were limitless. "How lively," a figure said coldly as he slowly descended. It was Fang Xiaobai, who had repaired the Yinyang fire parting pearl. When Fang Xiaobai saw that the others were present, he said, "Everyone, be careful. This fellow has a strange cultivation technique that can suppress the primal chaos flame sea. By using the might of the primal chaos flame sea, even I nearly fell for his palm strike." The 4 experts surrounded Xiao Chun, but did not make the first move. This was especially so for Fang Xiaobai. After he said that Xiao Chun grasped a special cultivation technique that could use the primal chaos flame sea, the 4 experts surrounded him. Hand over the ice-fire divine origin. We can settle our grudges in the future. Bai Yunfei frowned slightly. With Mu Yunzhu and Fang Xiaobai around, he felt somewhat fearful. He could not kill Xiao Chun, lest others take advantage of him. Sorry, I do not know what the ice-fire divine origin is. However, even if I knew, given my character, I would not give it to you. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He caught the lack of confidence in Bai Yunfei's words. He could not help smiling coldly. Even if you're not crown princes, you are still outstanding talents of your sections. Why is it that you do not dare to attack me at this moment? That's right. I still have not activated my great desolate Ian bloodline. Furthermore, I am wearing the alloy battle armor. If we fight to the death, who can guarantee that they will not die? Since you don't have the heart to die, then get out of my way. I won't rest until I kill whoever blocks my way in this boundless sea of fire. Xiao Chun shouted, and his aura surged. With the alloy battle armor, his tyrannical aura appeared in full display. When Fang Xiaobai and the others heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. When they thought of the primal chaos flame sea, if Xiao Chun really targeted them and fought to the death, even if they killed Xiao Chun, they would end up dying in the flame sea. Xiao Chun laughed loudly and left, leaving the four looking at each other with awkward and conflicted expressions. Once a person became timid, it would be very difficult to muster their courage again. Before making a move, they would remember that this was the primal chaos flame sea. It was not easy to fight to the death with others here. Otherwise, even if they won, they would suffer severe injuries and fall in the flame sea. They would have 10,000 reasons to convince themselves not to make a move. Crown princes of empires and outstanding talents of sex are only SOSO. Ha ha ha. As the four remained silent, they heard laughter in the distance, echoing endlessly in the vast flame sea. Chapter 2144. Amid the vast flame sea, Xiao Chen's laughter reverberated in all directions. However, it sounded exceptionally piercing to the ears of Bai Yunfei and the other three. Their expressions turned extremely sullen. After him, let's see if you still have the capital to be arrogant after we reach the shore. Fang Xiaobai snorted coldly. Then he executed his movement technique and gave chase again in the flame sea. That was right. The reason why the group feared Xiao Chun was because they were in the flame sea. If they were not careful, they might end up dying together with Xiao Chun. Furthermore, the four did not trust each other and feared each other. Hence, they did not dare to attack Xiao Chun rashly. In reality, there was one more thing that the four were unwilling to admit. Be it by Yunfei, Fang Xiaobai, Mu Yunzhu, or Xiao Hozun, they all felt intimidated by Xiao Chen's aura. Xiao Chen's declaration that he would not rest until he killed anyone in the way intimidated them, not daring to make the first move against Xiao Chen. However, no one would admit this in their hearts. Seeing Fang Xiaobai give chase, the others quickly followed. They all radiated killing chi and showed sullen expressions. They wished that they could tear Xiao Chun to pieces on the spot to vent the unhappiness in their hearts. This Xiao Chun is really going to thoroughly offend the four of us. This way, this matter will probably spread in a few days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jun said sullenly with a slight frown. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jun, who was in the rear of the flame sea, frowned slightly. Xiao Chen's laughter was very loud, spreading far and wide. Everyone within 50,000 kilometers could hear it. Apart from them, the other disciples who were chasing after them also heard it clearly. If I cannot confuse their minds, how can I shake off this group of people? Right after Yuan Jin spoke, a figure in the air spread, opened his arms like an immortal crane in the clouds, and landed firmly beside the group. Xiao Chun. When the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciples clearly saw the person who arrived, they were greatly startled. Xiao Chun clearly headed for the shore. Why did he turn around in the blink of an eye? What's going on? You did it on purpose. Yuan Zhan's thoughts raced as fast as lightning. Soon, he figured out the crux of the matter. Then, he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. These four people are peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. It would be hard for me to defeat any one of them, much less all four of them. I could temporarily intimidate them, but they weren't fools. They would quickly come to their senses. With the four of us working together, there was no need to be afraid of dying. When the time comes, they will still be able to catch up to me. If I don't humiliate them and make them angry and blindly chase after me, I won't be able to leave. Furthermore, their lives are valuable, and they're not willing to die with me. How is my life worthless? There is no need for me to risk my life against them. The four felt that their lives were valuable and did not want to risk their lives against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's SSS. How laughable. The four of them still felt that their lives were precious and that there was no need to fight to the death with Xiao Chen. Benefactor Xiao, will you be able to explain your relationship with your temple in detail? Yuan Jun asked softly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Jun. After Yuan Jun received it, he gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look. Xiao Chen took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Jun. When Yuan Jun received it, he gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look. You will know when you open it. Xiao Chen extended his hand and gestured for Yuan Jun to open it. The moment the brocade box opened a crack, a piercing golden light shot out. When the brocade box completely opened, Yuan Jun's expression changed. The expressions of the other hidden spirit temple disciples behind also changed drastically, looking at Xiao Chen in shock. The Buddhist sect's golden letter. That was a one-page golden letter, the highest gift of the Buddhist sect. Only those who showed great kindness to the Buddhist sect could obtain it. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's expression, he smiled. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly took the brocade box back before Yuan Jun's stunned gaze. I only let you take a look and did not use this one-page golden letter. Don't blame me for taking it away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he put away the golden letter. Yuan Jun recovered his wits and started cultivating again. Earlier, he had indeed thought of taking back the golden letter so that he could think of a way to help his sect repay this favor. After all, it would be more worthwhile for him to repay this favor than for the other esteemed monks. Who knew? Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this. Before Yuan Jun could react, the golden letter was snatched away. Just address me as Yuan Jun. I am just a lay disciple. Benefactor Xiao, there is no need to be so polite. Yuan Jun smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao is right. I only took a look and did not use it. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this Yuan Jun is pretty good. Then, he said softly, Now, do you believe my relationship with your sect? Yuan Jun smiled and said, The Buddhist sect's golden letter already appeared. What else do I not believe? Now that the Buddhist sect's golden letter appeared, Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask, What is the ice fire divine origin? Yuan Jun gave Xiao Chen a strange look. Benefactor Xiao, do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Xiao Chen said helplessly, I indeed do not know what the ice fire divine origin is. I don't even know where it is right now. Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression was not fake, Yuan Jun explained the ice fire divine origins and where this place was to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. There were still some parts that he did not understand. The flame vein rushing Xiao Chen to the core of the ice fire wasteland made sense and made sense. However, Xiao Chen could not understand why the ice fire divine origin disappeared and why Xiao Chen appeared on the lotus platform. Then, Xiao Chen thought about his great improvement in cultivation, going from the initial peak to consummation peak. Xiao Chen guessed that he might have inadvertently refined and absorbed the ice fire divine origin. He seemed to recall seeing many flickering spots of starlight at the bottom of the lake before he entered a meditative state. Perhaps it had something to do with this. However, there was no need to overthink this. After all, his cultivation had improved significantly. He had nurtured the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 6. All this was real. What did the ice fire divine origin's disappearance have to do with Xiao Chen? From the very start, he had never had any designs on the ice fire divine origin. Benefactor Xiao, why did you appear on the ice fire lotus platform? What exactly did you experience? Yuan Jun asked softly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This question concerned the secret of Xiao Chun comprehending all things rejoicing together. For now, Xiao Chun could not tell others. He could only reply after some thought. It's a long story. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will explain to you. When Yuan Jun heard that, he knew that this involved Xiao Chen's secrets, so he did not pursue the matter. He nodded to indicate his understanding and smiled. That is not important. However, there is something important that I would like to discuss with Benefactor Xiao. The Ice Fire Lotus platform. Yuan Jun nodded and said, "That's right. It looks like Benefactor Xiao is a smart person. I would like to use my treasures to exchange for this Lotus platform with Benefactor Xiao." What miraculous uses does this Lotus platform have? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. It has boundless miraculous uses for people of my Buddhist sect. However, it is not very useful to outsiders, Yuan Jun explained casually with a smile. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this monk is really smart. He did not tell me what it is used for. Indeed, none of the people who rushed to this primal chaos flame sea were easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, I can be considered half a member of the Buddhist sect. Master Yuan Jun, please explain it to me. Yuan Jun nodded and said, since Benefactor Xiao is half a member of the Buddhist sect, you should know that lotus platforms are very common Buddhist treasures in my Buddhist sect, right? This Ice Fire Lotus platform was born in this extreme environment. There are no signs of it being artificially modified, so it is known as an innate Buddhist treasure. In the entire martial epoch, only 3 places can give birth to this innate lotus platform. Such a lotus platform will be a rare item even in my hidden spirit temple. It will be even rarer in other temples. Yuan Jun continued, nearly all esteemed monks and powerhouses require such an innate Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it would not match their status. Hence, it is very rare for people in my Buddhist sect. While Yuan Jun's words sounded reasonable, in reality, it was all nonsense. According to Yuan Jun, this lotus platform was something that esteemed monks and powerhouses used to show off their status. Indeed, it had such a function. However, the true value of the Ice Fire Lotus platform that Xiao Chen obtained lay in its 360 lotus petals. In the past, the best Ice Fire Lotus platform only had 180 lotus petals. He had never heard of one with 36 petals. A lotus platform born in the world was not used to show off one's status, but for comprehending Buddhist principles. Even those esteemed monks and powerhouses needed to comprehend some profound Buddhist principles. By using this innate Buddhist treasure, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Just think about it. Even esteemed monks and powerhouses had such an effect. What more ordinary people? When using this lotus platform to cultivate Buddhist sect cultivation techniques, it would also have wondrous effects. As for people cultivating other cultivation techniques, it would also be useful. It was not as Yuan Jun said that it was useless to outsiders. More importantly, Xiao Chen's Ice Fire Lotus platform was a peak quality item among peak quality items. No one knew if it had other wondrous effects. Of course, it did not make sense to say that Yuan Jun was lying. Everything he said was true. He just did not focus on the main points. After hearing the other party's explanation, Xiao Chen said, it looks like it is indeed useless to me. I can reconsider the exchange. In that case, would Benefactor Xiao like to take a look at my collection? I believe there will be something that Benefactor Xiao will be satisfied with. Seeing the other party so anxious, Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. This monk was not telling him the truth. He said softly, sure. Let's talk as we walk. Chapter 2145. With this group of hidden spirit temples people as bodyguards, the return journey could be said to be very peaceful. There were many crafty and sinister faux beasts in the mysterious ice forest. However, there was no need for Xiao Chen to make a move. Along the way, Yuan Jun appeared very enthusiastic, feeling that he would be able to obtain the Ice Fire Lotus platform. Yuan Jun rejoiced in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he chatted happily with Xiao Chen. As Yuan Jin spoke, his impression of Xiao Chun changed significantly. This Xiao Chun had a unique understanding of Buddhism. Xiao Chun did not seem like an outsider who only knew a little about the Buddhist sect. He believed that a monk should not care about the mundane world, living in peace and few desires. Yuan Jun's many insights were refreshing to Yuan Jun. Given this, Yuan Jun was no longer in a rush. Since Yuan Jun was not in a rush, Xiao Chun was even less in a rush. While the two were not in a rush, Feng Xiaobai and the other three were so anxious that rage filled their hearts. The four chased frantically all the way to the holy domain's divine capital, but they did not see Xiao Chen's figure. How can it be like this? Feng Xiaobai felt confused. The four of them were half-step sovereign emperors with deep and unfathomable cultivations. Compared to Xiao Chun, their cultivations were much higher. Even if Xiao Chun managed to escape the sea of fire first, they should not have been unable to see his figure. Xiao Chun had formed his divine seal and merged his Tao domain with his soul. His soul energy was several times stronger than that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. The distance that he could explore far surpassed that of Xiao Chun. However, along the way, they did not see Xiao Chen's figure at all. It looks like he has a secret treasure that can teleport people in the holy domain. Damn it. Teleporting in the faux god world was extremely dangerous. Space-time flowed in reverse, and one might get disturbed if one was not careful. Although it was dangerous, it did not mean that it was not possible. One could exchange for such secret treasures with faux god coins in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. However, the price was high and the quality-price ratio was low. Most people rarely exchange for them. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not have disappeared from their sight for no reason. What should we do now? Mu Yinzhu asked seriously as he looked at the other three. Feng Xiaobai paced in front of the holy domain's divine capital, thinking to himself. After a while, he said, "Now that we have reached the holy domain's divine capital, there is no chance of taking his life anymore. I wonder what happened to the ice-fire divine origin. No matter how I think about it, I'm still full of anger. Now, I really can't do anything to him." Aside from some special places in the holy domain's divine capital where people could spar, fighting was prohibited elsewhere. Unless both parties were willing. Even if they could fight, it was impossible to kill anyone in the holy region's divine capital. This was the Saint Domain's prohibition. If something were to happen, even the superpowers behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. The few of them were in a terrible predicament. They couldn't swallow this anger in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. He heard anxious shouts coming from afar. Turning his head, he saw that it was his junior brother following him. Senior brother, senior brother." When Feng Xiaobai saw his junior brothers flustered and extremely anxious, he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all so flustered?" After one of them rested, he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Feng, that Xiao Chun hasn't gone far. He's still behind." "What?" The expressions of Feng Xiaobai and the other three changed drastically. This was truly shocking. They were in disbelief. "That's impossible. The four of us chased all the way. How could we let him slip behind us under our noses?" Mu Yinzhu said resolutely, refusing to believe it. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Since he is behind us, with so many of you, could it be that you cannot capture him alone?" The Bushan Palace disciple said with some grievance, "Senior brother Bai, he was with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. They left together from the primal Chaos Flame Sea. They were chatting and laughing, and their relationship was very good. We did not dare to make a move." Bai Yunfei and the other three were intelligent people. The moment they heard this, their complexions immediately turned ashen. "We got fooled." Back then, Xiao Chun had purposely mocked them, wanting to infuriate the four into chasing blindly out of humiliation. However, at this moment, the four sneaked behind them and met up with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. The crown prince of an empire, an outstanding talent of a sect, is only SOSO. Now that they thought about it, these words were incredibly ear-piercing, making them blush in embarrassment. The group of junior brothers did not dare to say anything, lest they say something that would anger these four. Damn it, damn it. To think that this Xiao Chun played us like monkeys. Bai Yunfei's handsome face turned completely black at this moment, filled with indescribable rage. He had already been fooled by Xiao Chan once in Cloud Water Marsh and the Desolate Sea. Even so, Bai Yunfei respectfully addressed him as senior. That was already a great humiliation. This time, he was fooled again. As the saying goes, it's impossible for a person to make the same mistake twice. But Bai Yunfei had been fooled twice in the past. The first time, he was fooled into addressing Xiao Chun as senior. This time, he was even more embarrassed. Not only was he fooled, but he was even mocked in public. How could Bai Yunfei endure this? The other three showed extremely unsightly expressions, no less than Bai Yunfei's. They were so frustrated that they nearly vomited blood. However, they could not think of a good solution. Senior brother, they are here. One of them pointed to the back. Then, they saw Xiao Chun descending from the sky with the Hidden Spirit Temples group, slowly landing in the Holy Domain's divine capital. Xiao Chun chatted happily with Yuan Zhen. I will definitely kill him. The three scarlet marks on Bai Yunfei's forehead formed a beautiful orchid that looked like it would ooze blood. Such a scene startled the other people from the Bushin Palace. They quickly pulled Bai Yunfei back. Senior brother, calm down. This is the Holy Domain's divine capital. We cannot attack here. There are people watching us from the city walls. Indeed, senior brother, it is not worth it for this person. The others feared that Bai Yunfei would act rashly in his anger. If he failed to kill Xiao Chun, he would end up in the Holy Domain's heavenly prison. If that happened, he would be completely ruined. That would be exactly what Xiao Chun wanted. Ha ha ha. Yuan Zhen, brother Bai wants to kill me. As a member of the Buddhist sect, you should advise him to rein in his murderous heart. Being so easily angered is not good for his body. When Xiao Chun walked over and saw Bai Yunfei's flustered and exasperated appearance, he laughed without any fear. Yuan Zhen stepped forward and pressed his palms together. May the Buddha bless you. Benefactor Bai, why bother? Since you are already in the Holy Domain's divine capital, don't cling to your murderous heart. Buddha is merciful. Benefactor Bai, please calm down. Don't be anxious. Don't be impatient. Don't have a murderous heart. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel your heart demon. You will soon face a bloody calamity. Pussy, to think that this bald donkey Yuan Zhen actually recited his Dharma name. Bai Yunfei immediately cursed in his heart. However, when the words reached Bai Yunfei's mouth, he could not spit them out. Anger overwhelmed him, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled, and he looked extremely dispirited. The combination of Bai Yunfei's handsome face and his pale complexion made one's heart ache. Senior brother, when the Bushin Palace's disciples from the White Marsh Beast Empire saw this scene, they immediately felt anxious. At the same time, they were startled and horrified. This repulsive monk said that senior brother would face a bloody calamity. To think that it really came true. When Fang Xiaobai and the other two saw this scene, they could not help being startled. They quickly calmed down, no longer getting angry. It looked like this monk was really on the same side as Xiao Chun. Bai Yunfei did not know what he had experienced to hate Xiao Chun to such an extent. After Mu Yunzhu calmed down, he looked at Xiao Chun and Yuan Zhen. Then he said, I found it strange that the ice fire divine origin disappeared for no reason this time. It looks like your hidden spirit temple did something. Fang Xiaobai's expression turned cold as a murderous intent flashed on his face. It looks like the two sides are working together, each taking what they need. One is seeking the ice fire divine origin, and the other is seeking the ice fire lotus platform. We were really miserably tricked. What a good scheme. This Fang admires it. Yuan Zhen immediately felt somewhat anxious. He explained, You really malign me. The mystery of the ice fire divine origin's disappearance has nothing to do with the hidden spirit temple. Xiao Hozun retorted indifferently. There is no need for you to explain whether it is related or not. Even now, you are still treating us like fools. Do you think that we are really stupid? The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Sooner or later, we will settle this debt with your hidden spirit temple." After giving Yuan Jun a cold look, Xiao Hozun shifted his gaze to Xiao Chun. Then, he turned and left without saying a word. Yuan Jun's expression already turned somewhat unsightly. He felt helpless in his heart. "You are really stupid as a pig. After speaking nonsense, you thought that you understood everything. You even want to settle this debt with the hidden spirit temple. There is no way to communicate with you." Mu Yinzhu and the others left one after another, feeling very vexed. They did not want to remain here for another second. Every time they saw Xiao Chun, they would feel angry. If they could not hold back, they would end up like by Yunfei. Mu Yinzhu felt so frustrated that he vomited blood and fainted. After the group of people left, Yuan Jun looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, what do you think? Are you willing to trade the Ice Fire Lotus platform?" Xiao Chun nodded and replied, "I have considered it very clearly. This Ice Fire Lotus platform is very important to the Buddhist sect. I intend to personally visit and present it to your honored temple for free." Yuan Jun immediately felt stunned. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Benefactor Xiao is really considerate. I will represent the Hidden Spirit Temple in thanking you in advance." "You are too polite. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Chun performed a cup fist salute and left, vanishing from the group's vision. "Senior brother, he is tricking us. He said that he is giving it to us, but he did not add a time limit. If he were to give it to us 10 years or 100 years later, we would not be able to reason with him." As Yuan Jun looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure, he seemed very open-minded. He smiled and said, "How could I not know? He is such an intelligent person. How could he hand over the Ice Fire Lotus platform just because of some words from me? It is within my expectations. Let's go. This person has a deep friendship with our temple's little ancestor. Remember to treat him politely whenever you see him." Little ancestor. The Hidden Spirit Temple had many old ancestors, but there was only one little ancestor. That was an existence that even the abbot had to avoid, an existence that could not be offended. Upon hearing Yuan Jun's words, the other Hidden Spirit Temple disciples all trembled, feeling that it had been a close call. No wonder this Xiao Chun could fool them. How could someone who had a deep friendship with the little ancestor and did not die be someone to offend? That was not right. It was not a question of whether Xiao Chun should be offended or not. It was as senior brother Yuan Jun said. Xiao Chun absolutely could not be offended. As everyone looked at Xiao Chun, they felt that his back seemed much taller. Chapter 2146. Once he entered the Holy Domain's divine capital, he would be completely safe. When Xiao Chun returned to his own courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was really a narrow escape from death this time. He had only wanted to kill some mastiffs in the periphery, but someone had set up a trap, and he had nearly died to the mastiffs. Xiao Chun only wanted to nurture the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin true flame. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the leaders of the 4 super factions targeted him. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the harvest was not bad. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation reached peak consummation, he could be considered officially a heaven-defying sovereign personage. As a sovereign personage, one's veritable essence energy and soul energy had already been cultivated to their limits. There was no more room for improvement. Nurturing the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame was part of the plan. His cultivation was a pleasant surprise. Normally, it would take at least a year or 2 of hard work to reach the peak. This was because the faux god world had an extremely dense environment in the first place. Furthermore, there were all sorts of resources that could be exchanged for with faux god coins. The next direction of cultivation was to condense divine seals. After forming the divine seal, the might of Xiao Chen's soul energy and Dao domain would reach a whole new level. At that time, even if Feng Xiaobai and the others worked together, Xiao Chun would not fear them. In the primal chaos flame sea, Xiao Chun had to use a scheme to trick these 4 people away. This was because the 4 were peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. With the support of their divine seals, they were able to survive. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques could bring out a might far surpassing that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. It would be fine if one person worked together. However, if four worked together, Shao Chun would not stand a chance of victory. Forming a divine seal was the first step to breaking through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. It was crucial to the Sovereign Emperor realm. Divine seals were divided into different levels. The more Tao domains that fused with the soul, the stronger the divine seal. The attributes of the Tao domain would also affect the divine seal. For example, the divine seal formed by the Death Tao domain was stronger than the divine seal formed by the Thunder Tao domain. Of course, it would be much more difficult. Right now, Shao Chun only grasped one Tao domain, the Saber Tao and the Ice Tao. He had yet to break through to the Tao domain. As for reincarnation, he was still stuck at the level of will. He had yet to grasp the Tao of reincarnation. If he had a choice, Shao Chun would naturally choose to merge the Cycle Tao domain with his soul and form a divine seal. However, this was clearly unrealistic. The will of Cycle was too difficult to cultivate. While Shao Chun was confident of grasping the Cycle Tao, he did not know if he could break through to the Tao domain. This was because the reincarnation Tao was too powerful. It had already surpassed time and space. It was an ability that even faux gods would find difficult to grasp. Putting aside the Samsara Tao, for now, Shao Chun was not someone who was willing to be mediocre. He would definitely not just fuse a single Tao domain with his soul. If Shao Chun could not break through to the Tao domain in his Ice Tao and Saber Tao, he definitely would not form a divine seal. Next, I'll focus my cultivation on comprehending the Saber Tao and the Ice Tao. Shao Chun revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that because he had merged with the Ice-Fire divine origin, he felt that his Ice Tao could break through to the Tao domain at any time. On the other hand, Shao Chun's specialty, the Saber Tao, was forever separated from the Tao domain by a thin layer of fog. It felt very close, yet very far. He had once lost some things, and it was extremely difficult to find them again. Oh, right, I have not looked at my Ice-Fire Lotus platform in detail yet. Shao Chun had nearly forgotten about one of his greatest gains on this trip. With a thought, the Ice-Fire Lotus platform flew out of his storage ring. The Lotus platform consisted of a total of 360 lotus leaves. It had a natural Tao and spiritual energy. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. As Shao Chun looked at the Lotus platform floating in the air, he entered deep thought. I probably won't be able to make out anything from just looking at it. I don't know much about the Ice-Fire Lotus platform either. I have to ask someone. Let's go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was a place where one could exchange faux god coins for treasures. There were excellent appraisers there. They could appraise any treasure. Of course, that was on the premise that one had sufficient faux god coins. After a while, Shao Chun arrived at the 100 Treasure Pavilion's appraisal area. This item does not need any special appraisal. Give me 500 faux god coins, and I can tell you its origins and uses. The appraiser was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His cultivation was unfathomable. He gave a price with one look. Shao Chun still had some faux god coins on hand, so he happily handed over 500 faux god coins and waited for the appraiser's answer. This is the Ice-Fire Lotus platform, born in the Ice-Fire continent. The Ice-Fire Lotus platform has always been favored by the Buddhist sect's esteemed monks. Its greatest use is comprehending the Tao. Even the esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect can use this item to help them comprehend Buddhist principles. When Shao Chun heard that, he felt excited. Indeed, Yuan Jun had kept a trick up his sleeve. How is this a lotus platform that esteemed monks use to show off their status? It was clearly a priceless treasure. For others, they can use this lotus platform to comprehend the Tao, martial techniques, and some mysteries. It can allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It is similar to the faux god prayer mats in the comprehension platform. However, as it is naturally formed, it is even better. The appraiser continued. If this item is forged using a Buddhist sect secret technique, it can be refined into a soul tool that can be used to ward off lightning and undergo tribulations. The most important thing is that your Ice Fire Lotus platform has a total of 368 lotus petals. The highest quality lotus platform that appeared in the Ice Fire Wasteland only has 160 petals. Its value is simply inestimable. I nearly got cheated. Xiaochen thought to himself, I got lucky. Had I listened to Yuan Jun, I would have cried myself to death. Xiao Chan suppressed his excitement and asked, do I need a Buddhist sect secret technique to forge it? Can the faux god world refine it? No. The appraiser shook his head. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and gave a negative answer. Then, he added, you are a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps the Heavenly Alliance can think of something after you go out. After all, the Heavenly Alliance gathers all the Grandmaster blacksmiths in the world. It might be possible. Many thanks. This gave Xiao Chun some hope that he could think of something after he went out. The old man was very responsible. After saying that, he explained the many uses of the Ice Fire Lotus platform to Xiao Chun. The old man even explained its origins in detail, including the strong secret treasures forged using it in history. This made Xiao Chun feel that the 500 faux god coins were worth it. After receiving the Ice Fire Lotus platform, he thanked the old man again. Young Master Xiao, you are too polite. This is just this old man's duty, the old man said with a smile, feeling satisfied with Xiao Chen's politeness. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, feeling curious, Senior, you know me? Naturally. You broke the 1,000-year record for the Trial Tower's first floor, and you broke the third floor's highest difficulty in history. How can I not know you? I remember that many faux god bladesmen wanted to take you as a disciple back then. However, Senior Shimu stopped them, the appraiser said casually with a nod. The appraiser nodded slightly as he spoke casually. However, his words shocked Xiao Chun. What? Back then, many faux god bladesmen wanted to take me as a disciple. But this Senior Shimu stopped them? Xiao Chun did not feel surprised when he heard that. Back then, he only thought that he was not too outstanding and did not overthink it. Unexpectedly, there was such a secret which flabbergasted him. Is this true? Of course. How can I speak carelessly about such a thing? Xiao Chun did not say anything more. He performed a cup fist salute and took his leave. When he walked out of the Hunter Treasure Pavilion, he felt somewhat confused. Why did Senior Shimu do this? Is it because I defeated his statue, so he hates me? That's not right. If he hates me out of jealousy, he would not have given me the painting and let me obtain the fiendish saber inheritance. The thoughts of that old senior are really unfathomable. Xiao Chun sighed and stopped thinking. Then, he returned to the courtyard and took out the second painting that Liu Benwei once gave him. The style of the second painting was different from the first one. It was very realistic. It was a picture of a lake with ripples on the surface of the lake. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Compared to the first painting, this second painting was even simpler and more ordinary, even harder to understand. However, Xiao Chun comprehended all things rejoicing together from the first painting. This second painting definitely had its mysteries. Now that Xiao Chen's saber, Dao, had reached a bottleneck, he placed most of his hopes of breaking through the bottleneck of the Dao domain on this second painting. Perhaps it would be better for me to sit on the Lotus platform and comprehend it. As he thought this, Xiao Chun took out the Ice Fire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chun immediately sensed a profound and incomprehensible feeling coming from the Lotus platform, filling his entire body. It was just like when he comprehended at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chun now understood. It turned out that he was already sitting on the vague form of the Lotus platform at that time. Let's not care about that for now. Let's see what exactly is so profound about this painting. Chapter 21:47. In the void god realm, in a place where clouds and mist lingered, a group of mountains could be faintly seen. The majestic mountain range was like a coiled dragon soaring through the clouds. The mountain peak was like a blade, piercing through the sky, standing proudly. This was where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated in seclusion in the faux god world. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out, and a figure shuttled through the clouds like a celestial being. His posture was agile and his temperament was extraordinary. It was Liu Benwei, one of Fiendish Saber Shimu's nominal disciples. At the peak of the mountain range, in the depths of the endless clouds and mist, there was a mountain peak that stood upside down. Countless vines wrapped around it, giving it an ancient and boundless feeling. Liu Benwei flew all the way, and when he arrived, he slowly landed. There were many ancient buildings on the inverted platform. Liu Benwei walked toward one of them. His master, Fiendish Saber Shimu, was waiting for him. Strange, why did Master suddenly summon me here? Liu Benwei thought to himself, feeling a little puzzled. Generally speaking, his master rarely summoned him without saying anything. If he had any instructions, he would definitely inform him in advance so that he could make preparations. Liu Benwei felt some doubt when he saw Fiendish Saber Shimu. After bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, Master. I wonder, why did Master summon this disciple?" Fiendish Saber Shimu had a head full of white hair, and wrinkles covered his old face. Only his eyes remained frighteningly sharp. "It's nothing. Let me ask you, did Xiaochen look for you?" Liu Benwei was stunned when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully, "Master, Xiaochen hasn't looked for me for more than a year. He hasn't contacted me at all." Fiendish Saber Shimu could not help feeling stunned. He stroked his beard and muttered, "That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting?" He didn't have any doubts at all. With his talent, he should be able to see the abnormality. Shimu did not think that Xiaochen could comprehend the mysteries of the painting so quickly. However, he should be able to tell that the painting was extraordinary. According to his conjecture, since he could see the abnormality but didn't know much about it, he should seek Liu Benwei's advice. However, it had been more than a year since he had contacted Liu Benwei. Shimu felt confused. Strange, did I make a mistake? He really couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting. Couldn't he guess what kind of opportunity was contained in the painting? If he had known about the inheritance represented by the fortuitous encounter in the painting, how could he not be tempted? If it were anyone else, he would have long sought out Liu Benwei. After some thought, he felt that this was not a bad idea. This means that this brat cannot compare to my younger self. It was just a coincidence that he defeated my statue in the trial tower. With this thought, Fiendish Saber Shimu smiled and said, "Go and bring him over. Say that I want to meet him." Liu Benwei could not help but ask in surprise, "Master, what are you doing?" Fiendish Saber Shimu smiled and said, "This fellow is pretty good. I want to take him in as a nominal disciple and give him some pointers." Liu Benwei was speechless. He didn't understand what his master's logic was, but since it was an order, he just had to follow it. Yes, this disciple will obey master's orders. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, Xiaochen sat cross-legged. He had been comprehending the Tao on the Ice-Fire Lotus platform for more than half a month. In his eyes, the painting in front of him was no longer the same as what he had seen in the past. Xiaochen's vision was now focused on the lake in the painting, on the droplet of water falling from the air. The droplet of water and the lake. One was insignificant, the other vast. One was nimble, and the other was calm. The scene looked peaceful, a droplet of water and a lake. In reality, there were surging undercurrents clashing with one another. In Xiaochen's eyes, this droplet was like a powerful bladesman showing off his sharpness. It was a powerful bladesman with lofty ambitions, carrying the courage to die as it fell from the sky. This droplet of water had lofty ambitions. This droplet of water wanted to challenge a lake. The scene continued to change. Xiaochen felt like he was in the painting, seeing nothing but emptiness. Rain was about to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and thousands of droplets of water fell from the sky. However, a droplet of water gathered in the sky, unmoved. It allowed the other droplets of water to come and go, leaving them to fate as they fell from the sky. This droplet of water remained unmoved. This was a lonely droplet of water and also a proud droplet of water. Whoosh! The rainwater on the ground gathered into countless tributaries, slowly forming a lake in front of Xiaochen. The surface of the lake widened. However, that droplet of water continued to hang high in the sky, unmoved. The heavens were enraged. The thunderclouds scattered, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, punishing on behalf of the heavens, using the power of the sun to scatter this droplet of water. However, something strange happened. When this droplet of water shone on it, it glistened like crystal. The hotter the sunlight, the more resplendent it was, the more dazzling this droplet of water became. This droplet of water was so proud. The sun set and the sun rose. This blazing sun roasted this droplet of water for 3,333 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before, not changing its past. The heavens were enraged. Then, the heavens used thousands of lightning bolts to strike it, wanting to completely destroy it. Another 3,333 years passed. This droplet of water did not change its past, remaining as proud as before. The heavens raged and used strong winds to torture it for 3,333 years. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning tormented it for a total of 9,999 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before. For 9,999 years, the lightning, strong winds, and intense flames could not change its past. It only made it shine even more resplendent, washing away all the impurities on its body. It became crystalline and pure, as beautiful as a demon. What is a demon? Someone as lonely as me, hanging high in the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, existing alone. What is a demon? Someone as proud as me, not fearing the heavenly might. Just like that, Xiao Chun watched this droplet of water for 9,999 years, watching this droplet of water hang high in the sky, not changing its past. The scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chun retreated and saw this droplet of water continue falling. When this droplet of water landed on the lake, the vast lake instantly exploded. The sky also shattered at this moment. This droplet of water expelled all of the lake's water. The droplet of water pierced through the lake and exploded the boundless lake water. No matter how much water there was in the lake, it could not contain the heart of this droplet of water. Boom! Xiao Chun felt shocked. In the next moment, he startled awake. Xiao Chen's entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had had a very long dream. Then, he looked at the painting floating in front of him. The scene in the painting still had not changed. It was still a droplet of water slowly falling, and the lake remained calm and peaceful. Xiao Chen leaped down and put away the ice fire lotus platform. Then, he opened the painting in his hand and carefully looked at it, entering deep thought. Even a droplet of water can become a demon. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning cannot destroy it. It only adds to its elegance, making it look even more demonic. Not going with the flow, not following the will of heaven, not respecting the heavenly might. A droplet of water shatters the sky. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The inheritance contained in this painting was simply incredible. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's nominal disciple, Lu Benwei, comes to seek an audience with the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun. Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, Lu Benwei's voice rang out in the courtyard. Xiao Chun muttered, "What's he doing here? Is he here to give me the third painting?" After putting away the painting, Xiao Chun went out to receive Lu Benwei. Then he performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Greetings, big brother Lu." Lu Benwei gave Xiao Chun a strange look. "You look very pale. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Xiao Chun knew that he had exhausted too much of his mind while comprehending the second painting. So, he wanted to tell the truth and ask for guidance. Lu Benwei asked, "Do you need a rest? My master would like to meet you." Fiendish Saber, Shimu wants to meet me? All right, I want to meet him as well. Xiao Chun was very curious about what kind of existence this Fiendish Saber, Shimu, was. Why did Shimu reject all the other faux gods who wanted to take him in as a disciple and refused to take him in as a disciple? Also, why did Shimu give him the Fiendish Saber painting? There's no need. We can leave now. Big brother Lu, please lead the way. Xiao Chen immediately answered without hesitation. Come with me, then. Lu Benwei nodded slightly and sized up Xiao Chen. He also wondered why his master suddenly wanted to take Xiao Chen in as a nominal disciple. The two were filled with questions as they rushed to where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. Chapter 2148. Big Brother Lu, might I know why Senior Fiendish Saber is looking for me? Xiao Chen asked Lu Benwei out of curiosity along the way. Lu Benwei led the way without answering. After a while, he said, Let's talk after we meet, Master. Since he did not instruct me to tell you, he clearly does not want you to know. So mysterious, Xiao Chen thought to himself. This only piqued his curiosity. 15 minutes later, the two slowly distanced themselves from the holy domain's divine capital. Lu Benwei said, Follow me closely. I'm going to bring you through a few spatial tiers. Don't get lost. Otherwise, it will be very problematic. Right? At the mention of spatial tiers, Xiao Chen could not help being more cautious. If he got lost in one, it would be really troublesome. Lu Benwei did not lie. Not long after he spoke, his figure flashed and entered a spatial tear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen quickly followed, not daring to hesitate. After passing through 6 spatial tiers, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He saw an incredibly vast mountain range shrouded in clouds. Occasionally, mountain peaks broke through the clouds. They were like powerful sabers, shining with a dazzling light. Just as one was about to find them, they hid in the clouds. This was truly astonishing. Many winding mountain peaks, many demonic geniuses in the cloud sea. These words suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, making him feel as if he was on an isolated mountain peak. These isolated mountain peaks seemed to have a mind of their own. The instant they broke through the cloud sea, Xiao Chen's bloodline surged involuntarily. A saber intent wanted to break out of his body to compete with them. It was like the mountain peaks were not mountains, but powerful bladesmen. Clang! Suddenly, before Xiao Chen could react, he could no longer hold back the saber intent that he suppressed in his body, bursting out. A mountain peak appeared in the cloud sea and also shot out a saber intent. The two saber intents clashed intensely in the vast cloud sea, producing metallic clangs that resounded in the world. Dang! 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 In that instant, countless hidden mountain peaks appeared at the same time. When each mountain peak appeared, it gave off a strand of saber intent. Immediately, the boundless cloud sea for 500,000 kilometers reverberated with boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. What's going on? Brother Lu. Turning his head to look, Lu Benwei had already disappeared without him knowing. Brother Xiao Chen, this is Master's test. Don't worry too much. Lu Benwei's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. In an instant, hundreds of saber intents shot at him. Senior brother, this Xiao Chen doesn't seem like much. He's only taken a few steps, but he's already unable to suppress the saber intent in his body. Outside the sea of clouds, 5 people stood side by side, 4 men and 1 woman, looking at Xiao Chen, who was deep in the sea of clouds. That woman was elegant and had a face that could topple a city. She looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ryue. The 5 were Fiendish Saber, Shimu's nominal disciples. Aside from Lu Benwei, the others were new members of the other super factions. Because they showed extraordinary talent in the Saber Dao, Shimu took a fancy to them. However, he did not formally take them in as disciples. I think he is in trouble. He is too careless, activating hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. He will be finished if he gets struck by one. Junior Sister Lu, what do you think? The one who spoke was a handsome man from the profound Heaven Holy Land. His name was Zhang Yushan. Lu Ryue felt some disgust in her heart, but her expression did not change. She replied indifferently, It's hard to say. Zhang Yushan smiled and said, What's so hard to say? I don't believe that he can retreat unscathed. Clang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, Xiao Chen drew his saber and danced in the cloud sea. The flawless saber, Dao used the body as a saber and the intent as a saber. In this breath, Xiao Qin's entire body burst out with thousands of saber lights. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Xiao Qin's fine black hair fluttered, and saber hums sounded like zither music. At the crucial moment, he brought out his flawless saber, Dao, to its limits. In nearly an instant, Xiao Qin sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes, draining a third of his veritable essence energy. Saber chi surged, erupting with resplendent light in the cloud sea. Xiao Qin barely managed to block the hundreds of saber lights from the fiendish peaks. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of Zhang Yushan, who just finished speaking, changed slightly. Then, he shut his mouth and remained silent. However, Lu Binwei, who was at the side, remained silent. Xiao Qin activated hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. It was not that he was careless. It was just that the saber intent in his body was too sharp. Although Xiao Qin had not comprehended the saber Dao domain, the sharpness of this saber intent surpassed that of the 4 people beside him. After all, Xiao Qin was someone Master took a fancy to. Since he managed to avoid this calamity, the remaining tests should not be a problem. Indeed, as Lu Binwei expected, when these fiendish peaks first appeared, they caught Xiao Qin off guard. Xiao Qin nearly fell for it on the spot. After Xiao Qin stabilized himself and brought out his normal strength, dealing with the rest became easier. Soon, the clouds parted and the fiendish peaks disappeared. An ancient, inverted peak with thousands of vines hanging from it appeared in Xiao Qin's vision. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. He knew that he had passed the test and could meet Senior Shimu now. However, Xiao Qin felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This Senior Shimu is really strange. He is clearly the one who wants to meet me, yet he is testing me. If it were Xiao Qin's previous temper, he would have left on the spot. However, after thinking about it, the other party was a faux god expert, a powerful bladesman of his generation. He had a temper, so there was no need to bother with him. Xiao Qin. A voice called out. Xiao Qin turned his head to look and saw Lu Binwei. There were 4 other people beside him. Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed. Then, he looked at Lu Ruyue. To think that she was here as well. These are the nominal disciples that Master took in. They are the new members of the various super factions. Let's go and meet Master now. I will introduce them to you later. Lu Binwei pointed to the 4 people beside him and explained to Xiao Qin. Aside from Lu Ruyue, the other 3 looked at Xiao Qin with some disdain. They did not even nod or greet him. When Lu Binwei saw this scene, he smiled coldly in his heart. These 3 relied on their half-step sovereign emperor cultivation to comprehend the saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had already comprehended the saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had become nominal disciples long ago, so they somewhat looked down on Xiao Qin. However, they did not know that Xiao Qin, whom Master had not met personally, held a much higher position than the other 4. Xiao Qin's status was much higher than theirs. He even gave Xiao Qin 2 fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Furthermore, these 4 only cultivated on the mountain and received pointers. They had not even seen the fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Xiao Qin did not care about the 4's attitude. He only looked at Lu Ruyue and smiled. We meet again. When Lu Ruyue heard that, a blush flashed on her face. She remembered the last time the 2 met. Under the bright moon, in the center of the lake, Xiao Qin had taken advantage of her being caught off guard to kiss the back of her hand. However, Lu Ruyue adjusted her emotions in the blink of an eye. Then, she said, Indeed, we meet again. This is the faux god world. I will not interfere with your grudge with the Divine Dragon Empire. However, if you dare to pester me, I do not mind capturing you and bringing you back to the Empire. In name, Xiao Qin was still a wanted person in the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Dragon Holy Daughter. As the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyue naturally had a duty to capture Xiao Qin and bring him back to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, she only said that. Because of her younger sister, Lu Ruyue did not care about capturing Xiao Qin. Given that, Lu Ruyue just wanted Xiao Qin to stop making things difficult for her. On one hand, This person had taken liberties with her. On the other hand, Xiao Chun was her younger sister's sworn friend. Maintaining a distance between them was the best choice. Many thanks. When Xiao Chun heard that, he smiled faintly and thanked Lu Ruyue. However, a dense melancholy flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it were in the past, Lu Ruyue would not have said that to him. She would have doted on him instead. However, now, the two of them, who clearly loved each other, stood together like strangers. When Xiao Chun smiled seriously on his delicate face, he looked very pretty, like an iceberg melting. However, no one could understand the sorrow behind his smile. It was indescribable. Even so, Xiao Chun still felt very happy. This smile came from the bottom of his heart, driven by his true feelings. As for the sorrow and helplessness, he could just savor it himself. Let's go then. Lu Benwei did not overthink. He only felt that his master was still waiting, so he called out for everyone to follow. Stay away from Junior's sister Ruyue. I have 10,000 ways to make trash like you live a life worse than death. Zhang Yushan whispered a threat as he passed by Xiao Chun. Then, he gave Xiao Chun a cold look before catching up to Lu Benwei. Chapter 21:49. Stay away from Junior's sister Ruyue. Zhang Yushan's threat lingered in Xiao Chun's ears, but he ignored it. Xiao Chun was currently immersed in some memories of the past. When he saw Lu Ruyue again, he felt very conflicted. He could not be bothered with this fly. Master, this fellow is very despicable. Should we teach him a lesson? The demon blood vulture said angrily as it materialized and turned into a beautiful, demonic scarlet bird perched on Xiao Chun's shoulder. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "He is just a fly. There is no need to mind him." After following the group for about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun saw Fiendish Saber, Shimu in a large hall. The simple and plain hall had simple decorations. Compared to the demonic atmosphere outside, it looked somewhat out of place. "Greetings, Master." Lu Benwei stepped forward and bowed. The others performed cup fist salutes at the same time. As Xiao Chun bowed, he quietly sized up Fiendish Saber Shimu. Shimu had a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, giving him an aged air. As he looked at the group, he nodded slightly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This senior Shimu before me is very different from the one I saw in the trial tower." The senior Shimu in the trial tower was strangely handsome, possessing a delicate beauty that did not belong to a woman. His entire body gave off a fiendish aura, living up to the name Fiendish Saber. This senior Shimu before Xiao Chun was an old man with an extraordinary air, but a lethargic air, appearing very ordinary. If one had to say what was special about him, it would be his eyes. Xiao Chun could vaguely see the sharpness of the past, the vastness of the years. "Yes, Master." Disciple and the other junior brothers welcomed young Master Xiao together. After Lu Benwei made the introductions, he led Lu Ruyue, Zhang Yushan, and the others out of the hall to watch from afar. "Greetings, Senior Shimu. I am honored to be summoned." Xiao Chun stepped forward and bowed formally, expressing his respect and admiration for a faux god expert. This was respect from the bottom of his heart. The martial Dao was difficult. After the heavenly realm shattered, the martial Dao became even more difficult. Since then, it was already extremely rare for one to surpass the limits of mortals and advance to Sovereign Emperor. One could dominate a region and be called a peak expert. Surpassing Sovereign Emperor and igniting the divine flame to become a faux god was even more difficult. Faux gods already stood at the peak of the martial epics pyramid. Any faux god was an expert that others looked up to. Aside from Lu Benwei, Lu Ruyue and the others did not know why Shimu's master called Xiao Chun over. Junior sister seems to have some old grudges with this kid. If it's inconvenient for you to make a move, senior brother is willing to do it on your behalf. When Zhang Yushan heard what Lu Ruyue said earlier, he tried to curry favor with her. Lu Ruyue did not have a good impression of Zhang Yushan at all, as she cultivated in this mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that they were from the same sect, he wouldn't have given them any face. Now that he started a conversation for no reason, he was in a bad mood. Furthermore, as the White Dragon Saintess. She had long been famous in the southern region. She had high standards, and her talent and bloodline were excellent. Hearing those words, he was quite displeased and said coldly, "You think I'm not strong enough?" Zhang Yushan was snubbed, so he smiled sheepishly and said, I wouldn't dare. Lu Benwei found this funny. However, he was rather old and had long since passed the age to care about such trivial matters. His expression did not change, but he did not say anything. Senior brother, I think this brat and Lu Riyue have some sort of relationship. The White Dragon Saintess is famous for her decisiveness in killing in the southern region. She is no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince. If she has a grudge with Xiao Chun, how could she let him off so easily? Zhang Yushan moved to the side, and the other two junior brothers stepped forward. Naturally, I thought of that. Earlier, I probed him with my words, and I think I'm most likely right. Zhang Yushan looked at Xiao Chun, who was standing in the hall. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. Why do you think Master is looking for this brat? Could it be that he wants to take him in as a disciple? Could it be that Master does not fancy any of us? Nonsense. He probably doesn't fancy you. First senior brother should know. However, first senior brother is really tight-lipped, not revealing a single word. The three had known each other for a long time. After seeing Xiao Chun display his saber skills in the Fiend Peaks, they felt some enmity for him. They worried that fiendish saber Shimu might really take Xiao Chun in as a disciple. Unfortunately, fiendish saber Shimu called Xiao Chun over to take him in as a disciple. Shimu stood up and looked at Xiao Chun. He felt satisfied with Xiao Chun's words, actions, and bearing. Then he nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. I've long heard that the Heavenly Alliance has produced the youngest member in history with incredible talent for the saber. I've been paying attention to you since you challenged the Trial Tower. Breaking the 1,000-year-old record on the first floor left a deep impression on me. Actually, breaking his statue clone on the third floor left an even deeper impression. However, Shimu was stubborn and proud. He definitely would not mention such an embarrassing matter. Honestly speaking, Shimu felt conflicted when facing Xiao Chun. On one hand, he cherished Xiao Chun's talent and wished that he could immediately pass on his mantle. On the other hand, he did not want to admit defeat. This time, Shimu made up his mind to take Xiao Chun as a disciple mainly because he concluded that Xiao Chun could not comprehend the inheritance painting that he gave him. Shimu was still not as good as his younger self. Hence, he convinced himself and gave himself a way out. Then, he quickly summoned Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun heard that, he thought to himself, I really can't figure you out. Since you think so highly of me, why do you only summon me after almost 2 years? Why do you not allow the other faux god bladesmen to take me in as a disciple? Naturally, Xiao Chun could not show such emotions. He could only express his honor. The two chatted for a while, mostly about trivial matters, not related to anything else. However, Shimu's words were sharp, all related to the Saber Dao. Shimu already felt very satisfied with Xiao Chun's calm response. Xiao Chun, have you taken a master before? If you have, who is your master? Shimu suddenly asked, changing the topic. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. At this point, he finally understood Shimu's intention in summoning him. Xiao Chun's expression did not change, but the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two changed drastically. Shimu wanted to take Xiao Chun in as a personal disciple. Generally speaking, nominal disciples didn't need to worry too much about sectarian views and didn't need to care too much. However, a personal disciple was different. Xiao Chun wanted to inherit his mantle and nurture him as a successor. Shimu needed to clarify this. If Xiao Chun had taken an expert before, there would be some conflict and he needed to think about it further. Lu Benwei was not surprised. Before he came, he already knew his master's intentions. However, when he saw it for himself, he still felt somewhat gratified. He had followed his master for hundreds of years. Although their relationship was deep, he was only a nominal disciple. Xiao Chun knew the reason. He was anxious that Xiao Chun was not talented enough. Inheriting his master's mantle would only bring shame to the name of the fiendish saber, preventing it from flourishing. Xiaochen did not like that, either. Actually, Xiaochen knew that his master was very anxious. He had always wanted to find a truly talented bladesman. His master had imparted everything he knew to Xiaochen, fulfilling his wish before he died. However, his master was proud and stubborn, unwilling to compromise at all. As a result, he had always been depressed. Now that Shimu wanted to take Xiaochen in, he had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes. This was good. Lu Riyue was rather calm. Shimu had accepted her because he owed the white dragon old ancestor a favor, giving her pointers in the saber technique. However, Lu Riyue's style was different from the fiendish saber. Furthermore, she had always been confident that even if she did not inherit the fiendish saber's mantle, she could carve her own path. However, the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two flickered, appearing uncertain. They felt somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Xiaochen replied calmly, "There is only one person who truly has a master-disciple relationship with this junior. She is the most important person in my life. She's my first teacher and the person I love the most." When Shimu heard that, he revealed a smile. If it was just his first teacher, there was no problem. As for the relationship between Xiaochen and this first teacher, it was not something that Shimu cared about. Outside the hall, when Lu Riyue heard what Xiaochen said, she thought to herself, "The person I love the most already has a lover?" Thinking of this, she felt a strange pain in her heart for some reason. Good. Xiaochen, since that is the case, I'll be direct. I want to take you in as my disciple and pass on my mantle to you. Not as a nominal disciple, but as a personal disciple. Fiendish Saber, Shimu revealed a relieved smile on his wrinkled face, appearing very happy. When Shimu smiled in high spirits, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, making him look much younger. A faux god, a peak bladesman at that, wanted to take Xiaochen as a disciple. Even if Xiaochen had not come into contact with the Fiendish Saber inheritance, he had no reason to reject it. After coming into contact with it, he had even less reason to reject. "I'm extremely honored." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. Fiendish Saber, Shimu stroked his beard and smiled. "Very well. Take out the first painting that I got Banwei to give you. I'll explain it to you in detail. Given your talent and comprehension ability, you will definitely be able to comprehend it in less than a month with my guidance." When Xiaochen heard that, his heart immediately skipped a beat. It's over. This painting was burned to ashes long ago. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he was already Shimu's disciple. There should be no problem with telling Shimu that he comprehended the inheritance and obtained the fiend blood. Reporting to Master, this disciple has already comprehended the first painting. However, the painting is already burned to ashes and cannot be taken out. Currently, I am comprehending the second painting. There are some things that I do not understand. How can a drop of rain destroy the sky? After Xiaochen spoke, he took out the second painting and asked for guidance. However, even after Xiaochen spoke for a long time, Shimu did not say anything. Xiaochen maintained the posture of opening the painting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The silence in the hall was somewhat scary. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall rejoiced in their hearts. It seemed like there was a turning point, so they immediately turned nervous. "What's wrong?" Lu Riyue clearly sensed that Xiaochen's expression changed drastically after he took out the painting. Xiaochen's heart thumped heavily. Unexpectedly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in confusion, "Master? Who is your master?" Shimu had already withdrawn his smile. Now, he laughed coldly, making everyone tremble in fear. When Xiaochen heard that, he said awkwardly, "Senior, you said it yourself earlier." Shimu retorted coldly, "I do not take in people who speak nonsense. You said that you comprehended it. So you comprehended it?" Xiaochen felt some rage in his heart. Even if you're a senior, a faux god expert who stands at the peak of the martial Tao, someone who I am not even an ant to you, there's no need to toy with me like this, right? You are the one who gave me the painting. You're also the one who stopped the other faux god experts from taking me in. You're also the one who summoned me and took me in as a disciple. Xiaochen, did not beg you to take me in. What did I do wrong? What do you mean I speak nonsense? Xiao Chun, never boast. If I say it, it means it. Look carefully and see if I have comprehended it or not. Xiao Qin was also filled with rage. Earlier, when he saw Lu Ruyue, he felt somewhat suppressed. Now that he vented his anger, he could no longer suppress it. His respect for a faux god expert was also tossed to the back of his mind. Xiao Qin's hot-bloodedness surged as he unleashed all the saber intent in his body, using the resentment in his heart. Then, Xiao Qian drew his saber and pointed it at the sky. The ground seemed to sense the rage and dissatisfaction in Xiao Qian's heart. It seemed to have a life of its own, resonating with his saber intent and surging like waves. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. In that instant, thousands of saber lights shot out from the ground. In just an instant, thousands of holes appeared in this ancient hall, which had a formation supporting it. Beams of light pierced through the holes and gathered on Xiao Qian's body, showing the tyranny of the fiendish saber. The light lasted for only 1 second. In the next moment, the entire ancient hall collapsed. This ancient hall, which had existed for countless years, turned into ruins without any signs of life. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall were flabbergasted. They were all shocked by Xiao Qian's grace at this moment. Senior, did I speak nonsense? Xiao Qian asked as he sheathed his saber. Fiendish saber, Shi Mu's expression turned even more unsightly. The aura flowing in his body inspired fear. Before Shi Mu, Xiao Qian felt incredibly insignificant. However, at this moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even if he died under the other party's palm strike, he would accept it. There were some things that Shi Mu was not in the wrong, so there was no need to compromise. Pu Ci. Just as Zhang Yushan and the others thought that Shi Mu would kill Xiao Qian with one palm strike, Xiao Qian vomited a mouthful of blood. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, Shi Mu's aged face looked even older. His body even wobbled somewhat. This stunned Xiao Qian, somewhat at a loss. Master! Liu Benwei quickly leaped over and went to Shi Mu's side to support him. Chapter 2150. Fiendish saber Shi Mu appeared somewhat weak. However, he was a faux god, after all. No one dared to underestimate him. However, they did not understand why he suddenly vomited blood. What a fellow! How dare he disrespect Master? Kill him! When Zhang Yushan saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. This was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Qian. Killing Xiao Qian would prevent Shi Mu from taking him as a personal disciple. Secondly, he would prevent anything from happening between Shi Mu and Lu Ruyue. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Earlier, Xiao Qian's all things rejoicing together had shocked them. If they allowed Xiao Qian to condense a divine seal, how incredible would that be? Now was a good time to heavily injure Xiao Qian after he executed all things rejoicing together. Whoosh! Zhang Yushan and the other 2 were very scheming. With someone taking the lead, the other 2 immediately understood. The moment they attacked, they did not show any mercy, bringing out the full might of a half-step sovereign emperor. Before Lu Ruyue could react, the 3 arrived above Xiao Qian and executed their killing moves, sealing off all angles of attack. No matter what Xiao Qian did, one of the killing moves would strike him. As long as he got struck, he would be severely injured. Then, one more move would finish him off. Coincidentally, when Xiao Qian saw Shi Mu vomiting blood, he did not know what to do. He focused his attention on Shi Mu, not knowing what happened. By the time Xiao Qian reacted, the 3 had already arrived before him, holding the initiative. Xiao Qian could not help feeling enraged. These 3 were extremely shameless. Xiao Qian had always been a decisive person. He instantly analyzed the situation. These 3 were half-step sovereign emperors, their cultivations suppressing his. Furthermore, they executed their killing moves. Coincidentally, Xiao Qian had executed all things rejoicing together, draining his soul, energy, and veritable essence energy. Even if he brought out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to dodge the killing moves of 2. Since that was the case, there was no point in dodging. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yushan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Now, only Zhang Yushan remained in his world. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He saw a determined look in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's aura. This was a killing move that would not rest until Zhang Yushan was dead, even if they had to sacrifice 2 people's lives. That's right, Xiao Chen's plan was like this. Since he could not avoid this killer move anyway. So what if he took another one? It was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to die first. Step down. However, just as this danger was about to erupt, Shimu shouted coldly. However, he did not move at all. Blood trickled down the corners of Zhang Yushan and the other 2's mouths. They were sent flying at the same time. After landing on the ground, they tumbled a few times, looking extremely miserable. If I want to kill someone, it's not your turn to do it for me. The 3 of you will be imprisoned in the Thunder Saber prison for a month. Panic immediately flashed in the eyes of Shimu and the other 2. The Lightning Saber prison was a saber prison that Shimu collected primal chaos lightning in the faux god world and refined with his own strength. It was used to train disciples for experiential training. However, it was extremely horrifying inside. There was torture. It was fine to train for 1 or 2 days. However, if one stayed there for a month, ordinary people would be half dead when they came out. However, Zhang Yushan and the other 2 had no choice but to obey. It was not easy for them to obtain the guidance of a faux god, allowing their strength to grow rapidly. Although they were just nominal disciples, many people outside begged to be the disciples of a faux god expert. They could not give up on this opportunity so easily. The 3 knelt and said, "Disciples know their mistakes. We will definitely obey Master's orders." The 3 felt dissatisfied, but they still obediently withdrew and headed for the Lightning Saber prison. Shimu looked at Xiao Chen and thought for a long time. Then, he turned and left, not saying anything. Xiao Chen felt very confused. Sometimes being able to distinguish right from wrong was not a good thing. As Xiao Chen looked at Shimu's departing figure, he felt somewhat guilty for some reason. Perhaps he had been too rash earlier, too rude. No matter what, Shimu was the one who gave him this inheritance painting. Earlier, when Zhang Yushan and the other 2 wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, Shimu dealt with it. Lu Ryue said softly, "To think that Master even gave you the inheritance painting. It looks like he really wants to take you in as his personal disciple." Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head and asked, "However, why did he suddenly change his attitude towards me?" Lu Ryue remained somewhat silent. She did not understand why Xiao Chen was so unhappy after Master gave him the painting, even though he clearly comprehended it. "I don't know. Master's temper has always been strange. Aside from first senior brother, no one can figure it out." Xiao Chen sighed his heart, showing some worry on his face. He could tell that Shimu's expression was truly somewhat weak. The essence blood of a faux god was already very precious. Spitting out a mouthful would be fatal. Unless Shimu had a hidden injury that had yet to heal, a very serious hidden injury. Earlier, Xiao Chen acted rashly, angering Shimu to the point that his hidden injury relapsed. This was not good. Xiao Chen did not know what to do at this moment, so he appeared very dispirited. "From what you said just now, your first master is already your lover?" Just at this moment, Lu Ryue suddenly asked. When Xiao Chen heard that, his originally dispirited heart immediately felt hurt. "My lover is right before my eyes, yet she is far away. Heaven knows, the earth knows, and I know. Only she does not know, yet she still asked this." After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen asked softly, "Miss Lu, why do you ask this? Don't you know? My younger sister is deeply in love with you. Back then, she even wanted to ask the White Dragon Old Ancestor to save you. I hope that you will not let her down," Lu Ryue replied. "If not for her, my father would not have interfered with the Golden Dragon Palace's line of sight, allowing you to leave the Divine Dragon Empire safely." When Xiao Chen heard this, he guffawed. However, his laughter sounded somewhat sorrowful. Xiao Chen felt heartache, not for himself, but for Lu Ryue. To think that she would say such a thing. The White Dragon Old Ancestor. Your memories are either the White Dragon Old Ancestor or the White Dragon King. To think that you were speaking up for someone else. Back then, if I had the strength, I would have killed the White Dragon King first. As Xiao Chen laughed, he stopped after a long time. Then, he said sullenly, "There is nothing between me and Ru Yun that I let her down. It is just the relationship between siblings. After a few more years, she will understand. Miss Liu, it is best that you don't say such things in the future." Liu Ryue had good intentions, but Xiao Chen rejected her decisively. There seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Liu Ryue was an intelligent person. Xiao Chen did not hide his expression from her. After some thought, she asked, "Young Master Xiao, you seem to have something that you cannot say?" "No," Xiao Chen replied calmly. His expression did not change, but his heart bled. There were some things that he knew but could not say. If he said it, the White Dragon Old Ancestor would rush to the faux god world to kill him. Liu Ryue would be in danger as well. Furthermore, saying it might not be of any use. "I'll just watch you like this for now. When I become strong one day." Liu Ryue immediately felt somewhat angry. Xiao Chen clearly had it, yet he said that he did not. "I gave you a chance out of kindness, yet you lied to me." Liu Ryue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xiao Chen's mood sank to rock bottom. The matter of Fiendish Saber, Shi Mu, and Liu Ryue. Xiao Chen always thought that his mental state was already very strong. However, when it came to the weakest feelings hidden in the depths of his heart, he could not even withstand one blow. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of moon-burning wine and sat on the rubble expressionlessly, drinking alone. At the summit of the mountain peak, Fiendish Saber Shi Mu looked at the cloud sea. His weak expression appeared somewhat desolate. Shi Mu was an extremely stubborn person. He did not want to show this desolate expression before Xiao Chen, only showing it now. The clouds shrouded the place, looking very majestic. Shi Mu had a head full of white hair and an aged expression. He muttered, "I thought that Pan Huang was the only bladesman in the world who could defeat me. Looking at it today, this is truly laughable, extremely laughable." Pu Ci? Before Shi Mu finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he vomited blood 3 times in a row. Liu Benwei felt heartache as he watched from the side. He did not know how to advise Shi Mu. After a long time, Shi Mu muttered to himself, "How can a drop of water shatter the firmament? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven." As Shi Mu muttered to himself, he seemed to be speaking nonsense. At first, Liu Benwei did not understand. Slowly, he realized that his master was answering Xiao Chen's question. Although Xiao Chen did not understand, he firmly remembered it, not missing a single word. After Shi Mu finished speaking, Liu Benwei said, "Master, I'll go and make arrangements for Xiao Chen's accommodations first." Shi Mu remained silent, not saying a word. Liu Benwei understood what Shi Mu meant. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave, heading down the mountain. Chapter 2151. In the ruins of the ancient palace, Xiao Chen drank alone, thinking about something. Liu Ryue's expression was equally unsightly. She was still angry at Xiao Chen, angry at him for lying to her despite having something he could not say. The two stood with their backs to each other, not saying a word. The atmosphere turned silent. "Ka! Ka!" Liu Benwei stepped on the rubble and appeared before the two. Liu Ryue gently drifted over to Liu Benwei's side. Then, she asked, "Senior brother, how are Master's injuries?" "It's fine. It's just some old problems." "Junior sister, there's no need to worry." Liu nodded slightly and took her leave, not willing to linger. Xiao Chen stood up and walked over to Liu Benwei. He said somewhat guiltily, "Sorry, big brother Liu. I was rash before this." Xiao Chen had always been like this. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. Previously, he had been too stubborn and rash, causing Senior Shi Mu, whom he owed a debt of gratitude, to vomit blood. No matter what, He cannot justify this. Xiao Qin thought about it. Back when he was in the ice-fire wasteland, if not for fate, he would have comprehended all things rejoicing together. Perhaps he would have died in the mouths of the mastiffs. With such a debt, he could not show off his skills before Senior Shimu. Lu Benwei patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and said, "Come with me. I'll tell you a story." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Qin followed Lu Benwei. He pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he arrived at a cliff and sat down to watch the clouds rise and fall. The clouds here were like fog, vast and boundless. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a boundless fog sea. Sitting at the cliff and watching the sea, one felt like they were in the sky or at the seaside. It was incredibly wondrous. Lu Benwei took out a flask of wine and said, "In the past, there was a person in a noble clan of swordsmen with 10,000 years of inheritance. His father, grandfather, and ancestors were all swordsmen. He started practicing the sword at the age of 3 and displayed outstanding talent. He bore the expectations of his clan. However, no one knew that what he truly loved was the saber. When he was 12, he was forced to leave his clan for the sake of practicing the saber. The facts prove that his choice was not wrong. He's handsome and can be considered a monster, but his talent in the saber Dao is even more monstrous. He is known as the Fiendish Saber. Before the age of 100, he became a sovereign emperor. His saber skills are unique. Many of the old seniors' understanding of the saber skills cannot compare to his. They all think that he will definitely become a powerful bladesman with boundless prospects. But he left home at a young age and was obsessed with saber techniques. He didn't learn anything about how to conduct himself. Her character has always been like that of a 12-year-old child. She is proud and stubborn, likes to listen to others' praises, and cannot stand external stimulation. Even after becoming a sovereign emperor, she still has the heart of a fragile girl. That's nothing. Most of the Sword Dao seniors like him, and many swordsmen praise him generously. As Xiao Qin listened at the side, he already knew that Lu Benwei was talking about the fiendish saber Shimu. To think that this Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen. Since ancient times, there has been a battle between the sword and the saber. However, martial artists were always competitive, and they always wanted to see who was better. This was a noble clan of swordsmen. Furthermore, it was a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. Clearly, they placed great importance on the distinction between the sword and the saber. If not for their dedication to the Sword Dao and love for the Sword Dao, without an atmosphere where the sword reigned supreme, a noble clan of swordsmen would not be able to exist for more than 10,000 years. In such a noble clan where the sword reigned supreme, a scion suddenly appeared and went to learn the saber. This could be considered disgraceful. It was easy to imagine what kind of mockery and difficulties this scion would face. Hence, Shimu left home at the age of 12, leaving a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. However, something seemed to have happened later. Lu Benwei paused for a long time before continuing. Given his pride and stubbornness, as well as his heart of glass, it should not have been a big deal. However, after he advanced to sovereign emperor, he returned to the main clan, thinking that he could prove himself to his father and the clan with his accomplishments. Xiao Qin thought to himself, this is rather normal. Everyone wants to prove themselves. Back then, you all did not want me to practice the saber, making things difficult for me and mocking me. Now, I return with glory. But he met a genius in the way of the sword that only appears once in 10,000 years in the family. Furthermore, he is also his cousin. In a situation where Xiao Qin's cultivation was lower than his, Xiao Qin used a 1-meter-long sword to break the saber in his hand. He lost miserably in front of the family elders, father, and grandfather. Xiao Qin was stunned when he heard that. Just by putting himself in Shimu's shoes, he knew how embarrassed Shimu must have been. Originally, he wanted to come back to prove that he wasn't wrong, but he didn't expect to prove that he was wrong. Furthermore, someone weaker than Shimu had broken his saber. To Shimu, who wanted to show his holiness, this was a fatal humiliation. He could imagine that the clansmen who looked at him at that time must have been sneering and disdainful. There's no need to feel sorry for yourself. Just train hard and kill your way back in the future. When Xiao Chun heard this, he said softly, his tone filled with lofty sentiments and determination. That's right. That person thinks the same as you. A temporary setback is nothing. However, something happened just at this moment. A strange person using the saber suddenly appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. No one knows where he came from, but he just suddenly appeared. Then, he showed up in the Central Great Realm with his superb saber skills. Soon, he rose up like a comet, kicking up huge waves among the bladesmen. This is a junior with even more talent than Master. His saber skills are simply too dazzling, astonishing everyone. At the mention of this person, a trace of sorrow flashed in Lu Benwei's eyes. He no longer called Shimu by his alias and directly answered. This strange person who suddenly appeared was even more talented than Master. When word of this reached Master's ears, he naturally did not want to accept it. Master immediately fought with him and lost after 100 moves. After that, they fought a total of 9 times. Each time, the defeat was more devastating than the one before. The last time, Master advanced to Foe God and wanted to fight again. In the end, he lost before he could even draw his saber. Lu Benwei said sullenly. Later on, everyone learned that that person came from an abandoned land. He called himself Pan Huang and always had a smile that could melt ice on his face. He was also known as the Spring Snowbladesman. Do you know how strong this person is? The current ranking of experts in the saber Dao does not include this person. My master is the strongest person in name. There is no point. This person has already gone too far on the path of the saber Dao. Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart shook. Unexpectedly, he heard about Pan Huang's legend from Lu Benwei. He really wanted to say that he came from the same abandoned land as Pan Huang. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not say it. This spring snow bladesman dealt an even greater blow to Master than his younger cousin. After defeat, he no longer has any intention of returning to the clan. Feeling curious, Xiao Chen asked, "Who is his younger cousin?" Lu Benwei mocked. "This younger cousin of his is incredible. He is the strongest person in the Sword Dao, Su Hantan. The Yanwu dynasty's Su clan is an extraordinary noble clan famous for the sword." When Xiao Chun heard that, he remained silent. When he thought about this senior Shimu, he felt really helpless. Shimu was naturally conceited. Unfortunately, the 2 greatest enemies he faced were the strongest person in the Saber Dao and the strongest person in the Sword Dao. No wonder Shimu looked so old and lethargic, his temper strange. Hence, you actually don't have to apologize to Master. Master has such a strange temper. Just don't mind it. He looks old, but in reality, he has the heart of a young girl. He is not willing to admit that your talent is stronger than his. However, he cherishes your talent and cannot bear to bury it. So, he ordered me to send you the inheritance painting. He is a very contradictory and tangled person. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt somewhat flabbergasted. Now, he finally understood everything. After being stunned for a long time, Xiao Chun smiled in disappointment and frustration. Had I known earlier, if I had lost the senior statue back then, all this would not have happened. Lu Benwei smiled and said, "That might really be possible. What should we do now? I'll find a place for you to stay first. Just follow Junior Sister and cultivate with me for the next few days. Don't mind our master-disciple relationship too much. Given Master's temper, he will definitely not take you in. However, if you refuse to leave, he will not chase you out, either." At this point, Lu Benwei thought of something. Then he said seriously, "Oh, right? Before I left, I heard Master muttering to himself. It might be of some help to your problem. How can a drop of water shatter the sky? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness. And only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, feeling suddenly enlightened. The many layers of fog in the second inheritance painting slowly parted. After listening to the painting, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. Then, he quickly took out the painting and looked at it carefully. Unknowingly, Xiao Chun immersed himself in the painting, forgetting everything else. Lu Benwei sat at the side, quietly drinking wine and not disturbing Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun thought enviously, no wonder Master cannot bear to bury his talent. Back then, I looked at this second painting for more than 10 years before I managed to understand a little. I nearly lost myself in it and could not come out. Since then, Master has given up on letting me continue learning the fiendish saber inheritance. That would only bring harm and no benefits. However, now, with just a few words from his master, Xiao Chun seemed to understand everything, as if he already understood everything. Chapter 2152. Boom! After some time, the painting in front of Xiao Chun burst into flames. A drop of spiritual blood flickered in the ashes, looking very strange. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and revealed an expression of joy. He vaguely sensed that his saber great Dao was one step closer to a Dao domain. The fiendish saber inheritance had many similarities to his flawless great Dao. Back when Xiao Chun comprehended all things rejoicing together, he vaguely sensed that the fiendish saber inheritance could complete his saber Dao. Now that he comprehended the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, he was even more certain that he could form a saber Dao domain if he worked hard on the fiendish saber inheritance. When Lu Benwei, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was greatly startled. The wine flask in his hand fell off the cliff. This scene stunned Lu Benwei. He said, How did you do it?" Back then, Master said that there was a drop of fiendish blood in this inheritance painting. Back then, Master brought out the fiendish saber inheritance to its limits. He had to find another way to complete it himself. However, he still could not obtain the fiendish blood. This could be considered a lifelong regret. Xiao Chun felt excited. This fiendish saber inheritance seemed to have a mysterious origin. Even Senior Shimu could not completely comprehend it. Xiao Chun guessed that it might have something to do with his flawless saber Dao. However, he did not dare to be sure. Sorry, I forgot myself." Lu Benwei performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Little brother Xiao Chun, congratulations on obtaining the second move of the inheritance. Water droplet, destroying the firmament. Congratulations." Xiao Chun returned the bow and said, "Although I comprehended it, I will still need a long time to obtain its true meaning and bring out its might. That is natural. However, there is no rush. Come with me. I will find a residence for you to stay in. In the future, you can cultivate here. There is no need to care about Shimu being the venerate. Just come with us to Fiend Cloud Hall to cultivate." "Thank you, Big Brother Lu." "Ha ha ha. Of course. After arranging a residence for Xiao Chun, Lu Benwei said, "You can go directly to Fiend Cloud Hall tomorrow morning. Master will speak about the Dao there every morning. For the next few days, junior brothers Zhang Yushan and the other two will be in confinement. At that time, there might only be you, me, and junior sister Lu." Right. The cave was rather simple and crude. However, there were spirit-gathering formations, cultivation rooms, and secret realms. After looking around, he felt very satisfied. The primal chaos spiritual energy was much better than in his residence in the Divine Shun. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and washed up. Then, he rushed to Fiend Cloud Palace. Chun Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun, Chun, and Heaven, Spirit, Xiao Chun Yu. While in the primal chaos, Mu, Kama Xiao, and San come of the Ilum, of King. Chun, of, Chun Dao, of. He Dao, is. In today's lecture, we bladesmen naturally cultivate the saber Dao. There were 3,000 great Daos, and there were no distinctions between them. However, there were always some special great Daos that, once comprehended, would allow one's strength to reach astonishing heights. For example, the space-time Dao, the reincarnation Dao, the death Dao, and the life Dao. Unfortunately, our saber Dao is not a special saber Dao. However, This does not mean that the Saber Tao is weaker than these great Tao, because the ultimate goal of the 3,000 great Tao is the heavenly Tao. In the end, they will all return to the same place. Shimu spoke indifferently from the platform. His voice was calm, but his meaning was simple. He didn't deliberately mystify them, making them feel like they understood, but he also didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand. Instead, he didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand at all. This was especially so when Shimu explained some special great Tao like the Death Tao and the Cycle Tao. This was refreshing to Xiao Chun. As expected, it was good to have a master, especially an empty god realm expert. Xiao Chun leaned against a tree and listened attentively. Suddenly, he heard the voice stop. When Xiao Chun startled awake, he saw Shimu looking at him. Feeling a little guilty, he cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Chun greets Senior." Shimu glanced at Xiao Chun and ignored him. He continued speaking on his own, making Xiao Chun feel embarrassed. "Little brother Xiao Chun, sit beside me." Lu Benwei waved his hand, resolving Xiao Chun's awkwardness. Xiao Chun thanked Lu Benwei. Seeing that Shimu did not object, he quickly sat down. On the other side, Lu Ryua looked at Xiao Chun before withdrawing her gaze and fixing it on Shimu. After 15 minutes, Shimu finished his explanation. Lu Ryua started asking questions, asking what she did not understand. Shimu answered patiently, drawing inferences about other things. This made everyone feel like the clouds parted and the fog cleared up. Xiao Chun could not help saying, "I have a question. If a person loses something in the Saber Tao, they will discover that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Tao domain. However, I discovered that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Tao domain. It is extremely difficult to pick them up again. Instead, they have become bottlenecks. How am I to break through?" Shimu snorted coldly and retorted, "You are not my disciple. Why should I tell you?" When Lu Benwei saw the situation, he quickly said, "Master, disciple recently felt that my Saber Tao domain reached a bottleneck. I seem to have forgotten some of the things I learned in the past." Shimu glanced at Lu Benwei and said indifferently, "If you keep in your mind, there will be an echo. Since it concerns a bottleneck, it must be a mark deep in your bones and soul. How can it be easily erased? If you are patient, you will eventually find it. If you feel that you have forgotten it and do not think about it, how can it respond to you?" After saying that, Shimu left. Xiao Chun stood up and said, "Thank you, big brother Lu." Lu Benwei smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I saw that you were indeed in a rush. Given your talent, you should have comprehended the Saber Tao domain long ago." Xiao Chun sighed and said, "If you keep in your mind, there will be an echo. Senior Shimu is right. I need to be patient and persistent. My flawless Saber Tao will one day form a flawless Tao domain. Junior sister, please wait." When Lu Benwei saw Lu Ryua leave, he called out to her, "Junior brothers are not here today. However, we cannot delay this sparring session." Lu Ryua said, "Senior brother, you want to exchange moves with me? I am much stronger than you. Even if I suppress my cultivation, there is not much point. Let Xiao Chen spar with you. The two of you are similar in strength. If you exchange moves with me giving you pointers, you will definitely improve." When Lu Ryua heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She was a person who drew a clear line between love and hate. The first time they met, Xiao Chun took liberties with her. Then, when she asked him to explain the secret, he lied to her that there was no secret. This made her very uncomfortable. Right now, Lu Ryua was not willing to exchange moves with Xiao Chun. However, due to her first senior brother, she had no choice but to agree. She said seriously, "Please give me pointers." Lu Ryua drew the short saber at her waist. A strong wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered about. Lu Ru moved like a leaf in the wind, her figure hard to find. Lu Ryua attacked, as soon as she said she would. She only wanted to defeat Xiao Chun quickly and in this exchange. As Xiao Chun watched Lu Ryua attack, he felt deeply moved. It was like he had returned to the days when he was at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Chinyan Peak. With one glance, he could tell the truth of the saber. To others, the name of the willow leaf saber might strike fear in their hearts. However, to Xiao Chun, it was very familiar. Although the willow leaf saber was a saber technique that Lu Riyue created, it was derived from the Qingyun Peak's 7 secret techniques, especially the saber before her. This clearly had the shadow of the clear wind chop from back then. It followed the body like a shadow, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. However, this time, it was even more exquisite. Not only could she not sense where the saber intent was, but her figure was also erratic. What was even rarer was that with the support of soul energy and the wind saber domain, its aura was incomparable. Dang! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber, and his saber moved like lightning. It looked like a casual strike, but it happened to strike the opening of Lu Riyue's move. "Hey!" Lu Benwei exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up. Where did he find this opening? He did not even notice it. Lu Riyue was even more startled. When she saw Xiao Chen's expressionless face, she could not help feeling even angrier. Lu Riyue executed the willow leaf saber again. It gently drifted up and soared up. It was like a phantom of light and shadow, moving as fast as a strong wind. When Xiao Chun drew his saber, he blocked the attack at the critical moment again, appearing very ingenious. Good. Lu Benwei could not help clapping and cheering, revealing a smile. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiao Chun dealt with the moves as they came. Lu Riyue's originally unhappy mood had already drifted far away. She was now immersed in exchanging moves with Xiao Chun. She felt that Xiao Chun's moves were very profound. He always struck her weak points, allowing her to quickly make up for her deficiencies. This had a miraculous effect on the progress of her saber techniques. The most important thing was that Lu Riyue felt very satisfied for some reason. It was like the scene before her had become familiar, making her immersed in it unconsciously. She had never experienced this kind of feeling from any of the martial practitioners who had exchanged blows with her before. After 1,000 moves, the two of them sheathed their sabers and retreated. Good. Junior sister, I was right, wasn't I? Exchanging blows with brother Xiao Chun is indeed very helpful to you. Lu Benwei laughed as he walked over and said softly, as if Lu Riyue was afraid that she would not be able to hide her joyful expression. She put on a straight face and turned around to leave. However, the instant she turned around, her heart pounded heavily. Lu Benwei was confused and scratched his head. Isn't it good? Chapter 2153. After Lu Riyue left, only Xiao Chun and Lu Benwei remained in Fiend Cloud Hall. Looking at Lu Riyue's back, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He was in a rush to tell Lu Riyue the truth. However, he warned himself over and over again that he was not strong enough. If he said it out loud, he would die early. The person he loved the most was right in front of him, but he had to pretend to be a stranger. Only Xiao Chun himself could understand the bitterness within. Brother Xiao Chun, this blade technique of yours is truly refreshing. However, the flaws are also obvious, Lu Benwei said with a smile. Every saber technique had its flaws. There was no perfect martial technique or cultivation technique in the world. Xiao Chun naturally understood this principle. He did not get angry. Instead, he said politely, "Senior brother, please guide me." No problem. After some pointers, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that the seemingly unremarkable Lu Benwei's skills with the saber were actually so exquisite. Not only did his cultivation surpass Xiao Chen's, but his understanding of saber techniques also shocked Xiao Chun. Shimu was far from as simple as Xiao Chun thought. If it were Shimu, he would be an existence that others could only look up to, only watch from afar and not talk about in detail. Lu Benwei was perfect. He could discuss with Xiao Chun in detail, and they complemented each other. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. I really benefited a lot. Xiao Chun cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. Lu Benwei smiled and nodded. You're too polite. Remember to come again tomorrow. Although Master didn't accept you as a disciple, you should know what this means, right? I understand, Xiao Chun said softly. This meant that Shimu only could not get over the hurdle in his heart. Although he felt apologetic, he truly cherished Xiao Chen's talent and did not want him to be buried. The next day, Xiao Chun arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall on time. Then, he sat beside Lu Binwei and listened to Shimu's teachings. After Shimu left, Xiao Chun started exchanging moves with Lu Ruyue. The two did not say anything. However, the tacit understanding between them didn't require too many words. Both of them could feel a strange feeling flowing in their hearts. Not only did their strengths improve significantly, but Lu Ruyue found this feeling strange. However, she did not want to embarrass herself by asking Xiao Chun about it. Xiao Chun was well aware of this, but he was unwilling to take the initiative to explain. Time flew by like water. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the past 5 years, the two of them had not spoken more than 3 sentences. Lu Ruyue gradually felt that the tacit understanding between the two of them had reached an incredible level. She felt that it was strange, but every time she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, as if he was unwilling to say anything. She was a little angry and recalled that he had once said that he already had someone he loved the most. His heart, which had been slightly moved, gradually cooled down and calmed down. 5 years. Just like that, Xiao Chen stayed in Fiend Cloud Hall, listening to Senior Shimu's teachings for 5 years. Lu Binwei even asked questions on his behalf, indirectly receiving countless pointers. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were already master and disciple in reality. 5 years. He had spent 5 years to complete his Saber Dao. He relied on the Ice Fire Divine Origin to raise his Ice Great Dao to the Ice Dao domain. 2 years ago, Xiao Chun grasped 3 Dao domains. However, he did not rush to form a divine seal to advance to half-step Sovereign Emperor. This was because Lu Binwei said that Xiao Chun had not merged his 3 Dao domains. If he forcefully formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Furthermore, this divine seal was the crux of forming a divine flame. If he rashly formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Xiao Chen's strength would soar rapidly. He might be happy for a while, but it would be over when he reached the faux god realm. Following Lu Binwei's advice, Xiao Chun did not form a divine seal for the past 2 years, waiting for an opportunity. Counting the time, he had already been in the faux god realm for 7 years. More than half of the 10 years had already passed. During the 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, aside from cultivating on a mountain, Xiao Chun would challenge the Trial Tower if Senior Shimu did not speak about the Dao. Right now, Xiao Chun no longer cared about breaking records. He only challenged the Trial Tower to test what he learned in the mountain. Although Xiao Chun did not have any intention of breaking records, he had already broken many records along the way. Now, 2 people's names were the most eye-catching on the glory stele in front of the Trial Tower. One was Chu Chaoyun, and the other was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun heard that Chu Chaoyun had already advanced to Sovereign Emperor and left. Xiao Chun did not get a chance to meet him. On this particular day, Senior Shimu finished his lecture in Fiend Cloud Hall. As per usual, Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue started exchanging moves. The two had interacted day and night for the past 5 years and already had a tacit understanding with each other. Without saying anything, they both made their moves and started exchanging moves in Fiend Cloud Hall. At the side, Zhang Yushan and the other two showed helplessness in their eyes. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan, who felt rage in his helplessness. Back then, Zhang Yushan had endured 3 months in the Thunder Saber domain after much difficulty. Unexpectedly, he had to meet Xiao Chun again for a few years. What Zhang Yushan found even more unacceptable was that his first senior brother always sent him to exchange moves with Lu Ruyue. Now it was Xiao Chun. After some negotiation, Zhang Yushan wanted to send Xiao Chun away. However, when he learned that his first senior brother would teach him a lesson, he could not accept it. After making a fool of himself in front of everyone, he could only watch Xiao Chun exchange moves with Lu Ruyue. However, Zhang Yushan could not do anything about it, and could only watch helplessly. If not for wanting to listen to Shimu's lecture for the past 5 years, Zhang Yushan would have left long ago. When he saw Shimu every day, he felt frustrated and frustrated. After watching for a while, Zhang Yushan took the lead to leave with a cold expression. Soon, only Xiao Chun, Lu Ruyue, and Liu Benwei remained. After exchanging moves, Liu Ryue, surprisingly, did not turn around and leave. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You should be about to form your divine seal, right?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "If I want to, I can form my divine seal at any time." "In that case, quickly form your divine seal. The trial tower's 81st floor will open in 3 days. At that time, the people of the 5 super factions will participate. If you do not have the strength of a half-step sovereign emperor, you will be at a disadvantage." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt it was strange. He knew that the trial tower's 81st floor was open. He was also prepared to form his divine seal within these 3 days and advance to half-step sovereign emperor. In reality, if he had only merged his Thunder Dao domain with his soul 5 years ago, he would have been able to form his divine seal. However, he waited for 3 years to form his third Dao domain. After that, he waited for 2 years to form his perfect divine seal. Now, as long as Xiao Chun wanted to, he could form his divine seal easily. He would not even need 15 minutes. Xiao Chun's accumulations were already extremely horrifying. He could form his divine seal with 1 Dao domain in the faux god world. Only outstanding talents dare to condense a divine seal with 2 Dao domains. Those who condensed 3 Dao domains like Xiao Chun were few and far between. Hence, Xiao Chun felt that Liu Ryue's words were superfluous. What exactly was she trying to say? When Liu Ryue heard that, she said, "Since you said that you can form your divine seal at any time, then do it now. I'll watch from here." Xiao Chun immediately revealed a strange expression as he looked at Liu Benwei. Liu Benwei waved his hand, not understanding what Xiao Chun meant. "What's wrong? Are you lying to me again?" Bitterness flashed on Liu Ryue's face. Clearly, she still felt conflicted about Xiao Chun lying to her 5 years ago. When Xiao Chun saw Liu Ryue like this, he could no longer hide his usual cool and indifferent expression. Xiao Chun's eyes turned somewhat moist as he smiled bitterly. However, this smile eventually turned into lofty sentiments. He said seriously, "Why would I lie to you? I said that I can break through at any time, so I can do so at any time." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, 3 different lights flowed around his body. One was purple, representing the Thunder Dao domain. One was white, representing the Ice Dao domain. The last one was the most dazzling, representing Xiao Chun's flawless Dao domain. With just a thought, the 3 Dao domains entered Xiao Chun's forehead and entered his soul pool, merging with the azure-colored dragon seal that represented his soul. There were no obstructions. Everything happened naturally. The Dao domains merged with his soul, continuously changing. When the changes stopped, a golden dragon seal appeared like it was alive. It contained a supreme dragon might and the sharpness of a saber. It was accompanied by lightning and snow in his soul pool. A perfect divine seal. The 3 mysterious phenomena perfectly merged with Xiao Chun's soul, appearing in his soul pool. This golden dragon seal was a perfect divine seal. Boom! A soaring saber intent erupted from Xiao Chun's body, illuminating the entire fiend cloud hall. The mysterious phenomena in Xiao Chun's soul pool appeared, encasing the entire fiend cloud hall. Zhang Yushan and the others, who were halfway down the mountain, looked up and saw this mysterious phenomenon. Their expressions changed drastically. 3 mysterious phenomena. 3 mysterious phenomena. This fellow really condensed a perfect mysterious phenomenon. Up in Fiend Cloud Hall, Xiao Chun withdrew the various mysterious phenomena back into his body with a thought. In just an instant, Xiao Chun underwent a rebirth, condensed his divine seal, and advanced to half-step sovereign emperor. His strength reached a horrifying level. It looked like success came naturally. However, only Liu Benwei, who accompanied Xiao Chun, knew the loneliness and accumulation he had to endure. For this moment, Xiao Chun had put in 7 years of hard work. Very good. The hidden bitterness on Liu Ryue's face vanished, and she smiled. This was the first time she smiled before Xiao Chun in 5 years. This smile distracted Xiao Chun somewhat. When he startled to his senses, he only saw Lu Riyue's back. Lu Benwei was about to congratulate Xiao Qian when he suddenly slapped himself on the head. I got confused. Today is the day junior sister Riyue leaves the faux god world. Her tenure period is up. Chapter 2154. Before I leave, I will watch you advance to half-step sovereign emperor and seek some peace of mind. That is good. Zhang Yushan felt very happy, feeling the pent-up resentment in his heart for more than 5 years being released. However, what was the point? In the end, he could only watch the person he loved depart before his eyes. As for me, only then can I leave in peace. Damn it, come, let's send off junior sister Lu. The two of us are stupid. To think that we forgot about such an important matter. She must be angry at us for not even remembering this. Zhang Yushan could not tell Lu Benwei or Lu Riyue about this pain. He could only hide it in his heart and pretend to be cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had formed a perfect divine seal. He immediately turned back, wanted to see if it was real or fake. This startled Lu Benwei into leaving quickly, somewhat flustered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, "I'm really flustered. Go and look for Master. Master will definitely be able to save him." Since Lu Riyue was not willing to say it, there was no need to force it. Xiao Qin's ice, lightning, and Dao domains also turned chaotic, uncontrollable. Lu Benwei stepped forward and checked Xiao Qin's pulse. He immediately panicked from fright. Xiao Qin came to the Great Thousand Realms to search for you. However, he ended up meeting her. Xiao Qin had even interacted with her day and night, but he felt wronged and lonely. No one could tell him about it. No one could understand his pain. Lu Benwei blamed himself. He turned around, wanting to give chase. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Lu Riyue was long gone. It was just that no one knew what the story behind this was. Using it on Xiao Qin was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, when Lu Benwei sent Xiao Qin over, Xiao Qin was already on his last breath. Lu Benwei only knew that Xiao Qin had just broken through to half-step sovereign emperor, and his chances of survival were slim. A crack appeared in Xiao Qin's heart, and the veritable essence energy in his body turned chaotic. Uncontrollable veritable essence energy filled Xiao Qin's meridians. It was like a wild horse running amok in Xiao Qin's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Riyue waited. This wait lasted 5 years. On Xiao Qin's forehead, there was also a flame that contained divine might. It emitted a gentle light that enveloped Xiao Qin. Given Lu Riyue's intelligence, how could she not guess the mysteries between the two of them after being together for 5 years? Xiao Qin's vitality was weakening bit by bit. Lu Benwei turned pale with fright. She turned to look at Xiao Qin, but just as she was about to speak, she realized that the latter's delicate face was frighteningly pale. "Master, brother Xiao Qin, can he still be saved?" A cold smile flashed in Zhang Yushan's eyes as he said, "This Xiao Qin is crippled." He forcefully broke through and condensed a perfect divine seal, but he suffered a backlash. "This is great. I reckon that even if Master is saved, he will be a cripple. Then what should we do?" Helpless and heartbroken, he could only swallow it alone. If Xiao Qin had entered the trial tower's 81st floor as a heaven-defying sovereign personage, he would have been in great danger. Shimu did not answer. Instead, he said, "Tell me everything that happened today." Lu Benwei asked as he looked at Shimu anxiously. Xiao Qin's body was as cold as ice at one moment and incredibly hot at another. After a while, it felt like his entire body was filled with a sharp saber intent. Just a slight touch would leave wounds riddled in his body, and his palm would be covered in blood. When will he wake up? Since Xiao Qin saw Lu Riyue in Fiend Cloud Hall, he had interacted with her day and night. Every time he saw her, his heart ached more, like a silver needle stabbing into his heart. Xiao Qin wanted to make a move and stabilize the veritable essence energy in Xiao Qin's body. He believed that, given his cultivation, he should be able to do so easily. Of course, it was practically impossible for a bona fide faux god to lower his status to save someone. After Lu Benwei vanished, 3 people appeared in Fiend Cloud Hall. They were Zhang Yushan and the other two. Little brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong? The answer to Zhang Yushan's question was a mouthful of blood. Without any warning, Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Even Shimu only had one portion. After using it, it was gone. After all, they were all junior brothers of the same sect. The three wondered if they should pretend to show concern to their master to gain a good impression. In the past 5 years, countless silver needles had been stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest and heart. Shimu did not think too much. He immediately took out the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment and pulled Xiao Chun back from the gates of hell. Lu Binwei could not dodge in time, and blood splashed all over him. By the time he recovered his wits, Xiao Chun had already fallen to the ground. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, they had been together for so many years. Xiao Chun even forgot to send him off. How could he not be angry? However, Xiao Chun did not know what kind of heartache Xiao Chun had endured for the past 5 years. How could someone who had just advanced a half-step sovereign emperor have such a scary expression? That was Shimu's faux god flame. Shimu was not a doctor and did not understand much about it. He was not good at saving people. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever. Lu Binwei immediately felt somewhat flustered. Clearly, something was wrong with Xiao Chen's current state. However, Xiao Chun could not say it. He did not dare to, and he could not. He could only grit his teeth and put on a stern face, pretending that nothing had happened. This stunned Xiao Chun. Then he suddenly understood. The trial tower's 81st floor was open. At that time, all the experts of the 5 super factions would appear. Some false emperors in closed-door cultivation would not miss out on this opportunity. Xiao Chun ignored the strangeness of Xiao Chen's physical body and picked him up, flying towards the clouds. Xiao Chun tried a few times, even trying to forcibly suppress Xiao Chun, but he suffered an intense backlash. If something went wrong, even if Xiao Chun did not die, he would die because of Xiao Chun. I already said long ago that this fellow is trash. To think that master gave him the inheritance painting, and we did not even let him take a look. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Xiao Chun did not know what cultivation technique Xiao Chun cultivated, but the veritable essence energy in his body was vast and heavy. At this moment, his veritable essence energy turned chaotic, like a group of demons dancing around. Even when they were about to leave, Xiao Chun still had no intention of saying anything, so Xiao Chun could only guess. However, when Lu Binwei actually started, he discovered that his thinking was too simple. At this moment, Xiao Chun lay on a jade bed, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. The bandages were covered with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment that Shimu collected. This ointment was incredibly precious. Even if a faux god's physical body suffered fatal damage, it could recover it to its original state. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned somewhat unsightly. He sighed softly. "Junior Sister Lu, it looks like you are really angry." Xiao Chen's method was crude, but the effect was simple and crude. He was much more skilled than many peak doctors. Otherwise, the doctors of the Great Thousand Realms would not be able to survive. Xiao Chun once said that he had someone he loved the most, so he could only let his imagination run wild. Even if his heart burned with passion, he could only warn himself not to think about it. "Let's go and drink. We have to celebrate this matter." The trial tower's 81st floor 3 days from now has nothing to do with him. Now, he suffered a backlash and is just a cripple. At that time, I can do whatever I want with him. These three were at the middle of the mountain. When they saw the mysterious phenomenon above Fiend Cloud Hall, they were shocked. However, Xiao Chun had really lied to Lu Ruyue. He did have many things to say to her. Xiao Chun could fight a false emperor as a half-step sovereign emperor. When he became a sovereign emperor in the future, his strength would be immeasurable. After Lu Binwei finished speaking, Shimu entered deep thought. Every illness had a source. The source of Xiao Chen's illness was definitely Lu Ruyue. His physical body is fine. He managed to preserve his life. However, even if a divine doctor were alive, he would not be able to save his heart. The heart pain that Xiao Chun had suppressed for 5 years erupted at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Chun felt an incredible heartache. The silver needles that were stuck in his heart for the past 5 years popped out one by one. The originally well-hidden wound immediately became riddled with holes. Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we go over and show some concern? Damn it, what's going on? Zhang Yushan scolded. Concern my ass. I can't wait for him to die now. Master does not say it on the surface, but he is a true inheritor in his heart. First senior brother takes good care of him. Even junior sister Ruyue has an ambiguous relationship with him. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If not for him appearing, the fiendish saber inheritance and junior sister Ruyue would be mine. I might be skilled in martial arts, but I can form a perfect divine seal with a thought. How could she feel such familiarity and warmth for a stranger for no reason? Pussy-eye. Today was the day Lu Ruyue left the faux god world. Xiao Qian's heart ached. He could indeed advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time. He had not lied to Lu Ruyue. However, Lu Ruyue did not know that she could advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time and wanted to personally witness it before she left. She could only use the most precious spirit herbs to stabilize Xiao Qian's physical injuries. Then, she used the faux god flame to forcibly suppress the chaotic veritable essence, energy, and great Tao in Xiao Qian's body. Even though Zhang Yushan's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Qian's, he did not dare to act rashly after his divine energy entered. After interacting with Xiao Qian for 5 years, Zhang Yushan clearly knew everything. However, he could not say it out loud. Zhang Yushan had not expected a perfectly fine person to be on the verge of death all of a sudden. Even though Lu Ruyue had lost all her memories, completely forgetting about Xiao Qian, the Sky Dome Realm, and Qingyun Mountain, Zhang Yushan could not lie to Zhang Yushan about the feeling of interacting with Xiao Qian. This is really delightful. You reap what you sow. Serve you right for forcing your breakthrough. Coincidentally, they saw the scene of Xiao Qian vomiting a mouthful of blood and barely breathing. Chapter 2155. Boom! Mu Zifeng had no choice but to come. The other super factions all had major characters holding down the fort. One of the most important points was the divine medicine that could extend the lives of real gods and empty god experts. Anyone who could obtain the divine medicine would die. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's disciples, spread the news. Then, he checked and confirmed that Xiao Qian had not appeared. False emperors were horrifying existences that could refine divine energy. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, no one could defeat them. The insufferably arrogant Feng Xiaobai, who stood beside Shimu, said, "Your Highness King Jin, I heard that Xiao Qian failed to form his perfect divine seal. Now, it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. He will probably miss this trial tower." At the mention of Pan Huang, Shimu could not help recalling the sad matters of his clan. He shook his head and sighed before turning to leave. It would be a great pity for the sovereign personages in the faux god world if they missed this opportunity. Xiao Hozun said, "That's right. With our status, there is no need to keep competing with a mixed blood dragon. These princes and the noble clans of the dynasty are our true opponents. In the past, Xiao Qian really lowered our statuses. As long as one obtained a 10,000-year-old herb king, one would obtain a great reward. Aside from that, there were many rare divine materials and all sorts of natural treasures in that paradise. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever." Shimu revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he muttered, "The pain reached its peak, and the heart no longer hurts?" On this particular day, many people gathered around the trial tower in the Holy Domain's divine capital. It did not matter whether the Heavenly Alliance ranked last or not. The Heavenly Alliance did not rely on outstanding talents to establish itself. Who is Xiao Qian? Strange. Why can't the crack in his heart heal? There is clearly a crack, but the life force in his heart is incredibly strong. There is no problem at all. Strange. The only ones that could be sent out were Gongzi Lan, Wu Ming, and Mou. However, these three were only half-step sovereign emperors. What was a herb king? The opening of the trial tower's 81st floor was a great test to see which super faction could come out on top. This also represented their strength and status. After Xiao Chun suffered a backlash when he formed his divine seal, he would have one less strong opponent. This time, he could only be at the bottom, but it didn't matter. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's words were somewhat vague, making it hard for Lu Benwei to calm down. He said seriously, "Master, there's still 3 more days before the Trial Tower's 81st floor opens. If Xiao Chun cannot make it in time, he will be at a disadvantage." Then, Shimu's eyes lit up as he looked at the sleeping Xiao Chun, who was wrapped in white cloth. Then, he revealed an expression of admiration. Lu Benwei was slightly startled when he heard that. Obviously, he had still underestimated the seriousness of the matter. But who could have imagined that such a thing would happen? Originally, Xiao Chun planned to participate in the 81st floor's trial after advancing to half-step Sovereign Emperor. They smiled and nodded at each other. But each of them had their own strengths and were secretly competing with each other. Feng Xiaobai said softly, "It's fine. I hope to take revenge myself." Lu Benwei said, "Brother Xiao Chun seems to have a martial technique called heartbreaking style. Every time he used this technique, his chest would crack open. The pain stimulated his entire body's potential to deliver a sure kill strike. However, he rarely used it. I heard that when he practiced this cultivation technique to the peak, his heart would no longer feel pain." Chu Feng said indifferently, "No wonder I did not see anyone in the Heavenly Alliance that I cared about. How unfortunate. This king was prepared to help you vent your anger. It looks like I can only wait for the future." After seeing the heartbreaking style, Shimu no longer worried about whether Xiao Chun could wake up. This is a great opportunity. To think that this fellow ruined it. Xiao Hozun, who had already advanced to false emperor, appeared somewhat disappointed. However, some joy flashed in his heart. This person was the Tianmu dynasty's prince conferred the title of King Jin, Chu Feng. This piece of information was most likely accurate. Lu Benwei felt somewhat anxious, but he could not do anything. If his master could save him, he would have done so long ago. Any spirit herb that surpassed 1,000 years of lifespan and lived to 10,000 years could be called a herb king. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Be it the Bushin Palace, the Primal Chaos Palace, or the other super factions, their peak outstanding talents had already become sovereign emperors and left. However, there were still many false emperors remaining. Only sovereign personages could enter. This was an opportunity for the disciples of the various super factions. The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace. 5 super factions gathered here. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Shimu's pale face revealed some doubt. That person is already crippled. This time, we have to pay more attention to the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's group of baldies. As long as we obtain a fortuitous encounter in paradise and leave the faux god world, the 2 of us will be able to move unhindered among the younger generation." This was sincere admiration. This Xiao Chen's talent in the saber Dao surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, it fell apart. The great paradise no longer existed. Shimu said coldly, "You are still thinking about paradise? You are rather optimistic. If he does not wake up, he really will not wake up. At that time, even if he recovers from his injuries, he will just be a walking dead." Master, what should we do with little brother Xiao Chun?" However, Xiao Chun, whom Shimu valued the most, did not appear. He heard that Xiao Chun suffered a backlash when he tried to condense a perfect divine seal, crippling him. Due to the seal, it would be extremely difficult for faux gods and sovereign emperors to enter this paradise. This person was the Heavenly Alliance's Lord Mu Zifeng. The opening of the Trial Tower's 81 floors concerned the prestige of the various super factions. The Trial Tower's 81 floors were mysterious and unfathomable. Ordinary people would be done for after reaching the 80th floor. After Shimu spoke, he stepped forward. A divine light appeared in his eyes as he prodded Xiao Chen's chest with one hand. Only some of the older generation knew that the 81 floors connected to a herb field known as Paradise. Not only could one obtain many rewards, but the super faction they belonged to would also be greatly rewarded. Just at this moment, a person wearing luxurious robes embroidered with a Universe Origin true flame and a golden sash appeared at the Universe Origin Palace's location. He gave off a noble air, clearly showing off his noble status. With one look, it was clear that this was a member of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. However, the concept of a divine herb was too vague. In the past 100,000 years, only one divine herb had been found in this paradise. As long as the Heavenly Alliance could not be destroyed and rise to the ranks of a super faction, it would be sufficient. The Heavenly Alliance had gathered all the merchant associations in the world and held boundless wealth. If the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators grew stronger and revealed their tyrannical aura, it would not be a good thing. If they advanced to faux god in the future, they might become the second Pan Huang. Aside from the Universe Origin Palace's people, the profound Heaven Holy Lands Mu Yunzhu and the Bushin Palaces by Yunfei and Xiao Hozun also felt somewhat disappointed. That was a paradise that had existed in this primal chaos space before the Heavenly Realm shattered. Unfortunately, when the Heavenly Realm shattered, this paradise suffered a destructive blow. At the place where the Heavenly Alliance disciples gathered, the leader was a person as handsome as a painting, dressed in embroidered robes. A total of 6 of the 7 plum blossoms on his chest were lit up. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, not tacky at all. Mu Zifeng was not in a good mood. The Heavenly Alliance's grim Reaper Lin Feng was in closed-door cultivation, unable to come out. The Holy Lord, the Holy Domain's divine capital, the divine capital's Holy Lord. Mu Zifeng thought to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has too few outstanding talents. The main reason is that its accumulations cannot compare to the other factions. Mu Zifeng was more worried about Xiao Chun. He did not know how Xiao Chun was doing. The opening of Paradise was like a great test for the various super factions, as well as a competition. Bai Yunfei smiled happily as he spoke softly. The only thing that could be discovered in Paradise was the 10,000-year-old Herb King. Above that, the 81st floor was not open. Heartbreaking stance. How could someone with such boldness be trapped in a maze? I believe that he will be able to come out. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he looked at the top of the trial tower at the mysterious masked person. Then he said, Holy Lord. At that time, all the super faction disciples in the faux god world who had not advanced the Sovereign Emperor would have to enter. However, no one knew when Xiao Chun would wake up. Shimu stretched out his hand and waved, retrieving the faux god flame on Xiao Chun's forehead. Then, he sighed softly, stand guard here. His physical injuries are no longer a problem. Hey! Suddenly, a mighty aura came from the True God Palace. In the next moment, the mighty aura spread out in all directions, putting heavy and majestic pressure on everyone present. Only some of the remaining true gods made a move and protected a rather large piece of paradise. They sealed it in the trial tower's 81st floor and modified it into a land of trials. Chapter 2156. The Holy Lord was the master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. Rumor had it that he possessed the strength of a true god. However, he had never revealed his true cultivation, making it hard for others to fathom. The 5 super factions all revered this person. However, this person only appeared in the faux god world, never in the Great Thousand Realms. Rumor had it that time flowed too quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. He could only extend his life in the faux god world. This person no longer cared about mundane matters. Now, even the Holy Domain's divine capital was managed by the 5 super factions. He would not ask about anything. The Holy Lord was mysterious and low profile, so low profile that others overlooked his existence. However, when he appeared, everyone revered him, suddenly remembering that he was the true master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. At the top floor of the trial tower, the Holy Lord wore a mask, hiding his appearance and expression. The reason why he had appeared at this moment was because he was the only one who could open the 81st layer that sealed paradise. Greetings, Holy Lord. Everyone revered the Holy Lord. The powerhouses of the various super factions performed cupped fist salutes. The Holy Lord nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out a hand and gently tapped the air. A spot of black light appeared. In that instant, the black light expanded into a black whirlpool. It looked like a black hole that could suck in one's soul essence, appearing very mysterious. Soon, this black hole expanded continuously, turning into a huge whirlpool. The people present all felt somewhat anxious and nervous. Paradise was filled with many uncertainties. No one knew what fortuitous encounter they would obtain in the end. It was this uncertainty that filled everyone with anxiety and anticipation. The disciples of the 5 super factions, Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance, all stared at the black hole like they were possessed. The seal has already been opened. If there is any danger, everyone can withdraw at any time. The Holy Lord's aged voice rang out. Then, he withdrew silently, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he had already gone to the True God Palace, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere, watching with the crowd. Go then. Whoosh! No one knew who started it, but the false emperors of the various super factions took the lead, unwilling to fall behind, wanting to be the first to enter paradise. The Heavenly Alliance's people were at the very end, slightly inferior. Those who could enter the Void God realm were all elites among elites. Everyone here was an elite among elites. In the great 1,000 domains, they could all be called heavenly geniuses. The scene of over 1,000 outstanding talents moving out at the same time was truly spectacular. This was especially so for the leaders. They were all false emperors infinitely close to divine vein realm sovereign emperors. All of them showed off their sharpness, looking boundlessly elegant. Mu Zifeng looked around and revealed some helplessness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he might be able to see Xiao Chen appear at the last moment. But now, it seemed that the rumor about Xiao Chen's injury was indeed true. Looks like that kid is really crippled. Mu Yinzhu had not moved at all. His sharp eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at the surroundings. As long as Xiao Chen revealed a trace of his aura, he would be able to detect it in an instant. For this day, he had waited for a very, very long time. For more than 5 years, every day felt like a year. Every day was doubled in bitter cultivation. Mu Yinzhu had been waiting for the day when he could openly trample on Xiao Chen. After the events of 5 years ago in the Icefire Wasteland spread, Mu Yinzhu, Bai Yunfei, and the others became the laughingstock of the faux god world's disciples. Many half-step sovereign emperors, princes of various empires, and noble clan scions had been fooled by a Heavenly Alliance disciple. Paradise was an excellent opportunity for Mu Yunzhu to prove himself. However, Xiao Chen did not show up. Damn it! I finally managed to condense divine energy after much difficulty, and you actually lost just like that. Mu Yunzhu cursed in his heart, unable to wait for Xiao Chen. Then, his figure flashed, and a profound light filled the air as he flew towards the entrance. Like Mu Yunzhu, Bai Yunfei, Xiao Hozun, and Feng Xiaobai waited for a long time before flying towards the black whirlpool in disappointment. Fiend Cloud Hall. A person lay on the white jade bed where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. This person's body was covered in bandages, including his face. Only a pair of tightly shut eyes could be seen. A faint medicinal fragrance spread throughout the entire room. That was the fragrance of the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment on the bandages. The primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment could allow a faux god to reconstruct the physical body. Yet, it was used on a sovereign personage. If others saw this, they would definitely exclaim how unfortunate it was for wasting a heavenly treasure. Liu Benwei sat cross-legged outside the white jade bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Suddenly, without any warning, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes appeared listless as he stared at the ceiling. He looked like he had just woken up from a dream, or like he had yet to savor the gentleness of the dream. Xiao Chen did not move for a long time. He had a dream. He dreamed of returning to Qingyan Peak. The beautiful days of the past appeared in his dream. Dreams were wondrous, like the most fragrant wine, intoxicating and infatuating. In the mirage of the wine cup light, Xiaoqin only hoped that he would never wake up, that the night would never end, that dawn would never come. He continued drinking like that. However, Xiaoqin was awake in the dream. The hand that held the wine cup trembled forever. Because of pain, even the most beautiful dream in the world could not make Xiaoqin smile happily or ease the pain in his heart. After Xiaoqin drank enough wine and saw enough of his memories, he opened his eyes and returned to reality. What is the point of all my martial arts? Xiaoqin, who had been watching coldly in the dream, already had an answer. All my martial arts were hope, persistence, and struggle. Without these martial arts, I would not even have met Lu Ruyue. My heart would have turned to ashes. Compared to heartache and heartbreak, a heart of ashes was more despairing. At least I still have a dream, a goal to strive for and pursue. Many people in this world do not even have a goal. For example, fiendish saber Shimu. He was a peak faux god with all his martial arts. However, his heart died long ago. Sparks slowly lit up in Xiaoqin's listless eyes. A strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Then, he clenched his right fist tightly, and a determined light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Lu Benwei, who was at the side, seemed to sense this gaze, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was Xiaoqin. He had already woken up. Xiaoqin looked at the bandages on his hands and body. After some thought, he wanted to tear them off. You can't do that. You have not completely absorbed this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment yet. You cannot tear them off now. The internal injuries this time are even more damaging to your body than berserking chi deviation. If not for Master giving you the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment, you would not have recovered so quickly. Lu Benwei's voice rang out, stopping Xiaoqin. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? No wonder. No wonder Xiaoqin felt like he was in a medicinal spring. His entire body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Where is Senior? Xiaoqin felt warmth in his heart. He wanted to find Shimu and thank him. Lu Benwei smiled and said, Given Master's temper, I don't think he will see you. It's good that you woke up. Back then, I nearly thought that you would never wake up again. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt somewhat guilty. He said apologetically, Many thanks, Big Brother Lu, for saving my life. Although Shimu had saved Xiaoqin, he would have died in a state at that time without Lu Benwei. How many days was I asleep? Xiaoqin asked. Exactly 3 days. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Perhaps Xiaoqin never thought of giving up from the start to the end. He had always remembered Paradise's trial in the depths of his heart. If Xiaoqin did not wake up on this day, he would truly give up. He would never wake up again, remaining a coward his entire life. If Xiaoqin did not even believe in his martial arts, what was the point of living? Xiaoqin believed that one day he would return to the divine dragon empire and take back everything he lost. He was filled with pride and would never give up. Can I make it in time? Xiaoqin did not say when, but Lu Benwei naturally understood what Xiaoqin meant. After some thought, he said, Logically speaking, there is no hope. The passageway that the Holy Lord opened is slowly shrinking. However, I have a way. Come with me. Xiaoqin got off the bed and wanted to put on the alloy battle armor. However, he helplessly discovered that the bandages mixed with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment covered him in layers. There was no way to put on alloy gloves. He could not even use a storage ring. Once he used it, it would tear the bandages, causing the bandages to tear and the medicinal effects to leak out. Left without a choice, Xiaoqin picked up the white bedsheet and casually wrapped it around himself like a cloak. Strong winds howled at the summit of the mountain where the clouds were like a sea. Strong winds blew as Xiaoqin wrapped himself in bandages. The bedsheet swayed in the strong wind, looking rather strange. However, Lu Benwei did not care. He pointed into the distance of the cloud sea and said, Do you see that? That is the entrance to the paradise true body. Xiaoqin looked over and saw a frightening black hole in the distance. It was like a black dot appearing at the limits of his vision. That black hole was shrinking bit by bit. With his speed, he would not be able to reach it before it ended. Who is the fastest in the great thousand realms? The Great Rock. That's right. Have you heard of the saying, the Great Rock soars with the wind one day, soaring for 45,000 kilometers? Where does this wind come from? I once traveled outside and obtained an ancient inheritance called Great Gale Force. Only then did I realize that without wind, the Great Rock cannot fly. I have never tested this palm technique before. There are many space-time tears at the summit of this mountain range. I cannot guarantee that you can pass through safely. Do you dare to receive this palm strike of mine? Liu Binwei looked at Xiao Chun, secretly storing up power. He knew the answer in Xiao Chen's heart and was just waiting for him to speak. Do you think that I will give up? Ha ha! In that case, I will give you the power of the Great Rock to help you ride the wind. Liu Binwei reared his head back and laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. A strong wind howled like a horrifying wave, and a boundless aura gathered behind him. This wind seemed like it would flip over the sky and ground. Big wind, force, an even more boundless howl resounded in the vast world, accompanied by an ancient and shocking roar. Liu Binwei's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's body. Boom! Xiao Chun instantly entered the cloud sea. The vast cloud sea was boundlessly vast. Xiao Chun was like a drop of rain entering it, not causing any ripples at all. However, suddenly the world shook. Even the holy domain's divine capital started shaking. The many faux gods could not help looking over. Their expressions changed. They saw the sky turn pitch black, and a strong aura charged at the trial tower. A great rock. This startled several faux gods. When they looked over, they thought that a great rock really appeared in the faux god world. Then, a figure flew out of the vast cloud sea. This figure wore a white cloak and spread his arms, looking like a great rock covering the sky. He carried an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, this figure crossed 5 million kilometers. Just as the black whirlpool was about to close, he turned into a beam of flowing light. He turned into a streak of light, carrying pride and stubbornness. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he rushed in, ignoring the gazes of the world. The great rock soared with the wind, soaring 45,000 kilometers. Chapter 21:57. The great rock soared with the wind, flying 45,000 kilometers. Just as that black entrance was about to close, Xiao Chen's figure flashed in. What speed! It looked like a bedsheet just now. Did it enter paradise? It was not a bedsheet. Someone barged in while wearing a bedsheet. Did someone barge in? That should not be the case. If one's cultivations surpassed sovereign personage, one would not be able to barge in. It should be a sect disciple, but I do not know which sect. Did anyone see it clearly? That beam of light earlier carried the aura of a Kuan Peng as it flew over. It was so fast that it shocked the faux gods. The faux gods reacted only after a while. If it were a sovereign emperor, they would not even have seen the beam of light. They would only have sensed a strong aura. Liu Binwei's great gale force was simply stunning, helping Xiao Chen greatly. Whoosh! The instant the black whirlpool turned into a black dot and vanished, a huge light screen appeared above the trial tower, showing the scene of paradise. What a strange person. Why is he wrapped in a bedsheet? Is he not wearing any clothes? Mu Zifeng found this somewhat strange, feeling confused. It was not just Mu Zifeng. The other faux gods did not know what was going on either. When they saw Xiao Chen's figure on the light screen, they all showed strange expressions. It was like this person had a strange fetish. They looked like they were looking at a weirdo. I wonder which sect's disciple is from. His entrance is rather scary. A faux god powerhouse from the profound heaven-holy land said with a smile, his tone filled with mockery. The powerhouses of the various super factions all secretly asked around to see if this person was from their sect. After obtaining a positive answer, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Mu, this strange person should not be from our heavenly alliance. If he is, he would definitely be wearing the alloy battle armor, a heavenly alliance subordinate said after arriving beside Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Although cultivators paid particular attention to being unrestrained and unrestrained, it was too much for someone to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. However, it was a little too much to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. It was easy for people to see it as a joke. At some point in time, Shimu appeared beside Liu Benwei at Fiend Cloud Hall. He frowned and said, "What a scandal. Can't you lend him some clothes?" Now that Liu Benwei thought about it, he felt embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was in a rush, so I forgot." Shimu sighed. "This little fellow is too impatient. Let's see how he performs first." In paradise, the disciples of the various clans had arrived long ago. Be it false emperors or heaven-defying sovereign personages, they did not move rashly. They carefully sized up their surroundings. Regardless of how strong he was, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had to familiarize himself with the environment first. But just as they were sizing up their surroundings, a streak of light flew past. Xiao Chun, who had slowed down a lot but was still very fast, streaked over their heads. In an instant, the elites of the 5 super forces were dumbfounded. The person in front of them was wrapped in white gauze from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes. He wasn't wearing anything other than a bedsheet. It was hard to imagine who would dress up so strangely. Where did this lunatic come from? Bai Yunfei asked with a frown. He could not think of anyone who could match this person. Of course, he would not connect it to Xiao Chun. In Bai Yunfei's impression, Xiao Chun always wore white clothes or battle armor. His aura was completely different from the bedsheet-clad person before him. At the side, Xiao Zun found it strange as well. After some thought, he said, "This fellow is somewhat strange. Later, go and test him out. See if we are wary of him." "Yes." The other Bushin Palace disciples nodded. Right now, both Xiao Zun and Bai Yunfei had advanced to False Emperor. They were the leaders of the Bushin Palace disciples. No one dared to disobey them. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Brother Xiao, who do you think it is?" Xiao Zun entered deep thought. Then, he shook his head and said, "I did not expect the 5 super factions to not be able to think of a corresponding person. This is really strange. One did not fear a strong and undefeatable enemy. One only feared an unfathomable enemy who did not play by the rules. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance all showed strange expressions as they looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. They all showed expressions of confusion, wondering if a super faction was purposely trying to mislead them. Boom! The speed was too fast. Xiao Chun could not control his body and landed on a mountain peak. Fortunately, Xiao Chun did his best to control the impact. Otherwise, the entire mountain peak would have crumbled. Xiao Chun waved his hand and scattered the dust. Then, he looked around and discovered that everyone was in a vast herb field. Paradise had been modified into a land of trials over the boundless passage of time, sealed in the trial tower's 81st floor. The first stage of this trial was to search for spirit herbs. Whoever found the most spirit herbs would be the winner. The strong would be able to obtain herb kings. One might even be able to find legendary divine herbs. Of course, that was extremely unlikely. No one harbored any hope. Being able to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king was already pretty good. However, rumors said that one could not remain in this herb field for too long. This could be considered the first stage of the trial. After a certain amount of time, one had to leave quickly and head to the next stage. The baleful aura is very heavy. Under the layers of gauze, only Xiao Chen's eyes could be seen. However, he could still sense the strangeness of the surroundings. Baleful aura and death chi filled the turbid air. Corpses and bones littered the herb field. Back then, when the heavenly realm shattered, rumor had it that an intense battle had happened in paradise. After tens of thousands of years, the baleful aura did not scatter. This paradise had already turned into a land of danger. This was the reason why everyone did not act rashly while they were in the herb field. While the herb field looked desolate and peaceful, no one knew what dangers hid. No one dared to be careless. As Xiao Chun sized up the mountain peak, he saw a vast herb field with no end in sight. The sky was chaotic. There were two extreme energies mixed together, pulling on each other as they slowly circulated. One of the energies was filled with spirituality, like immortal chi, pure and without any impurities. In the past, paradise must have been filled with such pure immortal chi, which allowed it to nurture a vast and boundless herb field. The other energy was extremely turbid, filled with filth, baleful aura, death chi, baleful aura, and resentment. All sorts of terrifying auras formed a turbid demonic chi. The baleful aura and death chi in the air of this vast herb field all came from this. The two energies filled the sky, looking like ink entangling with each other, forming a strange sky. Don't care about that strange person. Quickly start moving. We do not have much time. After familiarizing themselves with the herb field's environment, the super disciples of the various factions could no longer hold back and started searching. The 10,000-year-old herb kings here all turned into spirits. Without some special means, it would be impossible to find them. Let's start as well. Mu Yinzhu withdrew his gaze from Shao Chun. After some thought, he led the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples to search the herb field. Attack. Once you discover a 10,000-year-old herb king, immediately send out a signal. Do not let anyone out. The Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng shouted coldly, appearing extremely tyrannical. Then he got the Universe Origin Sect disciples to scatter. The boundless herb field was filled with fertile black soil and baleful aura. Aside from spirit herbs, there were also many flourishing weeds and trees. There were all sorts of strange things in the forest. It would not be easy to find spirit herbs here. However, the various super factions were clearly prepared. The Universe Origin Sect disciples all held clumps of flames in their hands. When they encountered spirit herbs, they would get excited. When they encountered weeds and other plants that turned into spirits, they would get frustrated. The Bushan Palace's people formed groups of 2 or 3. The leader controlled a spirit-devouring rat with an extremely strong sense of smell. Even the Heavenly Alliance members were prepared. No one came empty-handed. Only Shao Chun, who was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, looked at the herb field helplessly. I have to think of a way. This is too disadvantageous for me. Shao Chun frowned slightly. Then, he tried to see if he could take out some secret treasures from the storage rings. In the end, he discovered that this was somewhat difficult. The bandages containing the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment would definitely tear. Shao Chun had not recovered from his injuries yet. He did not want to leave behind any future problems, so he needed to absorb all of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy. I got it. All things rejoiced together. A bright light flashed in Shao Chun's eyes. He had absorbed a drop of fiend blood. Back then, he had been able to refine the ice fire divine origin. He had relied on this drop of fiend blood to explore the entire ice fire wastelands underground. Perhaps he could do the same now. Chapter 2158. Many spirit herbs hidden in the black soil gave off a dazzling spiritual light that others could not see. Shao Chun could not open the bandage-covered storage rings. However, he could put some things in. Shao Chun leaped down from the peak and formally entered the herb field in paradise. With one look, Shao Chun knew that this black light contained extraordinary might and dense death chi. One of them looked at Shao Chun, who was wrapped in bandages and bedsheets, not daring to underestimate him. The skeleton on the throne must have been a supreme god sovereign or an ancient demonic sovereign who died in the great war between righteous factions and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. However, Firmament's Rage was a Dragon's Gate secret technique executed by combining the 5-element divine lightning with the Thunder Great Tao and the flawless Tao domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. A horse wail rang out. The sword formation collapsed, and the colossal Cyclops tree shook violently. Rumble. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers shook intensely. Even the world trembled. Come out, then. The true spirit herbs were hidden in the soil. Not only were they difficult to find, but they could also easily run into danger if they were not careful. Whoosh! Xiao Chun swept his gaze around, and his figure started to move. He cautiously looked in all directions. Xiao Chun grunted, and the rebound knocked him back. His palm left the ground as he stood up. I hope it works. The herb field in the Heaven Dragon Palace and the secret realm that the third palace master managed were filled with spirit herbs. That is, although Xiao Chun had been interrupted earlier, he had memorized the locations of the spirit herbs hidden in the depths of the black soil with a single glance. He left behind a faint purple mark as he rushed towards the Cyclops tree. Instantly, thousands of tree branches fell. Immediately, thousands of tree branches danced around like demons, wielding deadly sabers and swords, instantly launching thousands of attacks. When the boundless ice flame landed on the colossal Cyclops tree, it immediately started burning. A flickering candle flame burned in each of Xiao Chen's eyes. A candle dragon head appeared behind him, and it opened its eyes at the same time. Die. As a result, there were many rough trees and flowers growing in the herb field. At a glance, it was full of weeds. Their concealment technique was exceptionally ingenious. If not for the Cyclops tree's intense struggle earlier, allowing him to sense some unusual fluctuations, he would not have been able to discover these three people. Xiao Chun flew forward. The instant the 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him, he punched the one-eyed tree with the supreme dragon fist. Firmament's rage. The sharp light turned into a gust of wind and blew towards Xiao Chen's face. The bedsheets tied around Xiao Chen's body fluttered like a cloak. It was as though he was shuttling through a sword array. This sword array looked chaotic, but it actually contained some sort of Dao charm. This was a secret technique that the giant Cyclops tree had comprehended on its own. If anyone disdained it, they would be turned into a hornet's nest on the spot. As the spear thrust forward, the light that erupted out made the expressions of the Hound Lion Empire's three change slightly. They felt their auras and Dao domains instantly suppressed. The environment of the herb field before Xiao Chun was somewhat complicated. There was spiritual energy that was as pure as immortal qi, as well as extremely filthy demonic qi. However, Xiao Chun did not get careless from the start. He only brought out his flawless Dao domain and moved like a phantom. Xiao Chun did not make any movements, but the bedsheets wrapped around him fluttered, looking as dazzling as a saber light. Instead, it was covered in baleful qi and death qi. Ordinary people would run far away from it and would not linger around it. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression as he slowly activated the fiend blood in his palm. Immediately, the bandage wrapped around his palm gave off a faint red light. A strong wind blew, instantly scattering the roaring aura of an ancient ferocious beast. A saber light flickered and clashed with the three-sword intents, easily blocking them. A trace of horror appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. There was actually a terrifying existence underground. However, that sharpness continued to thrust forward relentlessly. It was like it could pierce through their chests in the next moment. Boom! Seeing that the sword array could not deal any damage to Xiao Chun, the spiral eye on the trunk suddenly shot out a beam of black light. Xiao Chun casually untied the bedsheet and grabbed one of the branches. Then, he exerted some force and swept it. Bang! The mountain-like cyclopean tree turned into ashes with one punch from Xiao Chun. It turned into ice shards that drifted down like gray snow. Xiao Chun did not turn around. His voice came out through the bandage around his mouth, sounding somewhat hoarse and scary. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Indeed, it worked. After verifying that there was no one around, Xiao Chun bent over and touched the black soil with his bandaged hand. Furthermore, this was just an insignificant 10,000-year-old fiend king. Xiao Chun clenched his right hand and completely extinguished its ferocious nature. 500,000 kilometers below, Xiao Chun suddenly discovered piles of corpses. These corpses had existed for an unknown number of years. There were humans, demonic beasts, great desolate Ian ferocious beasts, Azuras, flood dragon humans, Rakshasa demons. All he saw were corpses. There were even many spirit herbs that looked like weeds growing on the surface. However, the ones buried underground were thousand-year-old spirit herbs. Thousands of tree branches started dancing like treasured sabers being unsheathed, showing their sharpness. Tree branches were cut in half by the saber light and fell down like rain and snow. Xiao Chun moved unimpeded through the sword array of tree branches, approaching the cyclopean tree. It looked like a patch of wild grass. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scene before Xiao Chun changed. The black soil under his feet seemed transparent. Whoosh! 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 Candle dragon eyes. The spiral patterns on the trunk gave off a faint light, flickering like a ferocious beast opening its demonic eye. Whoosh! His Highness was right. You are somewhat strange. To think that you can use your own means to detect spirit herbs. The countless corpses were either prostrating on the ground or kneeling on one knee. None of them dared to get up before this skeleton throne. The Hound Lion Empire was one of the 8 empires controlled by the Bushan Palace. These 3 people should be Xiao Hozun's subordinates. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chun arrived at a flat piece of land and stopped. In front of him was a towering black tree. The spiral patterns on the trunk looked like the eyes of a ferocious beast. The withered tree branches were like the claws of a ferocious beast, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Xiao Chun continued looking. 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chun discovered more and more corpses. The joy in his eyes grew even more intense. It looks like I cannot stay in this herb field for long. After alarming these corpses, I have to leave quickly. I have to move quickly as well. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun tilted his body slightly and dodged the black light, not waiting for the cyclopean tree to do anything. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. If this cyclopean tree was really strong, it would have attacked directly instead of endangering him first. 3 figures appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. They were the Hound Lion Empire's people. With one look, Xiao Chun could tell that this tree was not a spirit herb and could not produce spirit fruits. The 10,000-year-old herb king, Ice Cloud Nation, struggled desperately in Xiao Chun's hand, trying to break free. At this moment, the 3 finally realized how terrifying Xiao Chun was. Horror flashed in their hearts. They could no longer care about anything else, so they turned around and fled. Run! Boundless electric light tore through the sky, and the flawless Dao domain spread out. 3 extremely terrifying auras of ancient ferocious beasts answered Xiao Chun's question. Hidden in the overwhelming auras were 3 cold sword intents, as scary as hungry wolves. Whoosh! The cyclopean tree was already dead. However, Xiao Chun did not stop. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike. A beam of spiritual light charged out of the ground, looking like it purposely charged into the towering hand. Before it could react, Xiao Chun grabbed it. This black light could be said to be extremely abrupt. As long as someone was slightly distracted by the sword formation, they would definitely be hit. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then, he pulled off the bedsheet and shook it gently. The bedsheet gathered and appeared in his hand like a spear. Then, he thrust it forward. Many 10,000-year-old herb kings appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. He even discovered some 100,000-year-old herb kings and 1,000,000-year-old herb kings. When Xiao Chun turned around, the bedsheet wrapped around Xiao Chun like a cloak again. This was somewhat different from an ordinary herb field. The more you put on an act, the more it proves your cowardice. Dang! 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 Then, it hung on a tree branch, weathered by the wind and rain, turning into a dried corpse. After stopping struggling, Xiao Chun looked at it for a while and gave up on consuming it immediately, tossing it into his storage ring. However, Xiao Chun knew that a 10,000-year-old herb king, the ice cloud fruit, grew under the tree. What was truly shocking was that the corpses buried deep underground were all prostrating themselves. You discover my secret, yet you're still not running. In that case, none of you can leave. Given Xiao Chun's current state, the consequences would be unimaginable if he came in contact with it. Although the disciples of the various major factions had already started searching for spirit herbs, it was better to be safe than sorry. Before activating the fiend blood, Xiao Chun still had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chun comprehended 3 Dao domains, once he executed it, even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to struggle free if he grabbed them. To ice-attributed cultivators, the ice cloud fruit was a great supplement. It was a 10,000-year-old herb king that could directly raise one's cultivation and Dao domain. It did not even need any special refinement to be consumed directly. Xiao Chun managed to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king, which did not cause much of a commotion. He crawled all the way until a throne appeared in the depths of the ground. A skeleton wearing a featureless white mask sat on the throne. A group of people knelt respectfully to the skeleton's sides. A wondrous mental fluctuation immediately appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. That was the one-eyed tree threatening Xiao Chun to leave. Chapter 21:59. When the 3 from the Hound Lion Empire saw that the situation was bad, Xiao Chun managed to suppress their auras with just one move. This was too horrifying. Although the 3 were not half-step sovereign emperors, they were at least heaven-defying sovereign personages. While the 3 might not be able to defeat Xiao Chun if they worked together, they would at least have no problem leaving. However, before Xiao Chun, they were no match for him. This immediately frightened the 3 out of their wits. They wanted to turn around and leave. However, since Xiao Chun chose to attack, how could he give the 3 a chance to leave? Stay behind. Xiao Chun shouted coldly as he soared into the air and swung the spear in his hand. A vast saber light encased the 3, not letting any of them go. Flawless Dao domain. This was the first time Xiao Chun fought with someone since his saber Great Dao advanced to a Dao domain. After experiencing a tribulation, he finally managed to break through to the flawless Dao domain. The moment he attacked, he displayed strong might. Crack! Crack! This person's Dao domain actually cracked under the pressure of Xiao Chun's flawless Dao domain. If the 3 continued fleeing, their Dao domains would crumble. They needed to fight. Otherwise, they would die for sure. Damn it! The 3 were forced to turn around and attack the pressing Xiao Chun. Dang! 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 Xiao Chun condensed the bedsheet. It looked long and slender, but in reality, he used it as a saber. The instant the 3 turned around, the flickering saber light arrived before them. The 3 could not react in time and could not deal with it calmly. They could only brandish their swords to block Xiao Chun's attacks. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiao Chun pressed forward step by step. The 3 people from the Hound Lion Empire blocked Xiao Chun at the same time. However, they appeared flustered, not having a chance to catch their breath. Rumble! Thunder rumbled endlessly in the sky. Snowflakes danced in the air. However, Xiao Chun suppressed them with his flawless Dao domain. The 3 Dao domains immediately merged, working perfectly with each other, suppressing the 3 until they could not retaliate. These 3 each grasped a Dao domain. However, they could not merge them as perfectly as Xiao Chun, unable to fend for themselves. Not only did they not bring out the advantage of having many people working together, but they also had to use 3 Dao domains each, limiting themselves. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. In less than 100 moves, he was already covered in wounds, and it looked like he would be unable to hold on any longer. The 3 of them roared furiously. At this instant, their eyes shone with a golden light. They had activated their Great Desolate Ian bloodline. Boom! The instant the Great Desolate Ian bloodline erupted, the 3 of them finally recovered 10% of their momentum. After activating his Great Desolate Ian bloodline, his aura should be soaring, and he should be launching a frenzied counterattack. However, the 3 of them didn't even think about it. As soon as they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned around and fled again. Outside the Tower of Trials, the boss of Bushin Palace felt extremely awkward when he saw this. The gazes of the other foe gods were filled with doubt and confusion, making him feel extremely embarrassed. You've been forced to activate your bloodline by this freak, yet you're still thinking of running? You're really courting death. As a foe god, he naturally could tell that if they activated their great desolate Ian bloodline and fought to the death, one or two might be able to escape. However, if they chose to flee, only death awaited them. The moment the bloodline power vanished, they would no longer be able to retaliate and could only allow others to humiliate them. However, the faux god was wrong. Shao Chun did not wait for the three to finish activating their bloodline power, choosing to attack immediately. Shao Chun roared ferociously, and the golden divine seal in his soul pool activated. However, before the roar ended, the golden divine seal appeared. Before the shout ended, the three, who just turned around and soared into the air, vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They showed pained expressions as they knelt on the ground, dropping their weapons to the side. "Perfect divine seal," someone exclaimed softly. Given a faux god's eyesight, the might of the divine seal that Shao Chun erupted earlier could be seen as a perfect divine seal with one glance. Divine seals also differed in quality. Divine seals were split into 4 grades: flawed, ordinary, flawless, and perfect. Flawed meant that the soul and the Tao domain did not merge well, showing obvious flaws. Most cultivators who could enter the faux god world would not have any flaws in their divine seals. At the very least, they would be ordinary. However, it was somewhat difficult to condense a flawless divine seal. As for a perfect divine seal that surpassed flawless, they were like phoenix feathers and water chestnuts, extremely rare. Practically no one could merge 3 Tao domains like Shao Chun and still form a perfect divine seal. Who is this person? The eyes of the various superfaction powerhouses lit up. They quickly got their subordinates to ask around. Earlier, they had been afraid that this strange person was from their faction. Now, they hoped that this person was from their faction. The other superfactions all held some anticipation. Only the Bushin Palace powerhouses showed an unsightly expression. Seeing the 3 kneeling on the ground, tortured by the Tao, this strange person wrapped in a bedsheet was definitely not from their faction. Shao Chun walked over step by step. He knew that these 3 were in the same situation as when he faced Mu Yunju back then. The other party's one sentence made it hard for Shao Chun to resist, nearly resulting in defeat. Now, Shao Chun had such ability as well. Furthermore, he was even stronger. "I withdraw," the 3 said with much difficulty. Then, a strong force immediately appeared in front of Shao Chun, blocking his advance. Shao Chun's expression did not change. He knew that this was the Trial Tower's protection. Everyone had such an opportunity in paradise. If one ran into a situation where they could not preserve their lives, they could withdraw. This way, Shao Chun would have achieved his goal. As long as these 3 did not expose his secrets, it did not matter whether he killed them or not. "My injuries are still somewhat obstructive, and my meridians have not fully recovered. Otherwise, I would not need to exchange 100 moves with these 3 people who are not even half-step sovereign emperors." Shao Chun muttered to himself. Then, he waved his right hand. Whoosh! The bedsheet that formed a spear scattered, and Shao Chun draped it over his body again. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. Back then, Shao Chun had been in a rush, fearing that the gauze would not be able to cover him. After he came out, he discovered that he had worried too much. Even without the bedsheet, the gauze would be tight enough. There was no need to worry too much. However, it was not bad to use it as a weapon. If the gauze accidentally tore, he could use it to cover himself. Hence, Shao Chun carried it with him. Could this person be Shao Chun? Mu Zifeng muttered, a bright light flickering in his eyes as he entered deep thought. Shao Chun also used the saber. His saber techniques resembled him somewhat. However, after thinking about it, Mu Zifeng felt that this was impossible. Shao Chun had just been injured, and his survival was unknown. How could he erupt with such strength? The most important thing was that Mu Zifeng's impression of Shao Chun was that he wore white and had a stern air. A sharpness hid on his face. He did not seem like someone who would appear in a bedsheet. Inside paradise, Shao Chun followed the clues in his memory, continuously traveling through the boundless herb fields. When Shao Chun stopped, he would definitely gain something. The ability that the fiend blood gave him was much more reliable than the Universe Origin Palace's flame or the Bushin Palace's spirit-devouring rats. Time passed. When Xiao Chun harvested his 10th 10,000-year-old Herb King, startled cries rang out outside the trial tower. Right now, Xiao Chen's harvest already equaled the harvest of an entire team of the other super factions. He did not know that this harvest was the result of Xiao Chun holding back on purpose. Xiao Chun knew that the faux gods outside could see the scene inside, so he did not dare to go overboard. The 10,000-year-old Herb Kings he obtained were ones that he could consume and refine himself, seeking quality over quantity. Haha, Saber Demon, Wu Meng? With your saber techniques, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Xiao Chun, who was traveling, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly withdrew and retreated to a large tree. He slowly extended his spiritual sense and saw the Heavenly Alliance's Saber Demon clutching his chest 50 kilometers away, vomiting some blood. Someone beside Saber Demon Wu Meng supported him, showing a furious expression. The saber intent in the surroundings had yet to scatter, still buzzing. Clearly, there had been an intense battle here earlier. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Wu Meng and said, "If not for your tortoise shell, I would have defeated you in 10 moves. To think that trash like you is not embarrassed to be called Saber Demon. Damn it, if not for your sneak attack, how could Big Brother Wu lose to you?" A Heavenly Alliance disciple at the side said angrily, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Wu Meng showed a calm expression as he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. He is fiendish Saber, Shi Mu's disciple. Even in a normal fight, I would not be a match for him. If you want this Herb King, take it. Let's go." Zhang Yushan reached out and received the 10,000-year-old Herb King that Wu Meng proffered. He showed a disdainful expression, not saying anything. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures of Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers flashed, blocking Wu Meng and Zhang Yushan's path. Wu Meng said sullenly, "What do you want? I already gave you the Herb King that I subdued after much difficulty. What else do you want? How can things be that easy? If the 2 of you want to continue seeking fortuitous encounters in paradise, each of you will have to hand over 10,000 faux god coins." "What?" Wu Meng raged, the hand that held his saber trembling. Normally, given his temper, he would have attacked long ago. However, now he really hated them. Chapter 2160. Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over the 10,000 faux god coins. Otherwise, you could forget about remaining in paradise. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers urged impatiently when they saw Wu Meng hesitate. Wu Meng felt enraged. Not because he lost a 10,000-year-old Herb King, but because he hated himself for being so useless. "You are seeking death. Wu Meng, it looks like you're tired of living. Kneel." Zhang Yushan suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It was a shocking sound. He had activated his divine seal and was about to make a move. Given Wu Meng and his companion's current state, they would not be able to endure Zhang Yushan's shout. How mighty! However, just as this sound wave was about to arrive, an indifferent shout came from the ground. This shout also contained Dao might. It was like a sharp saber carrying a strong wind as it attacked. Boom! The saber clashed with Zhang Yushan's sound wave, and explosions rang out endlessly. The surrounding weeds and trees shattered one after another. The various Dao might contained in the sound wave appeared. Lightning, ice, fire, saber intent. All sorts of mysterious phenomena swept out in the surroundings. Whoosh! What was even more terrifying was that the Dao might and sharpness contained in that shout remained. After shattering Zhang Yushan's sound wave, it charged over like a saber light. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He quickly made a move and scattered the sound wave. However, he ended up taking 3 steps back. Who is it? Hiding in the dark. If you are capable, show yourself. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers felt that something was wrong. Their figures flashed as they cautiously landed beside Zhang Yushan. "I never hid. It is just that you could not see me." Zhang Yushan looked up and saw a person standing on a huge tree. This person's body was bandaged and wrapped in a bedsheet, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked at Zhang Yushan coldly. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. What a coincidence! He had not thought of taking the initiative to cause trouble for this Zhang Yushan. However, to think that he would run into Zhang Yushan in this paradise. Since Xiao Chun ran into Zhang Yushan, then he should take this opportunity to settle past grudges. Back when Zhang Yushan first came to Fiend Cloud Hall, he threatened Xiao Chun and even targeted Ryue. Later, when Xiao Chun used his killer move, he wanted to kill him in one move. Now, he was even more shameless. Not only did he snatch Wu Meng's 10,000-year-old Herb King, he even wanted to continue extorting him. This Zhang Yushan showed Xiao Chun what was called shamelessness. Zhang Yushan had utterly embarrassed Senior Shimu. Whoosh! Xiao Chun leaped down and landed in front of Wu Meng. Then, he said softly, "You all go first. Leave this to me." Friend, the three of them are Yao Dao's disciples. They're not easy to deal with. Wu Meng looked at Xiao Chun, confusion filling his eyes. He did not understand why this strange person would help him, but he still had to warn him out of goodwill. Fiendish Saber, Shimu, was a famous expert among foe gods. For Zhang Yushan to become his nominal disciple, he naturally was not weak. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "You crazy fellow, let's see who you are. How dare you meddle in my business?" Buzz. When Zhang Yushan drew his saber intent spread out. He truly lived up to his reputation as the person who had listened to Shi Mu's teachings for 5 years. When Zhang Yushan attacked, he pushed his saber intent to the limits. When he drew his saber, it already contained a horrifying saber intent. It was like the roar of a mountain or the roar of a tsunami, surging towards Xiao Chun like a huge wave. Mad Cloud Chop. Zhang Yushan did not stop moving. The instant he drew his saber, he attacked with his killing move. When Zhang Yushan stretched out his hand, clouds gathered and unfolded, looking very majestic. He materialized a tyrannical aura of a lone tyrant in the sky. Together with the churning cloud sea behind him, his aura was truly overwhelming. Good. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers could not help exclaiming in admiration. Their senior brother's Mad Cloud Chop truly reached perfection, making them sigh in amazement. How strong! Wu Meng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was somewhat unconvinced of Zhang Yushan. After all, Zhang Yushan was the one who sneak attacked him. However, when Wu Meng saw this move, he felt that Zhang Yushan's sneak attack had not been genuine. Now, this was Zhang Yushan's true strength. No matter what, he was Fiendish Saber, Shi Mu's disciple. Xiao Chun showed a somewhat grave expression. Although this Zhang Yushan was extremely shameless, he did have some talent in the Saber Dao. That made sense. If Zhang Yushan did not have some talent, Senior Shimu would not have accepted him out of consideration for Xiao Chen's sake. If Zhang Yushan were at his peak, it would be fine. However, he was somewhat problematic now. However, it was only a little troublesome. In the end, this Zhang Yushan was just trash. Mad Cloud Chop. If the Cloud Sea does not exist, let's see how you could be arrogant. Xiao Chun shouted coldly, unflustered as he faced the saber light that was about to chop down. Bolts of purple electric light tore through the sky. Closely following that, thunder roared. The majestic Cloud Sea mysterious phenomenon behind Zhang Yushan instantly crumbled. Zhang Yushan's heart skipped a beat, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The time it took for Xiao Chun to break his Cloud Sea mysterious phenomenon allowed his saber light to be only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chun. As long as Zhang Yushan chopped down, even if the saber light's might was significantly reduced, it would still be able to take half of Zhang Yushan's life. Go to hell. Zhang Yushan showed a ferocious expression as he roared ferociously. The saber in his hand descended even faster. You lose, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then, he grabbed the bedsheet with his right hand and swung it ferociously. A strong wind blew, and the flawless Dao domain instantly erupted. Using his will as a saber and the wind as a saber, this swing was filled with saber light. Zhang Yushan clearly did not draw his saber, but the bedsheet was like a powerful saber being drawn, carrying an unparalleled sharpness as it swept over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, Zhang Yushan was ruthlessly slapped back, as if he had been slapped in the face. "I'll strike while you are down." Not giving Zhang Yushan a chance to catch his breath, the bedsheet occasionally gathered and scattered. As Xiao Chen's Dao domain spread out, saber moves filled the air like a torrential storm. "It's over. I'm going to die here." Zhang Yushan felt a chill in his heart. He had not expected to be defeated in one move and be consigned to eternal damnation. "Why are you still not coming to help? You two trash. What are you just watching for?" When Zhang Yushan saw that his two junior brothers were still watching, he could not help feeling enraged. "Senior brother, hold on for a while. We'll get reinforcements for you." Who could have imagined that his two junior brothers would flee when they saw that the situation was bad? Zhang Yushan was so frustrated that the bedsheet pierced his chest in a moment of carelessness, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Pa! Seeing that he had no hope of victory, Zhang Yushan wanted to beg for mercy. Who knew? The other party ignored him. The bedsheet gathered and slapped Zhang Yushan's face. The heavy slap to the face immediately stunned Zhang Yushan. "There is no grudge between us. There is no need to do this. I am Fiendish Saber, Shi Mu's disciple. After all, one of the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If you anger me, not only will you offend Fiendish Saber, Shi Mu's faction, but the entire profound Heaven Holy Land will not let you off." It would have been fine if Zhang Yushan had not mentioned Fiendish Saber Shi Mu. Now that he mentioned it, Xiao Qin's expression turned even colder. "Pa! Pa! 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 Pa!" The bedsheet slapped Zhang Yushan several times in the air, leaving him hovering between life and death, unable to say a complete sentence. Now, the profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouses outside the trial tower felt incredibly ashamed. To think that the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land were tortured by such a strange person, unable to retaliate. This was no longer torture, but humiliation. "Damn it. Investigate. Investigate. You must find out who this little bastard is. I want to see who exactly he is." The profound Heaven Holy Land, faux god powerhouse, Gu Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Brother Gu, please calm down. Didn't your profound Heaven Holy Land disciple humiliate the Heavenly Alliance disciples as well? Paradise is a competition of the younger generation. Making a big fuss over it is too much." "That's right. Didn't Brother Mu not say anything just now?" The other faux god powerhouses smiled faintly, reminding Zhang Yushan to mind his status. After all, he was a bona fide faux god. How could he lose his composure like that? Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. What could Mu Zifeng say? Did someone use a bedsheet to slap a Heavenly Alliance disciple into a pig's head? However, given the situation, Gu Fei could only keep his words in his heart, unable to say anything. No matter what, it was unreasonable for a faux god to bicker with a junior. Xiao Chun did not want to give Zhang Yushan a chance to admit defeat. He also did not truly threaten Zhang Yushan's life. Otherwise, Zhang Yushan would have chosen to withdraw. Xiao Chun would fight with Zhang Yushan, not giving him hope or despair. Woo, woo, woo. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. Wu Ming and the other Heavenly Alliance disciple immediately felt incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Yushan's eyes lit up as he laughed. "Ha ha! Senior Brother Gu is here. He will definitely kill you. Let's see how arrogant you can be." "You talk too much." Xiao Chun swung the bedsheet and directly sent Zhang Yushan flying. When Zhang Yushan landed, he paled. He had sustained severe injuries, nearly killing him. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw a person holding a flute with both hands. This person placed the flute by his mouth and gently blew on it. While in the air, he played the flute and quickly flew over. When he looked around and met Xiao Chen's gaze, he immediately burst forth with a cold, sharp light. A False Emperor. Chapter 2161. A False Emperor. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that this person was a false emperor. Among the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples, this person was probably on the same level as Mu Yinzhu, a peak existence. Outside the trial tower, the eyes of the profound Heaven Holy Land's faux god First Elder, Gu Fei, lit up. Gu Yuhan arrived. This is great. As a false emperor, Gu Yuhan could condense divine energy. He had already advanced to half-step sovereign emperor many years ago. The flute music was indistinct, sounding like the sounds of nature. When Gu Yuhan played the song, The Heart of the Night on the Blue Sea and Blue Sky, it was like waves crashing against reefs. The waves surged, and the blue sky and blue sea looked boundless. It seemed slow, but was actually very fast. As Gu Yuhan played the flute music, he drove his divine seal and infused his Tao might into the flute music. Or rather, using the flute music to activate the divine seals, might was much more profound than using sound waves. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. While this person was still very far away, he already felt like he was facing a great enemy, putting immense pressure on him. If Xiao Chen got closer, who knew how strong this flute music would be? If Xiao Chen left now, it would not be a problem. The other party might not be able to catch up. It was unwise to fight a false emperor in his current state. However, Wu Ming and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow Taoists behind Xiao Chen were already affected by the flute music. If Xiao Chen left, the two would be finished. Xiao Chen would not feel at ease. If he did not feel at ease, how could he maintain his original intentions? Go! Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he pressed his tongue against his palate, letting out a dragon roar. The flute music immediately paused. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, kicking up overwhelming waves. The flute music scattered, and the blue sea and blue sky song scattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Chun picked up Wu Ming and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow and sent them flying with all his might. Wu Ming, who was startled to his senses, felt a huge lightning-attributed force on him. Then, he flew away like a beam of light. When Wu Ming saw that Xiao Chun was still where he was, he could not help feeling guilty. He shouted, "Who are you? Will you stay alive? I will never forget this favor. Wu Ming, will definitely repay it in the future." Xiao Chun sent a voice projection. "We are all Heavenly Alliance people, so we should take care of each other. Brother Wu Ming, there is no need to be so polite. I am fine. There is no need to worry. A member of the Heaven Alliance." Wu Ming's heart trembled when he heard this. Such a person existed? How laughable. To think that I thought that I was the strongest in the Heavenly Alliance, aside from Xiao Chun and Grim Reaper Lin Feng. I was truly a frog in a well. Normally, I would not be so arrogant, training day and night. Even if this Zhang Yushan was Shi Mu's disciple, I would not have suffered such a miserable defeat. Imperceptibly, this lesson allowed Saber Demon Wu Ming to undergo a transformation. Slowly, Xiao Chen's full-powered lightning-attributed energy quickly sent the two far away. However, he had no choice but to remain where he was. Woo 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 woo. As the flute music spread out, it became even more difficult to deal with. Gu Yuhan clearly increased his strength. Moreover, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, which made it difficult for Xiao Chun to continue. Faint ripples appeared in his soul pool. Occasionally, musical notes could be heard. The golden divine seal seemed to be violently battered by raging waves. This made Xiao Chun feel extremely uncomfortable. Faint cracks had actually appeared on the divine seal. If this continued, he would probably die here. A false emperor. He truly lives up to being a false emperor. While Xiao Chun felt uncomfortable, lofty aspirations welled up in his heart. He had long heard of the strength of a false emperor. 5 years ago, he wanted to fight a false emperor. However, he had not gotten the chance. After waiting for 5 years, he finally got the chance. Boom! The battle hunger that Xiao Chun suppressed for 5 years turned into hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations spreading out in all directions. When people outside the trial tower felt this hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations, they immediately praised Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had courage and boldness, not fearing a strong enemy. Instead, He inspired such a strong battle hunger. What a great junior! If this person were a disciple of my Bushin Palace, I would definitely take him in as my final disciple and pass on my mantle to him. My Bushin Palace needs such hot-blooded people. Regardless of victory or defeat, let's fight first. So what if he is a false emperor? Earlier, Xiao Chun humiliatingly defeated a Bushin Palace disciple, embarrassing that Bushin Palace powerhouse. Now that this Bushin Palace powerhouse saw this scene, he could not help praising Xiao Chun. No matter how strangely this junior dressed, making others laugh and feel confused, Xiao Chun first revealed his perfect divine seal. Now, when facing a profound Heaven Holy Land false emperor expert, he burst out with such startling battle hunger. Xiao Chun already fulfilled all the requirements of a powerful, outstanding talent. He just lacked one more chance to soar into the sky in one go. Could it really be Xiao Chun? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. If it were an outsider, he would not have come to save Xiao Chun. However, the white-clad Xiao Chun with his fluttering long hair and a hidden sharpness appeared in Mu Zifeng's mind. Compared to this strange person covered in bandages and bedsheets, it was a completely different scene. Mu Zifeng would never have imagined that Xiao Chun was the same person. The only similarity was that the two had lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. They both had a pride and tyranny that refused to admit defeat. So what if I am a false emperor? I will fight you. Bang! Gu Yuhan soared into the air, holding a flute with both hands and using the flute music to activate his divine seal. Gu Yuhan clearly sensed Xiao Chun's battle hunger. This was a provocation, so he could not help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. This azure sea and blue sky immediately gained a cold and somber air. Frost spread out for tens of thousands of miles. This medicinal field and all the towering trees within sight were covered in frost. Then they all withered, their vitality destroyed by the killing intent. Vast sky, boundless sea, waves rise, falling flute music, cold killing intent. Each note was louder than the one before. Ding, dang, dang, rang out. This azure sea and blue sky contained a cold and somber air, wanting to kill everything in the world. Who cares about your overwhelming battle hunger or your hot-bloodedness? The one I will kill is you. Xiao Chun's soaring battle hunger and burning hot-bloodedness immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Before Xiao Chun could show off his lofty aspirations, someone chopped them down in the air, making him feel very unbearable. Ha ha ha! Good, good. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chun's mouth, dyeing the bandage around his mouth red. However, he could not help rearing his head back and laughing, saying good 3 times. No matter who this person was, he made Xiao Chun feel the aura of an expert. Xiao Chun felt deep veneration and heartfelt admiration for this person. This person was not someone that a shameless trash like Zhang Yushan could compare to. Whoosh! The bedsheet in Xiao Chun's hand flung out ferociously. Then, he tied it up like a cloak. Even though Zhang Yushan's hot-bloodedness was chopped down by someone's flute music, he did not feel discouraged. Zhang Yushan could not maintain his composure, not saying a word or moving at all. Am I going to die? Zhang Yushan's face swelled up like a pig's head as he leaned against a rock with much difficulty. When he saw Xiao Chun's scene, he could not help laughing excitedly. Bang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, a crisp sound rang out in the air. After storing up power for a long time, Xiao Chun punched with all his might. The fist light was like a saber moving in the air, giving off a surging saber intent. Under the pressure of the flute music, Xiao Chun used his flawless saber domain to drive the divine seal. The flawless Tao uses the body as a saber. I do not have a saber in my hand, but I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a scabbard. Every time Xiao Chun punched, his fighting spirit spread out as he drew his saber. The sound of a saber being drawn unleashed his hot-bloodedness, blocking the increasingly difficult flute music. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures landed. It was Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers. When they saw Zhang Yushan's appearance, they could not help finding it funny. Senior brother, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Who slapped you? Zhang Yushan immediately felt exasperated. You two bastards, to think that you have the face to come back. Do you enjoy watching me get beaten up? Senior brother, you are wrongly accused. Didn't we bring reinforcements for you? Since big brother Gu Yuhan is here, that brat will die for sure. The two did not blush. In reality, running into Gu Yuhan was a complete coincidence. Zhang Yushan looked like he saw something terrifying. Unable to care about anything else, he shouted, "Quickly, bring me away. We can't stay here anymore. Quick, quick, quick. I'll let bygones be bygones. Quickly, bring me away." Zhang Yushan's two junior brothers mocked. Senior brother, did someone beat you silly? Senior brother Gu Yuhan is here. What are you afraid of? You two pig heads. Look behind you. The two quickly turned around. When they saw what happened, they were stupefied. They did not even have time to put away their smiles. They saw Xiao Chun draped in a bedsheet, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a scabbard. The sound of Xiao Chun drawing the scabbard reverberated in the surroundings, actually shattering the flute music, which had grown much stronger. The surrounding mysterious phenomena of the blue sky shattering and waves surging back did not injure Xiao Chun at all. Someone actually blocked senior brother Gu's blue sky and blue sea. How can this be? Quickly leave. Otherwise, when senior brother Gu comes down, the shockwaves will definitely affect this place. This greatly startled the two. Without even thinking, they quickly retreated. Damn, you two bastards. Bring me along. Zhang Yushan, who was severely injured and beaten into a pig's head by Xiao Chun, screamed hoarsely. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures quickly retreated. Then, each of them grabbed one of Zhang Yushan's legs and moved as fast as lightning, continuing to flee. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard reverberated even more intensely. This was no longer a battle of divine seals. Instead, it was the two's martial Tao clashing. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard contained their respective understandings of the martial Tao. Neither could afford to lose. Once they lost, they would hurt themselves. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air. It was Gu Yuhan, who had finally arrived before Xiao Chun. He looked at Xiao Chun coldly, with a sullen expression. However, he did not stop playing the flute. The flute music spread out as Gu Yuhan landed. It was like a surging tsunami surging over. Xiao Chun could not help showing an even graver expression. As he played, he brought out his flawless Tao domain to its fullest. Gu Yuhan slowly paced the ground. As he walked, the flute music never stopped. It looked like there was no pattern to it. In reality, every step Gu Yuhan took contained the laws of the world. At this moment, his azure sea and blue sky technique was already driven to its limits. The two of them had already fought to the point where neither of them could let go. Both of them were holding back a killer move. The ending notes of Gu Yuhan's azure sea and blue sky technique would definitely overlap, unleashing all the rhythm of the earlier notes at the very last moment. As for Xiao Chun, he was also hiding the dragon tone art that the Qing Emperor created back then. Given his current cultivation, when he executed the dragon tone art, he could bring out all the blue dragon's power in his bloodline. The fight looked incredibly intense, surging with battle hunger. However, in reality, they were both enduring, waiting, holding back a move, waiting for their peak strike. Chapter 2162. The two endured, hiding their moves. One attacked, and the other defended. Gu Yuhan's blue sea, blue sky would eventually come to an end. Xiao Chun, who was forced to defend with the sound of a drawn scabbard, was forced to defend. Although Gu Yuhan was at a disadvantage, as long as he could defend, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. As Gu Yuhan walked, he blew the flute music endlessly. Gu Yuhan's movements did not change. However, those with eyes could tell that while his steps appeared slow, they were actually urgent. He had already unknowingly increased his pace. Clear sky, waves rise, flute music descend, cold killing intent. With each step, each note, Gu Yuhan's rage soared into the sky. The long night arrived in the blue sky and the jade-green sea. Night covered this world, turning it into the sea. Xiao Chun and Gu Yuhan stood at the top of the waves. Only the flute music and the endless waves remained in the dark night. Only the light of Xiao Chen's drawn saber could illuminate this long night and the vast sea. Outside the trial tower, the many faux gods watched carefully. Their attention was attracted, and their expressions turned grave. Although the two's cultivations were low in the eyes of the faux gods, this was a competition of their martial Tao. Everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered in amazement. This blue sea, blue sky is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, we can only see it and not listen to it personally. That strange person is really incredible. To think that he can simulate the sound of a drawn saber and use it to write his martial Tao. He changed very quickly. He knows that the essence of this competition is not the strength of one's divine seal, cultivation, or musical attainments. Instead, it's a battle of the heart to see whose martial will is superior and who can display it more perfectly. That's right. Why is this blue sea, blue sky so difficult to deal with? Even some sovereign emperors could not block it because they could not see through its essence. If one could not distinguish between the two and fell into any trap, they would immediately lose. From the looks of it, Gu Yuhan holds the advantage. However, this advantage is not huge and somewhat strained. The strange person adapted to the situation. Gu Yuhan should have a suppressive advantage. Given the current situation, while he holds the advantage, it can only be considered a draw. Void God Realm experts had outstanding eyesight. After all, their realms were much higher than theirs. They could see through what was real and what was fake with one glance. The profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouse, Gu Fei, showed a grave expression but did not refute. Such a situation had long surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Logically speaking, Gu Yuhan did not even need to land to force Xiao Chun to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the fight was so intense now. It's almost over. The winner is about to be decided. In paradise, the blue sea and blue sky that Gu Yuhan played gradually grew softer. The waves receded. The blue sky and blue sea were calm. The flute music was low and deep, as if it wanted to say something. The calm didn't last for long. It was only for a moment, but in that moment, the surging melody suddenly fell silent. The instantaneous difference caused space to freeze, as if time itself had stopped. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The sun set over the long river, and the stars sank. The blue sea and blue sky filled the heart of the night. Rumble. Gu Yuhan held the xiao with both hands and continued to play. However, only a final note remained. The final note buzzed endlessly. At this moment, Gu Yuhan seemed to have dug out his heart and poured it into this final note. Before the song ended, the heart did not die. The sun set, the stars sank, and the sky became nightless. The melody that paused for a moment erupted at this moment. The stars fell, and the vast sea rose from the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was the final note that the other party used his life to play. Despite knowing how horrifying it was, he did not choose to dodge. A crazed look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His entire body trembled. It was hard to tell whether it was the anxiety of life and death or the excitement of hot-bloodedness. Xiao Chen only knew that he had to do his best, gambling on the pride of the blue dragon to fight to the death. The dragon tone art that Xiao Chun had been suppressing for a long time erupted at this moment. Xiao Chun roared ferociously, and a dragon roar came from his chest. This dragon roar was vast and dense. The deeply buried blue dragon bloodline power stirred up. Xiao Chen's entire body burned like fire. The perfect divine seal shone with resplendent light. Xiao Chen drove it at full power, holding nothing back. Boom! Just as the boundless sea carrying the setting sun and stars looked like it was about to swallow up Xiao Chun, a dragon roar rang out and forcefully shattered it. Amidst the loud noise, the boundless sea shattered, and the complete phenomenon was broken. Boundless starlight burst out. If not for this being paradise, the land for 500,000 kilometers would have instantly crumbled and turned into ashes. Fortunately, we left quickly. Far away, Zhang Yushan heaved a sigh of relief, showing an extremely horrified expression. The shock waves that erupted from the two's exchange were much more horrifying than he had imagined. The two junior brothers were dumbstruck as well, and they exclaimed endlessly with admiration and clicked their tongues in wonder. How strong! How terrifying! I can't imagine that we dared to provoke that strange person earlier. That's right. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would end up like senior brother, pig heads. It's hard to say. Senior brother is very strong. The two of us might not last long enough to turn into pig heads before we die here. Zhang Yushan showed an unsightly expression as he listened from the side through gritted teeth. However, he could not do anything. He could only swear to himself that after he recovered his strength, he would teach these two pig-brained junior brother the lesson. Suddenly, a few beams of starlight descended together with the tide. This startled Zhang Yushan to his senses. He shouted, "Junior brothers, quickly save me!" Who knew? When his two junior brothers saw that the situation was bad, they had already fled. By the time Zhang Yushan remembered that he had forgotten about his senior brother, the starlight had already descended. It would be too late to save him. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the ground. No one knew if Zhang Yushan was dead or alive. The two junior brothers rushed over in fright, searching for Zhang Yushan's tracks. Naturally, no one paid attention to such a scene. The faux gods outside the trial tower all wanted to know who won this final exchange. Logically speaking, Gu Yushan should have won. His song was perfect without any openings. He infused all his martial Tao well into the final note. It is truly incredible. That strange person should be someone from the Divine Dragon Empire. That final dragon roar was not much inferior. No matter how I think about it, only the Heavenly Alliance's Shao Chun can match this strange person's identity. However, I heard that this Shao Chun failed to break through to the perfect divine seal. That news is definitely not fake. How could he recover in 3 days? Indeed, the backlash from breaking through to the perfect divine seal would cause him to lose his cultivation at best. At worst, he would die on the spot. How could he be so lively in just 3 days? A mystery. This is truly a mystery. The final dragon roar exposed most of Shao Chen's identity. However, these faux gods all received the news. Shao Chun had indeed failed to break through to the divine seal. His junior brothers personally saw it. Some people even directly asked fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu's answer was the same. The strange person's identity immediately became a mystery, hard to distinguish. It's out. Shockwaves spread out in the light screen. The mysterious phenomenon vanished, and the scene reappeared. The discussion of who the strange person was ended. Everyone wanted to see who won and who lost. Gu Yuhan is still around. In the scene, Gu Yuhan held his bamboo flute with one hand. His complexion paled as he looked around, clearly trying to find Shao Chen's figure. Where is he? Could he have run? In the end, although Shao Chun forcefully shattered the blue sky and blue sea with a dragon roar, the many faux gods still sensed his rage. They believed that he would not be able to block the shock waves from the blue sky and blue sea. Whoosh! A wind blew like lightning, scattering the dust. Then, the bandaged strange person appeared. Gu Yuhan flung the bedsheet like a cloak, sweeping away the dust. Then, he slowly revealed himself. His sharpness did not diminish, and his aura remained the same as before. What a blue sky and blue sea! I nearly died here. However, many thanks to your distinguished self. I advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor and have not experienced a huge battle. Since I did not die in this battle, I will definitely rise up, Shao Chun said softly. Shao Chun said softly. His voice came through the gauze, sounding deep and low. However, it felt even more mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Yuhan revealed a suspicious expression. He could not figure out Shao Chen's current state, so his face turned somewhat sullen. Naturally, Gu Yuhan did not want to let Shao Chen off. However, the earlier battle had not been easy for him, either. Right now, Gu Yuhan could not figure out Xiao Chun, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yuhan realized that Xiao Chun was thanking him for helping him. Gu Yuhan could not help feeling depressed, and murderous intent surged. The two continued to face each other, clashing their auras. However, they still did not intend to let go. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tricolored spiritual light tore through the sky, forming a curved rainbow bridge in the sky. A 100,000-year-old herb king. Xiao Chen's and Gu Yuhan's expressions changed as they split some of their attention to pay attention. Gu Yuhan hesitated for only a moment before finally making up his mind. Then, he turned around and left. Trying to leave? Have you asked for my permission? However, Xiao Chun smiled coldly. When he saw the other party reveal an opening, his battle hunger surged, and he charged over again. Chapter 2163. When facing Xiao Chen's attack, everyone felt startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chun to be so decisive. Gu Yuhan had just revealed an opening when Xiao Chen caught it and instantly attacked. Bang! Caught off guard, Gu Yuhan was forced to turn around and receive Xiao Chen's palm strike. The instant the two palms clashed, the two each took 100 steps back. Gu Yuhan stood firmly and shouted coldly, "This is never-ending." Gu Yuhan's aura suddenly soared. He flicked his finger, and a strand of divine energy turned into a beam of light and shot out. The moment divine energy appeared, it was truly unrivaled. Xiao Chun pulled on his cloak and executed the flawless saber dao. He showed a grave expression as he continuously split this strand of divine energy. Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and spread his arms, slowly vanishing. This time, he did not leave any openings. Just like that, Gu Yuhan left in pursuit of the 100,000-year-old Herb King. Bang! When the other party completely vanished, Xiao Chun, who had been retreating as he fought, suddenly stood firmly. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy, and threw a ferocious punch. The beam of light formed by the significantly weakened divine energy completely scattered. The shock wave spread out, and everywhere the golden light passed, nothing remained. Xiao Chun wrapped his cloak around himself again. As he looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky, he revealed an expression of caution and luck. Fortunately, this 100,000-year-old Herb King suddenly appeared. Otherwise, he might have been forced to leave paradise. This Gu Yuhan was truly strong. In the end, Xiao Chun was not in his peak state. His movements were somewhat restricted. There was already a gap between him and false emperors in the first place. In such a state, he was even harder to deal with. The earlier battle could not be described with just the word dangerous. That Gu Yuhan was very scheming. He simply did not want to give Xiao Chun a chance to remain in paradise. If Xiao Chun showed any weakness, Gu Yuhan would definitely kill him. If Xiao Chun showed any weakness, the other party would ignore everything and continue attacking him. If Xiao Chun did not leave paradise, the other party would definitely kill him. Unfortunately, Gu Yuhan could not see through Xiao Chun, unable to calculate how much combat prowess Xiao Chun had. Gu Yuhan did not dare to take the risk, lest he get severely injured and lose the ability to compete with the other false emperors. The other party was tempted by the 100,000-year-old Herb King's appearance. However, at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to test Xiao Chun. He purposely pretended to be anxious, turned around, and left, leaving an opening. If Xiao Chun didn't make a move, then it was certain that Xiao Chen's current fighting spirit was faked. Then, he would immediately turn around and fight again, forcefully killing Xiao Chun or forcing him out of paradise. If Xiao Chun made a move, it would prove that Xiao Chun still had the strength to fight. There was no need to tangle with Xiao Chun any longer. It was more important to quickly subdue the 100,000-year-old Demon King. However, he had never expected that Xiao Chen's injuries were indeed not light, much more serious than his. It was just that he had seen through the other party's schemes and was a step ahead of them. I need to find a place to recuperate. I finally stabilized my strength as a half-step sovereign emperor. I now have a clear understanding of a false emperor's strength. Once I recover completely and return to my peak, I won't have to fear even a false emperor. In reality, false emperors were considered half-step sovereign emperors, but they were still not sovereign emperors. The difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor was not as large as one might imagine. False emperors had only two advantages. First, they had formed their divine seal longer. Second, they had condensed divine energy. However, such divine energy was not true divine energy. Without the support of divine veins, one could not bring out the true might of divine energy. False emperors were not scary. The scary one was Gu Yuhan. It was like a half-step sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan was also a half-step sovereign emperor. However, he could not last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chun, who was of the same cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was always just one of the factors that measured one's strength. It was not absolute. This was especially so before the outstanding talents. Unless the difference in cultivation was too great, one could never use one's cultivation to judge one's strength. However, even if it was Gu Yuhan, Xiao Chun was confident that as long as he entered his peak state, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving. The next time they met, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving this time. I won't have a chance to fight for this 100,000-year-old Herb King. Xiao Chun thought for a while, but he did not show much envy. The 10,000-year-old Herb Kings that he obtained were all peak quality. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had directly consumed and refined all of them, which targeted him. After refining them, he could quickly convert them into his own cultivation. However, a 100,000-year-old Herb King was indeed very rare. A 100,000-year-old Herb King was nearly the same age as the faux god world. Furthermore, it was tainted by the demonic qi of this place, which made it very ferocious. It would be very difficult for a person to subdue it alone. Xiao Chun knew where some 100,000-year-old Herb Kings hid. However, he did not dare to rashly make a move. I wonder who will be the one to obtain this 100,000-year-old Herb King in the end. I believe that it will take some time to fight for it. After Xiao Chun muttered to himself, his figure flashed and he left. After Xiao Chun left, the faux gods outside the trial tower no longer paid attention to Xiao Chun. The scenes on the light screens revolve around that 100,000-year-old Herb King. A 100,000-year-old Herb King was extremely important to these faux gods. Of course, the faux gods had to verify the rank of this spirit herb first. Otherwise, even a 100,000-year-old spirit herb would be useless. At a desolate place in the boundless herb fields in paradise, Xiao Chun looked at the sky and entered deep thought. It looks like the outside world can indeed notice everything that happens in here. Since entering, Xiao Chun felt like something was paying attention to him. This feeling only truly vanished just now. That sense of discomfort was very obvious. Combined with the 100,000-year-old Herb King that just appeared, Xiao Chun already determined that this Herb King had to have helped him attract attention. I really have to thank this 100,000-year-old Herb King. It has helped me a lot, Xiao Chun said softly. Then, he said, I have to absorb all of this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment first, lest my hands and feet become tied. As long as my meridian injuries recover, they are actually just minor injuries. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, speeding up his absorption of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Previously, when Xiao Chun was asleep, he had been passively absorbing the ointment. Hence, the speed was extremely slow. After 3 days, he had only absorbed a small portion. However, just this small portion had pulled him back from the gates of hell. This showed how miraculous this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment was. Now that Xiao Chun took the initiative to refine it, his absorption speed was incomparable to before. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Chun recovered most of the injuries he suffered and the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he drained from the fight with Gu Yuhan. The ointment's effects were startlingly strong, allowing Xiao Chun to focus even more on healing the hidden injuries he suffered from his chaotic great Tao and unstable veritable essence energy. Time went by unknowingly. Xiao Chun's body emitted a green light as he anxiously treated his injuries. While he was anxiously treating his injuries, he did not notice that the strong life force contained in this green light actually caused many lush green grass to grow in this desolate land. Some withered old trees even sprouted. 2 days later, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the scene before him immediately shocked him. The desolate land that he had purposely chosen, devoid of life force, actually turned into a scene brimming with life. All sorts of flowers and grasses appearing everywhere. Unexpectedly, this place turned into a valley filled with life and hundreds of flowers. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? What kind of ointment did Senior Shimu give me? Xiao Chun was shocked by the scene before him. He knew that this should be the lingering effects of the ointment as it was being refined. After 2 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had already healed completely, no longer showing any signs of relapse. Xiao Chun had returned to his peak. The more horrifying thing was that he sensed that half of the ointment in the bandages had not been absorbed. Xiao Chun used only half of the ointment to completely recover his battered body. He felt that it was overkill. The medicinal effects overflowed. Now, there is no need for this bandage to remain. A look of disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he naturally showed a tyrannical air. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to tear off the bandages, he stopped. Why do I need to tear it off? Although his attire was strange, they didn't seem to recognize him. Xiao Chen hid his identity very well. This seems pretty good. If Xiao Chen appeared in paradise, who knew how much trouble there would be? There were simply too many benefits to hiding his identity. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush to tear off the bandages. Although my attire looks strange, I have never cared about the opinions of others. With this thought, Xiao Chun stopped what he was doing and covered himself with the bedsheet again. Hey! Just at this moment, Xiao Chun let out a soft cry of surprise. He saw a tricolored light quickly flying over to where he was. It was that 100,000-year-old herb king. Chapter 2164. The Thundercliff tree immediately turned sinister and terrifying in front of Xiao Chun. Black aura wriggled around it, looking like a ferocious beast. However, the Thundercliff tree had already gone berserk. When it sensed the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on Xiao Chun, it went berserk. This was its life-saving tonic. Xiao Chun pulled back the Thundercliff tree's heart, which nearly leaped out of his chest. Then, he stretched out his hand above the valley. Either die or obtain the opportunity. 5. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he thought of the reason. This 100,000-year-old herb king was probably attracted by the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Whoosh! After it. Even if I have to chase it to the ends of the world, I will make this fellow spit it out. Chu Feng felt incredibly frustrated. He and Feng Xiaobai were the ones who discovered this Thundercliff tree. It should have belonged to the two of them in the first place. This is not a coincidence. Chu Feng thought about something. In the first place, he mainly cultivated the Thunder Dao and grasped the Thunder Dao domain. Now that he had returned to his peak, he did not fear this severely injured Thundercliff tree. Rumble, go all out. Right now, Xiao Chen did not know what his chances were. However, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Originally, he thought that even if someone tried to reap the benefits, that person would not be able to quickly subdue the Thundercliff tree. Instead, that person might even help them block the Thundercliff tree. Mu Yunzhu could not help but ask when he saw Gu Yuhan's hand trembling as he held the flute with an exceptionally unsightly expression. For the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the Thundercliff tree would continuously absorb lightning-attributed energy. A tribulation mark would be left on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chun looked carefully and saw more than 100 tribulation marks densely packed on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chun felt like an evil, ferocious beast was staring at him. He found his feeling very unbearable. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Road turning around. Xiao Chun had made many decisions in the past. Most of the time, he would choose to take a gamble. However, when he was not confident, he would choose to retreat. With a cold shout, Xiao Chen's battle hunger blazed like a fierce fire, breaking the heavy aura in the surroundings. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he tore off the bedsheet with his right hand. The messy bedsheet turned into a saber as he executed Xiao Qin's peak attack. Their advantage was that they were familiar with the operating rules of this world and were well-versed in the surroundings. They were adept at escaping, and a moment of carelessness would allow them to escape. 6. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiao Qin remained unmoved, his expression cold. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power of heaven and earth locking onto him. The Thundercliff tree searched around and finally found Xiao Qin at the top of the mountain. The Thundercliff tree's aura was greatly weakened. However, in this desperate situation, he only paused for a moment before unleashing all of his ferocious nature. Rumble. Martial Dao cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. On the path of cultivation, everyone would encounter fortuitous encounters. A single decision that seemed to take only an instant could change one's entire life. The universe origin sex Chu Feng muttered with an extremely sullen expression. I only saw an afterimage. However, I think that it is definitely him. Aside from him, no one else's afterimage would have the silhouette of a bedsheet. Clearly, this was an outstanding talent that the various factions' false emperors or half-step sovereign emperors believed could hold their own against a false emperor. At this point, the weaker ones no longer qualified to compete for this Herb King. The lingering lightning blocked the Thundercliff tree's connection to the world, crippling it by half. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spiritual light flickered, and electricity crackled endlessly at the bottom of the valley. Strands of purplish-black lightning lingered, radiating a startling, baleful aura. 3, 2, 1. It's that strange person in the bedsheet. Xiao Qin could clearly sense that this Thundercliff tree's aura was weak. The spiritual light it gave off was much weaker than when Xiao Qin saw it 2 days ago. Immediately, everyone felt incredibly frustrated. For 2 days, they had fought a battle of wits and courage with this Thundercliff tree, exhausting themselves. Yet, in the end, that strange person easily collected it. Unexpectedly, when the 7 landed, aside from some lingering aura, they could no longer see that person or the Thundercliff tree. Just at this moment, miserable cries came from deep underground. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky, and the entire herb field shook continuously. The 7's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Jun said sullenly, "Everyone, we can no longer remain in this herb field." After the Thundercliff tree fell to the bottom of the valley, anxiety spread in the air. A faint whirlpool formed. Whoosh! The entire valley lost its life force. All the flowers and plants withered without exception. The outstanding talents of the various factions were still behind the Thundercliff tree. They would soon catch up. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. Then, he firmly grabbed the Thundercliff tree, which had lost its ferocious nature, and left in a flash. As Xiao Qin got closer to the Thundercliff tree, time passed quickly. He only had 3 seconds left. A loud sound rang out, and that 100,000-year-old Herb King fell to the bottom of the valley. Whoosh! 7. A battle raged in Xiao Qin's mind. However, it only lasted for an instant. In that instant, he made his decision. The Thundercliff tree grew excited. It finally discovered the source of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. The Herb Kings in paradise were all ferocious and tainted with a demonic nature. They were very different from those in the outside world. However, the other 6 did not have much time to think. They looked at the crack in the sky and hesitated for a moment before catching up to Yuan Jun, leaving quickly. If Xiao Qin could not subdue this Thundercliff tree in 10 breaths, the people chasing after him would catch up. With so many false emperors watching, it would be practically impossible for him to leave. When Mu Yunju saw the situation, he did not ask any further. However, he thought to himself, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Firmaments rage, covering the sky with one hand. Damn it, they did not have complete souls, but they were sentient. Clearly, they knew to flee after being injured. Feeling anxious, all of them brought out their trump cards and sped up, rushing towards the valley. After glancing around, Xiao Chun focused his attention on the 100,000-year-old Herb King. A colossal hand containing the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared and covered the sky. Night enveloped the area as the back of the hand blocked the descending purple lightning. Before the Thundercliff tree could execute its killing move, this saber light struck it. It lost its ferocious nature and fell to the bottom of the valley. The fluctuation of aura was like a heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. The Thundercliff tree actually synchronized with Xiao Chen's heartbeat. After 2 seconds, many figures descended. There were the profound Heaven Holy Lands Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Chu Feng and Feng Xiaobai, the Bushan palaces Xiaoho Zun and Bai Yunfei, and the hidden spirit temples Yuanjun. Bang! The divine seal in his soul pool activated, and Xiao Chun leaped out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he launched himself at the ferocious Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, "It is injured? Everyone, are we going to chase or not? The problem is, why did it come to where I am? Is it a coincidence or on purpose?" When the Thundercliff tree pounced over, it kicked up lightning everywhere in the pitch-black sky. Bolts of purple-black lightning descended, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions as if a peerless, ferocious beast was about to appear. Gu Yuhan said calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. At this moment, the Thundercliff tree's trunk was about 1 meter tall, looking like a small tree. The branches branched off, and purple leaves grew on the branches, looking like refined iron. Without even a 10% chance of success, it would be unwise to risk it. At this moment, intense pain spread through Xiao Chen's entire body. At the last second, he activated all the potential in his body, and his aura erupted. Humph! Bang! At that time, Xiao Chen might lose his Tao and his life before he could even retreat. Although Xiao Chen did not fear false emperors, he would not be able to protect himself if surrounded. 8. There was definitely something strange going on. Xiao Chen grew cautious as he spread his arms. He left a faint purple mark where he stood. Then, his figure appeared above the valley, temporarily avoiding it. After the Thundercliff tree absorbed the remnant primal chaos heaven, replenishing ointment's medicinal energy, its body became brighter. That was why the Thundercliff tree had run to this desolate land to treat its injuries and recover its strength. If Xiao Chun had not fallen for the Thundercliff tree's trick, this would not have happened. Gu Yuhan and the others had been traveling quickly and had already unleashed their full power several times. Now that they were 1 second late, it would be difficult for them to catch up. However, compared to the severe injuries the Thundercliff tree suffered, it was still a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Who could not be angry? For when Gu Yuhan looked into the distance, he saw several strong auras behind the Medicine King. Although Xiao Chun had said 10 seconds, he had only given himself 8 seconds to unleash his killing move in advance. Under the heavy pressure, the heartbreaking style had surpassed its peak. When Xiao Chun saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. This was actually a Thundercliff tree. 10. The most important thing was to be decisive and not hesitate. What's going on? Gu Yuhan could only watch from afar and see if he could get lucky. Gu Yuhan's hand faced the sky, and his palm faced the ground. A flash of saber light moved very quickly, appearing only for an instant. Gu Yuhan knew that Xiao Chun must have fooled him 2 days ago. The other party should be a spent force. The instant the Thundercliff tree came into contact, Xiao Chun roared and suddenly accelerated. He shouted out the final 3 seconds in his mind. Then this colossal hand grabbed all the purple-black lightning in the surroundings. In the next moment, it exploded. The lightning mixed with the saber light tore through the world, lingering there. It was not an easy task to subdue the Herb King in this herb field. The combat prowess that a 10,000-year-old Medicine King could bring out was already comparable to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. Its only weakness was that it was not flexible and did not know martial techniques. The 7 appeared almost at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Before they rushed over, they had sensed the fluctuations of battle. Of the 7, only the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Jun looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. The branches and leaves on the Medicine King's body trembled, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ferocious nature that it burst out with was no weaker than a false emperor's. Senior Brother Gu, what's wrong? This Medicine King should have grown at the top of the Thunder Cliff, receiving the baptism of the Thunder Tao. The moment it was born, it would suffer a 1,000-day lightning tribulation and survive for 3 years. That 100,000-year-old Medicine King actually took the initiative to fly towards Shaochun after he entered closed-door cultivation for 2 days. To think that a spirit herb wanted to swallow me. How reckless. Flawless Tao, using thoughts as a saber, heartbreaking stance. Nine whoosh. It's fine. That Thunder Cliff tree seemed like a gourmet that saw a delicacy as it launched itself at Shaochun. After Yuan Jun finished speaking, he turned around and left with a somewhat grave expression. This was indeed true. This desolate valley, which was originally devoid of life, only had its aura exuding life force. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in this valley. This showed how horrifying the medicine's effects were.